did manage to get through. It wasn't easy for either of them, but Warriors Gaming Unity, they're here now playing against Execration.
5 seconds remaining.
I believe racks down, and they pulled it back. And I mean, this is a game. This is one of those games where you don't play around. These two teams both want it pretty darn bad. They're both amazing teams. We'll just see which one of them gets off to a better start and maybe wins the game.
I mean, we were looking at the brackets at the very start, and this was sort of a match destined to happen. You've got Execration, even with all their shuffle, they're definitely a really strong team, and Warriors Gaming, some are even surprised that they didn't get invited to the regional qualifiers directly. So here we are with these two top teams here in our Southeast Asia region, and I'm honestly a bit disappointed that this game had to happen this early. I feel like this could be a game worthy of finals.
Reserve time.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right in saying I feel like Warriors Gaming definitely probably deserved a regional spot. Execration may be the same. We'll find out. We'll see how good these teams are against each other. Both teams having a very easy run up until these last games or two. And this is the quarterfinals, Stinky, so we're getting close. There's only the semis and grand after this, so not much left to go.
Oh yeah. Definitely going to be expecting a lot of sort of early mid-game fighting from both these teams coming out in the draft.
Radiant team pick.
Obviously a very valuable pick for a lot of people. And there it is. It's picked up now.
Does sort of offer that early mid-game team fighting as well. Or not even necessarily team fighting, but just early game presence, early game roaming. I feel like both these teams will be looking to get quite active in the laning phase.
5 seconds remaining.
I look forward to it. Obviously last game of the hookers. This game, well, we're going to find out what it is. I feel like both teams, if they weren't being serious yet, they're going to be serious now. Tree and Protector into a Sand King, and now what is going to be the second pick of Warriors Gaming? It's to be decided, but what I do know about Warriors Gaming is they're a very aggressive team. They like that early game style lead.
10 seconds.
Oh yeah, I mean, with the Sand King pick too, be it played as a support, be it played in an offlaner, they're going to be looking to take the fight to Execration very early on, and later on, once he gets his Blink Dagger, once he gets a couple of levels to the Epicenter, going to be looking for those team fights there too, so going to be a lot of action in this game. And there's the puck.
Execration's turn to pick.
But this is exactly what we're talking about, that sort of mid-game team fighting power coming out from Warriors Gaming.
Exactly right. And I mean, this is their style. They're very coordinated as a team. They like to play the early to mid, generally not the best at the late. Obviously they could have changed that by this point, we'll find out, but we know Execration are a bit different. I mean, although they like to fight, it feels like they like to keep calm, they get their items, they get their timings right, and then they just finish the game. That's how it's been every single game up until this point. So we'll see if they change that or if they're going to go for the same style of play.
Because to set things up, they do have this Treant Protector, so if they ever want to drag things on, Treant, a decent hero for doing that. Of course, with the living armor healing up their towers, if they can put up a solid defense, they could keep their structures alive for longer than perhaps the WGU side want. And obviously, you know, Sand King, Puck, these are great heroes for taking team fights. We'll see if they can translate that into actual structural damage, which is what really counts.
Exactly right. And I feel like, I mean, you can already kind of see the style of play that's going to come out of Execration, because the Treant Protector is just going to make it so you can be real defensive. We talked about this before. I believe it was yesterday. We saw teams playing against Execration, trying to take towers, but they leave it, you know, for a bit, and then the tower just gets healed up, and they don't get that benefit of leaving it at low health and coming back later. And there's a Rubik pickup, so the steals will be there, and Warriors Gaming gonna have to be careful with what they choose now, because they don't want to make it too easy.
Yesterday, where RR, it was, I believe, was stealing all the spells. He stole Guardian Angels, he stole Burrow Strikes, and we saw more Ravages in that game than the average Tidehunter game, I think, as you put it, at some point. So, already, for just the Sand King, his Rubik and his spell steal could be a problem.
10 seconds.
And that's exactly what we saw yesterday. Like you just said, it was a Sand King against a Rubik, and it was just Ravage Central. It's I hope we get to see something like that again. I really do, because that was an absolute pleasure to watch firsthand. Sven ban coming out, so starting to get rid of those carries, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I can see the TA ban. Now, let me tell you, Sneaky, the team that Warriors Gaming were versing just then, which I believe it was the Mongols, they played TA last game. They played TA Ursa, and they gave Warriors Gaming a hell of a time, so not too surprising to see the TA banned out.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the Ursa. Execration, they've been very hesitant to pick up their core heroes, going for the Dream and Rubik first, but they are going to have to pick up their cores at some point. Definitely leaning towards the side of heroes like the Lifestealer, like the Ursa, this sort of like tanky frontliner who can sit and take a bit of punishment from the Sand King and Puck and still be able to fight through. So I'd actually be very surprised if we don't see, either a strength hero or something like an Ursa, just a tanky hero, being picked up for Execration. Maybe the Juggernaut perhaps for that magic immunity, but yeah, definitely towards the tanky side here for Execration.
Well, that was a very good point on the Juggernaut, because the coil's not going to do anything. He can just spin out of it. Not to mention he has the Omni Slash if he needs to turn around and fight. I feel like Warriors Gaming, they probably have a coach that was watching the last Execration game, because you can see the Nakes being banned out, and I mean, Nando's been playing like an absolute god on that Lifestealer. You literally cannot let him have it. Just do not let him have it. He knows how to play it to the T, and hello, there's a hero we don't see very often.
Yeah, they're really invested into this mid-game Wombo combo. You can definitely imagine it happening. The Puck Dream Coil setting things up for a Sand King Burrow Epi into the big Ice Blast. But they've invested a lot into this early, mid sort of team fight. And still, no good structure hitters. So yeah, you can take the team fights. But can you actually do anything with it? And we'll see how Execration respond here. As you're saying, they need a core, and they know what they're going to be fighting against. It's a very brazen draft coming out from Warriors Gaming.
I'm a bit scared on both ends. The Ancient Apparition, it does make it so Tree and Protector can't heal, obviously. So that's one positive. There is a positive to Ancient Apparition, like you mentioned as well. There is a Wombo combo. If Sand can get some kind of amazing Ravage stun, that Ancient Apparition is going to have the easiest time in the world getting that ulti off. Clockwork is the pickup, and I mean, we know Raging Potato can play Clockwork. We're not going to question the pick. It's just Clockwork works for Execration. There's no reason to even think about why they chose it.
It's been more picked heroes, I want to say, in this open qualifier, and for a good reason. But still, they're holding on to their core picks. They're holding on to their big carries, and I'm very intrigued as to see what they go for.
Indeed. I'd like to give a shout out to Mazakar, who says hello, boys. Hello, Mazakar. Thanks for everyone for sticking around, by the way. It's good to see people actually stick around, even though there was quite a long waiting time. Well, I mean, there was about 10 minutes, but regardless, it's good to see people showing the support, Stinky, and yeah, we've got a fair few viewers, and I feel like they might just grow, but this is going to be an exciting game. This is the game to view, if you're going to view any.
Oh, definitely. Honestly, I at this point, we can pretty much pack it up after this game. This is what we've been waiting for. It's taken us until now the round of 16? Round of 8, actually, to finally get this matchup, but here we are. Okay.
Oh, hello.
I can't say much about that, really. This is the ultimate mid-game, late-game fighting lineup. If you just want to group up and play 5-on-5 Dota. That's as good as it gets, really, for a team fight.
The question is, though, if Execration can drag this out, which we know they can because they've done it so many times now, can the Void combat what Execration will pick up? And I mean, they still have 2 picks to counter the Void if need be.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering what they go for here. A pick which does somewhat come to mind is the Wraith King, because he can just respawn with his ultimate after all the big ultis from WG are down, but I honestly doubt they'd go for that.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's point out as well. We did talk about, like I mentioned, don't give. I was gonna say don't give Rubik too many spells to steal. He's got now Ancient Apparition, Ulti, the Coil, the Burst Strike, and the Chrono. And now, to make matters just a tiny bit worse, there's a Silencer in the game, which, I mean, you've got all these spells, you want to push as fast as you can and, you know, get a snowball going, but then there's a Silencer.
5 seconds remaining.
And this is sort of their way of fighting fire with fire. You've got this big team fight combo. Well, I've got a Global Silence, and it's going to be a core Silencer, more likely than not. Going to be very important for him to survive long enough and not get jumped to get that Global Silence out to interrupt the combo. Does go very well with the Clockwork, of course. Silencer, especially once you get those items, get those levels, that level 25 talent really boosts his attack range, can be the sort of pseudo sniper, just dealing damage into Clockwork's cogs. So I like this pickup. I feel like they still need some sort of frontliner, someone who can stand in front and really take a beating. But yeah, I feel like Execration, they've got some tools to deal with this Wombo combo lineup coming out from Warriors Gaming Unity.
Execrations.
So you said core Silencer, which I agree with you. However, safe lane or mid lane, do you think?
That's a good question, actually. I'm gonna think mid lane Silencer.
Execrations turn to pick.
It's good against the puck, right? It's very. In fact, I saw Admiral Wardog do this to a stack yesterday. Completely dominated the puck with the Silencer mid.
That last word especially does screw up some of Puck's combos. So, for example,
10 seconds
a very
remaining.
typical combo with Puck is you throw out the orb, you hide inside the phase shift, and then you jump to the orb while you're safe inside your phase shift. That last word, it's gonna mess things up for him.
Uh-oh. There's the, well, there's the late game hero. A lot of mana to be taken. Anti-Mage does not like spell stinky, and there's too many spells in the game. I think there's no real better carry than the Anti-Mage himself. How do you feel about it?
We've seen Nando play the Anti-Mage before, haven't we?
We have.
And that was a game where they were under a lot of pressure early game. They were
Lungian.
playing yeah, I believe they were playing against a Dragon Knight. Just plenty of early pushing heroes. And we've got a similar lineup here coming out from W Unity. You know, there's a Sand King in that game as well. There's an Earthshaker. They both got early Blink Daggers. There's just so much team fight, and now even more team fight.
Oh, please!
Wow.
I'm getting excited here.
It couldn't get any better, but now we've got a Magnus.
Whew, the room just got a lot hotter. Okay, so let's go over this. We've got Burrow Strikes, we've got Epicenters, we've got Coils, we've got Ancient Apparition Ulti, we've got a Chrono, and we've got an RP. And we've got a Rubik who's going to have the game of his damn life. This is the Rubik dream right here. You've got a Clockwork Hook, you've got an Overgrowth, you've got a Global Silence, and you've got the Mana Void for Anti-Mage. How much more could we ask for?
I really can't, unless we're getting too greedy here, but Anti-Mage is going to be wanting to dodge fights, just get his farm up, and really force WG to chase him around, while all WG want to do is just group up, take the fights, 5-man, and take structures off of that. It's going to be an interesting game, I feel. Going to be a bit of cat and mouse going on, and definitely one to watch.
Well, you did mention before, Nando, he played the Anti-Mage in a game that was, you know, very bad for Execration. It looked like they were about to lose, in fact. However, he still managed to get the Battle Fury within, I think it was 15-16 minutes after a terrible laning phase, then proceeds to carry the game like he had been free farming the whole game. So, I don't think Nando minds how much trouble you give him. I don't know if the Warriors Gaming Unity boys can finish the game fast enough to deal with this Anti-Mage that's going to come out later.
Yep. I mean, the game plan is very clear from both teams here. They, on the side of Execration, they just want to dodge fights, not fight head on. You can see towers if they have to, and when they're not conceding towers, they've got the Dream Protector just healing things up. And the whole time, Nando just going to be doing anti-mage things. And, you know, again, from the side of WG, they just want to group up and beat the living crap out of Execration in team fights.
Indeed, indeed. I'm just loading back into the game. For some reason, I've got two mice, apparently, and my screen's screwed. That's not good. Uh-oh. So, it looks like I'm having...
Try restarting Dota, perhaps?
At the moment. Yeah, no, it's screwed. I might have to restart Dota. Be right back, okay?
Alright. We do have a game. We are loaded in. I'll just run through some introductions while you can. We've got Net here playing the Sand King. It does appear it will be a support Sand King. He's already got the boots. Kang in the offlane. On that Magnus. Chuan playing the Puck in mid. Got X-Nova playing the AA with a safe lane faceless Void, and this is somewhat interesting. Yep.
Disaster. We are back. We didn't really get to call out any player names, did we?
I was just running through the side of the Radiant, and I'm just about done, actually.
In that case, allow me to go through Execration on the dial. So, Raging Potato on the Clockwork. We have Anti-Mage being played by Nando. A mid-Anti-Mage, may I say.
Yeah.
RR is playing the Rubik. James will be on that Silencer. And finally, we have Lumik on that tree. And, Stinky, why the hell is there a mid-Anti-Mage?
Yeah, I was just going to comment on that myself after seeing those shared tangos. Does have a decent matchup against Puck. It's not the best, fundamentally, as it's a ranged versus melee lineup, and Puck can easily drop aggro using that phase shift if he has to. But what this does enable to do is put James on the Silencer in the offlane, and running this aggressive tri-lane here. And Silencer is a great hero for that sort of thing, unless he gets Burrow Struck up.
Yeah, Cold Feet, Burrow Strike. They do hold him in place, and Nana, they're going to get the first blood here, Sting. And Caster's Curse comes in again. Lumik, he might be in trouble, but Nana won't. Well, he doesn't have the bash, so nothing's going to happen there. But, I mean, I don't know. We haven't seen James out of this mid lane yet, and apparently... Oh, wait a minute. Tron takes out Nando.
It's really not the best matchup for an anti-mage against Puck. Yeah, he's an net hero. Yeah, you can burn his mana, but that's a ranged hero you're trying to kill.
Very confusing what's going on here. It's just, it does, you know, this tri-lane doesn't look effective, in my opinion. Even though, yes, you can silence the Void, I don't know if you're going to be able to pull off the, you know, the perfect combinations while you've got the Sand King there.
The problem with that fight was Silencer did not have anything leveled up. He threw out the Arcane Curse at the last minute, but the damage was already done. He was already caught up. If he had, for example, the Glaze of Wisdom leveled up early on, he could have used the Orb Walk to just harass down this Void, make it very hard for him to fight back, but he didn't level up anything, which made it very easy for this full health tri-lane from Warriors Gaming to just all-in them. It's a nasty setup there with that Cold Feet.
Oh, they're going on again. Treant will be the one this time that gets taken out, and he's going to get frozen. They do lift up the Void. Sand King in a bit of trouble will walk this one off, and Lumik will go down, and there's a pause, and I experienced that lag as well. So it wasn't just me, but 3-0 now, Sticky. And mind you, this happened with Lungia last time. We saw this happen to Execration before. I don't know if they can... This is a better team, and actually they're going to keep playing. Nova almost goes down. James in a bit of trouble. No lucky bashes coming out from Nana, and that'll be it. Still 3-0.
Yep. I really feel like if not for that earlier kill, if they had detection, they maybe could have taken that fight, but Sand King was just able to hide inside his Sandstorm. Very quick thinking there to level that one up. You very rarely see Sandstorm come into play this early into the game, but it pays off in a big way.
Yes, it really does. It really, really does. He was very lucky to level that up. He's going to be thanking his lucky stars. And we haven't talked about the top lane yet. Kangaroo, offlane Magnus, up against Raging Potato on the safe lane Clockwork. So I guess both of them will be able to get pretty much good farm and good XP, but not sure about this. A safe lane clockwork? Is this a thing?
That's the thing when you're trying to put pressure on with a silencer aggro lane, but trying being the key word here, it's really not going all that well.
Strange is the way I would put it. Oh, Chuan, he's going after anti-mage Nando. Almost. You've got to remember as well that Park, he does have the silence, which very effective against anti-mage, as we know. In fact, not even leveling up the phase shift. Chuan actually is behind the tier 1 now. And
yeah,
not really afraid.
I was wondering if he take a level in that to, you know, dodge tower hits, which could be handy as he takes that one, and drop aggro, things like that, but apparently deciding it's not necessary. He's just bringing the fight here to Nando, who is a bit out of his element in the mid lane.
Well, the beauty is, isn't it, that he can dish out so much damage so fast because he just doesn't need the phase shift. There's nothing to dodge. There's no spells from anti-mage that could put him in any danger. So, yeah, he'll just stand around and enjoy himself.
Soon he's going to be level 6 as well, actually, and that's where Nando really has to be careful.
I couldn't disagree with you more. That coil is going to be a big headache. Obviously, if he blinks out, he's just going to stun himself, and Chuan will be able to just get in range with the orb and take care of business. Nevertheless, we'll see how they go, because the other way around is that anti-mage can obviously mana void a puck who has a decent mana pool in the mid game. So you want to be careful with that puck. Nana, he's going towards James. Beautiful Burrow Strike now, the Ice Path as well, and James, is he going to go down? No, he'll walk it off, and the Cold Feet wasn't enough. Net going to go down. He does go down to the Arcane Curse. Now, they're chasing Nana. He could be in a bit of trouble here, but they can't really hold him in place any longer. But still, it is a bit of a kill to the side of the Dire, and it goes to Nana, it goes to James as well, which is really the person you want to give the kill to as well.
+2 int, -2 int, and...
Oh, top lane, Kangaroo. He will go down, Raging Potato. He skewed him down the hill. Raging Potato actually got in front of him, so he couldn't skewer by himself, and the cogs came out straight after that, and it was just an easy kill for him.
That's an interesting matchup, and one which actually really matters. I was definitely under the impression that it's a relatively even lane. Worst case scenario for Magnus, he can just farm from a distance using that shockwave, but whenever you get up close and personal with Clockwork, with the battery assault running, you still gotta be careful. And this means that Clockwork will soon hit level 6, and Raging Potato, we've seen some pretty amazing hookshots from him, and he's gonna be the one, I think, to maybe change up the game for his team and get active around the map.
He did this last time as well. Raging Potato is the man to watch on the Clockwork. Chuan finds himself a haste rune. He's got the level 7. He's going down bot, trying to find somebody. Everybody hides. They know he's coming. And he will back off. They're pinging up the mid lane though. Can they go for a kill? They might be able to. SK is there. Coil is committed. Now the silence as well. The follow-up Burrow Strike is there. Is there enough damage? I don't know if there is. Nando, he blinks out just in time. My goodness, what timing is that? What kind of timing was that? And they're going to keep chasing after RR. Sorry, go on. No, wait a minute. They're going to keep going here. No, never mind. Go on, please. Oh, wait. No.
I was expecting the sound of a coil breaking when that blink happened. I'm like, where's the coil sound? But, that timing could not have been better. Dream Protector armor helping out a little there, too.
Oh, absolutely. The damage block would have really assisted. Obviously, it is a high damage block, no matter what level. Bot lane, actually. Net chases up James. Just a bit of a Burrow Strike. Now the Cold Feet. No lucky stun from Nana. They'll back off. Had the stun been there, then perhaps they could have got a kill, but nevertheless.
Yeah, they couldn't quite get the combo. You actually have to start up the Cold Feet before the Burrow Strike comes out if you want to reliably hit it. So, able to get away this time, but this tri lane, it's still not going great for them. We saw that they do have a bit of a chance at fighting back recently, but still, those early couple of kills not going in their favor is really hurting their ability to stay in this lane. Already on the last hits, 45 and 15 for Faceless Void. And poor James here, he's been brought out of his mid lane where he would probably rather be. He's just sitting at 25 and 4.
Well, as you say that, Sneaky, Raging Potato is coming in for the first rotation. He's level 7. And you can see they're grouping up. But the thing is, Warriors Gaming seem to know about it. Net, he's going to get caught out first, I think. No, he actually jukes it somehow. What? And RR, has he found him? I can't believe this. No, now they do. They're going to go after Net, and it should be a little easy kill. They can even hook in X-Nova, and they do. Raging Potato, what a god. Actually, SK not dead yet. No, now he is. But Puck's joined in with the coil. Nana's still alive as well. Is he going to go down? No, he time walks off. Now the Chrono at the 4. Oh, that's terrible. And he gets out as well. He takes down Raging Potato. Now the tree goes down. And Chuan is just playing all around them. James, he really can't do much. Nana, is he baiting out? He has the time walk. Actually, the one, James, he gets taken down. No, actually, it was the Void who gets taken down. Chuan, he's going to have to back this one off. But, I mean, was that a 2 for 2? It looked like a 2 for 2 there.
Yeah, 2 for 2 at the end of the day. Sand King went down much earlier. He's back in mid lane. So, you know, as expected, I suppose, Raging Potato really realizing that things are not going well for his team in the bottom lane does try to help out, but they couldn't quite find that snap jump that they wanted. Allows Puck the time to TP in and really turn that one around. Beautiful Chronosphere coming out from Nana as well, but he chased a little too far. Didn't respect that zap from Rubik and gets taken down towards the end.
Well, you know, the thing is, Sneaky, the timing on the coordination of the timing is just perfect from both teams. Now Raging Potato comes in on Nana. He's got the hook available, just waiting for the time walk to come out. There it is. Is he going to hook? Yes, he is. The silence was there as well, but beautiful stun from Net. Now the lift. I don't think Nana can get out of this one. No, he has the walk again, and he will use it. They can still go, but it's just not enough damage, and he's got it available again, the time walk. Now they're going to turn this around. The cold feet, the stun from Net. Raging Potato still around the area. The cogs will protect the silencer. And in fact, Raging Potato going to keep going. He has another battery assault. Net could be the one in trouble. No mana for the Burrow Strike. Cold feet coming out. Raging, he has to back off just in time. Net is still alive. The rocket doesn't connect. Oh, that's a shame. Lift from the Rubik. James is still going here, but they just can't get the Void, I should say. And after all that, no kills. 5 to 4 still.
Fundamentally, Face's Void is just such a hard hero to kill if you can't get that chain lockdown. If Silencer was around earlier, maybe you could have gotten that last word off, gotten the silence off long enough to prevent the time walk, but that was not meant to be. And mind you, this is while Face's Void does not have the Chronosphere. He's going to have it up in a couple of seconds. So if they try for this again, they could just end up getting turned on.
Look at mid lane though, Stinky. Look what's going on here. Raging Potato. Chuan knows about it actually. He has the hook. It just came up. Can he get this kill though? If they can drain enough mana off this Puck, he won't have enough to do anything, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be an easy kill to get. He now also has at least the level 1 phase shift, and Raging Potato will back out. Not interested in contesting, and who's he going for now? It's actually Kangaroo who's being chased up. He does have the RP. He has a skewer. There's the cogs. He's going to have to commit it, and actually, again, Raging Potato. And look at this, the RP, but he still gets it with the battery assault.
Raging Potato, what can you say? He knows he has to get something done, and he's been trying very hard. This time has a lot of success on the Magnus, even holding on to the hookshot too, so really the big playmaker, salvaging this game for his team.
Look at this. He's baiting out Chuan. The hook, is he going to make it? The orb is there. The hook does miss. Good attempt coming out from Raging Potato. Good to see a man that plays the clock and he's not afraid to miss the hook. Just willing to try at the least. And can I just mention, Sneaky, we haven't talked about Kangaroo much at all since the start of the game, but this Magnus not really having the greatest time, but he's almost at his Blink Dagger now. About 100 gold away.
He was really struggling in lane. As we see, does not like that Clockwork matchup. Once Clockwork gets a couple more levels. But Clockwork, now a man's got to do what a man's got to do. He makes the rotations, tries to help out his team, which allows more space for Magnus to catch up. And at the same time, they don't want to leave that free lane with no one farming it. Treant Protector's actually been soaking up all that experience, but there's nothing he can do to slow down Magnus's blink.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Now that he's going to have that blink, I mean, that's when the plays are going to start coming and the draft really gets online. Net, he comes in after the silence, and they will take him out straight away. James couldn't survive it at all. Now Lumic, he's been dusted up, but there's no way to cancel it. No, there is. There's a coil, and if they have a skewer, in fact, they break the coil with it. Double kill for Chuan, and look, it's been said in the chat, Stinky, but I don't think this offlane silencer is working. In fact, hold that thought. Raging Potato comes in. He's got the hook available, looking for somebody. Net, He might be the target here. Battery Assault, not used yet. Burrow Strike out through the trees, but the lift from RR again, and he steals the Burrow Strike, and we've seen this before. Now the Cogs, and there's the RP onto 1, but actually Global Silence as well. Tron's in the middle of all this. Raging Potato, he's got no hook left, but he's going to walk this one off. Tron might actually be in trouble. No, AA Ultimate. Raging Potato gets hit by it. I don't think it's going to matter unless Kangaroo can get at least a Shockwave, and he barely misses. Good dodge from Raging Potato.
Dead. Clockwork 100% if that Shockwave hit.
Exactly right, but a beautiful dodge. And look at this, Tron, not done yet. Wants to go after James. Will let it go afterwards. Doesn't commit the orb. Now the Urn of Shadow is being used. Raging, still chasing. Tron, he's going to get caught. He's silenced up, and that's a massive kill. Mega kill streak given the way of Raging Potato.
A bit of an overextension there, and he realized it halfway through. He blinked in on the silence, and he's like, wait a minute, do I actually want to commit my orb here? He ends up throwing it backwards, but just getting a bit too aggressive there. But we're starting to see a bit of this teamfight lineup come online, and actually, well, starting to see, we're seeing it again. Yeah,
Chrono, Silencer, he's in trouble. Shockwave is coming out. James, he's been blocked off. The stun, though, from Rubik onto 2. It still means James is down, but Rubik is making the plays. He stole the time walk as well. The skill back, the time walk. He gets his mana, he gets his health back, I should say. Kangaroo trying to back off. Lumic helping as much as he can, and they have to give up on him. They can't take out the support Rubik.
And yeah, Silencer kill is nice, but they commit the Chronosphere for that. And sure, they've got this strong mid-game fighting lineup, but Execration, they've got some great players, and Clockwork gonna be trying to show that off again.
Hook, there it is, but he's got the time walk in just a second. The lift is there though. He gets the kill just in time, but the A ultimate connects. Kangaroo, can he get this kill? It maybe not. No, they can. They'll get the Burrow Strike, and it will take him down. X-Nova picks that one up, and they get a return kill, but they lost their Void, which is not the best trade in the world.
Execration. And while all this fighting is going on, while WG, they're like, yeah, we've got this really strong mid-game fighting draft, let's go fight. Where's Silencer? He's just quietly farming away. Nando, finally back in his element. He's had enough of this mid lane puck, and he's working towards that battlefield. Almost has it, in fact, in less than 1,000 gold.
That's going to make all the difference as well. Once he's got that Battle Fury, we know how fast this man farms. And, I mean, he's going to get back into it, probably go to the jungle and get it done. James, as you said, he's back in that mid lane, back in his element. And maybe he can finally farm up that 4-staff. In fact, as I say, that Raging Potato, he's TP'd in. He wants Tron, but Kangaroo's there. He's got the RP available. It looks like one of the others going in. The skewer does miss. Will they go in though? RR, he picks up the Rubik. Now the Global Silence. And I didn't even notice Rubik. He doesn't have a blink. It was a time walk, actually. Never mind.
I was going to say, play there. They get the chain C, and looks like even Rubik's going to be fine because he's still got that stolen time bulk. Just beautiful play, and this is supposed to be when WG Unity are the ones taking fights. That was them initiating this, and it just seems like Execration have got much better control of the flow of this game.
Speaking of which, they're going after Ned at top lane, and they're going to find him with RR again. He's just always in the right spots. Raging Potato and RR, always at the right position to get kills. Every single time, without fail. And they find another one.
That's exactly what they need to do. They're making the space around the map for Nando. He's now got the battle free. He's actually top and last hits.
Look at this, he's found another one.
In net worth.
He's found AA as well. That being said, speaking of puck, Tron's here. Raging Potato, no hook available. He's got 1 charges. Doesn't want to use them though. He'll hold on. He realizes he's pretty much guaranteed to die. And AA for a Clockwork, probably not the best trade in the world, but this is Raging Potato style. He does this a lot.
So kill for kill is not actually worth it, but you have to think about what else they commit on the side of WG Unity. They bring in the Faceless Void, they commit the Dream Coil. These are all very important tools that they want to be using to take the fight to Execration's side. And sure, it's not the best trade for Clockwork, but he's still breaking up this combination that they're so desperately trying to put into play on the side of WG Unity.
Absolutely, and speaking of WG Unity, they're going in. There's the stun, the cold feet, the AA ultimate as well. Lumic, he's going down. The epicenter was thrown at him as well. It's probably worth it at this point. They just need to get some kills on the side of WG Unity and get the snowball going, but I don't know. We talked about this before, but the Battle Fury is now up on Nando, and he's just playing hide and seek right now, just farming.
Exactly, they're getting these kills. They take out the Treant Protector. They're slowly pushing this tower, and they probably will get it, but it's not the fastest tower push, and the whole time, that Treant kill is not an anti-mage kill. It's not a silencer kill. They're still getting things done elsewhere around the map.
Well, they get a tier 1, so some objective-based gaming, but I don't know if it's going to matter. The tier 1 mid is going to be the target of Execration right now. Lumic comes in. Raging Potato, he's in that backline position. So he's ready to hook anyone that tries to TP in to help out. Not to mention he gains that vision. And I have a strange feeling they may let this one go on the side of Warriors Gaming Unity because they maybe can't defend. Although Kangaroo does have the RP, does have the blink. But Raging Potato always in the right position. He's the guy that needs to hook, and he does do it onto Puck. Now the global silence, and they will take him out. He's a big kill, and that confirms the tier 1. 100% guaranteed for the side of Execration. Actually, net. He catches out Lumic. Now the Chrono onto 2. The AA ultimate does connect onto the Treant. They will get the kill, but Rubik, he's stolen the Chrono. There's the RP onto 2. Can he hold them back? No, not quite yet. There's the stun as well. Onto 2. They're going to pull this back, but the Chrono onto 4. It doesn't matter, though. It's too late, and RR, he really couldn't do much about it. He's just going to have to try and get out before he dies, and even then, I don't think... Oh, wait a minute, TP. Lucky bash? No.
Yeah, it was not meant to be. But, yeah. Execration, they got the pick off onto Puck. Very nice usage. Using a lot of their spells, though, importantly, to control him. And they do have to. Puck is such an elusive hero. So, after that, especially the global silence, I feel like they bit off a bit more than they could chew. They take the tier 1, which is great, but losing those couple of kills afterwards was fairly unnecessary. I feel like they could have just backed off, just settled for the tier 1 tower. All the same, though, Silencer, I believe, did get out fine. Anti-Mage got out perfectly fine. He's still down the war path, the farming path, and working towards his next set of items. So I don't think you'll be too upset about that with Execration, but maybe you have to watch out a little bit.
Oh, they find somebody here, Sneaky. Who is it? It's the Void. The A ultimate's gonna connect. No, we'll miss on everybody. And look, like you said, even if they don't find any kills, Nando, he's got the Yasha now as well. He's gonna have the Manta style very soon, almost at the ultimate orb, and I don't know if they can stop him. The Puck silence isn't gonna matter when he's got a Manta style.
Speaking of silences, there is an Orchid for Raging Potato, and we have seen this from him before. In that last game, it actually didn't do all that much, but this time, there's no items to counter it just yet. We've got the Yules on Puck coming out soon, but no Manta Style for Faceless Void, no BKB on anyone really.
Oh, here they go, Net. He's charging up the Epicenter, the stun as well, and Raging Potato, will he go down? No Cogs coming out, he 4-staffs out. He's still alive through this charm. He can't take him out, he's walking out of here. He does go down at the end of the day. The Global Silence comes out as well. SK can't find anybody, Net. He's got the Burrow Strike, will find James. They'll take him out, and the Chrono onto 2. It's beautifully placed, and they'll get a full team wipe. It looks like no. Rubik will back off, but Lumic, he's not going to be so lucky. And yeah, there's not really a way he can walk out of this one, but 4 for nothing, Stinky. Warriors Gaming Unity showing their strength.
Pretty done deal there. Once everyone went down and Treant Protector didn't stand a chance. I'm very surprised that Anti-Mage showed up to that fight. I did not expect him to be there at all. When I saw him blink in on the side, I'm like, what are you doing here? I feel like if they had just let the Clockwork die, they could have bought some time, Treant probably could have gotten out. If everyone at that point just TPs out, they lose the Clockwork, sure, but how significant is that really? Anti-Mage could have been farming the whole time, and instead he eats a Chronos here and goes down to it. I don't like this play coming out from Execration. I feel like they, sort of rolled the dice, and it came out not in their favor, but they could have just completely avoided rolling the dice at all.
Well, that's exactly right. The idea from us was, like you've already said, AM would just go back, he'd just farm, ignore any team fights, and be confident that he can carry the late game. Maybe they thought they had it. Maybe they thought they were strong enough, but now they'll learn probably not the best idea to go up against an RP and a Chrono when they're both up, as well as the Coil. Everything was just available for Warriors Gaming Unity, and I mean, they tried.
Every single one of these Warriors Gaming Unity picks screams team fight. Every single one of their picks, and yet it's Execration who are trying to take the fight against them. And they've got their key items. They've got the Blink Daggers, free Blink Daggers, in fact, for the side of Warriors Gaming Unity. Ancient Apparition working his way towards that Midas. Pretty standard build there, but this is when they really come online. This is where they have all the items they want, and I just feel like it's honestly a bit of a judgment mistake for Execration to try and fight into them. And once again, they've got their ultimates back up. We've got the Chronosphere in a couple of seconds. This time he's got the Mantis Tau for any Orchid shenanigans, any Global Silence shenanigans. They're the ones taking the fight to Execration, and this is what they need to do.
And they're going to find something big here, I feel. Nando. RP. Oh, the blink. Oh, my God. What kind of reaction was that? What kind of reaction was that?
That's not even a react. That's actually impossible. You cannot react to that. Blink has a 0.4 second cast time. RP has a 0.3 second cast time. You cannot react to that. That was just...
How did he...
I don't know. That was just ungodly play. Like, VAC, please.
Oh, and there's the hook. They're going to find him. Who is it? It's actually the Void. Global Silence committed, and they'll take him out. He had no mana left even if he got through the Silence. And this is going to be a tier 1. I'm still confused about what just happened with that blink, but that's going to be... Someone's going to clip that. Somebody clip that damn thing. Put it on Reddit. That's some insane reactions. Net comes in with the Burrow Strike. Now Chuan with the Silence. They have caught up Nando, so he is in a bit of trouble, but he'll blink out of it. Unfortunately, doesn't get the timing right, but regardless, he is out, Nando. He's not coming back in. They'll let Raging Potato die this time around. Meanwhile, to the bot, RR, he's in a bit of trouble. Kangaroo still chasing here. Looks like the Rubik actually managed to steal the AA ultimate right now. Blinks out as well. I didn't even realize he had the dagger. And, oh, bit of a misplay by Net. Doesn't blink in the right direction. And, well, now they've got an AA ultimate on their side as well. On Rubik.
A huge win for Execration. Not only do they get this Faceless Void kill, yeah, he's got the Manta style, yeah, he can get rid of silences, but he doesn't have the mana to do anything once his anti-mage blinks onto him. Great play taking him out. They force out the buyback and all they lose is Raging Potato. And Raging Potato, even in death, he's like, I do what I have to do for my team. And he's the only casualty there. The tier 1 doesn't go down, but you've got an anti-mage, you're perfectly fine with this.
Well, like you said, Raging Potato doesn't really care. He'll throw his life away. He's a potato. And he's angry about it. He doesn't care if he dies. He just wants his team to win. He understands his role very well. While we say that, Nando has got the Manta style now going into the Basher. That's going to be big issues for practically everybody on the side of the Warriors Gaming boys. And
the last thing you want as a Faceless Void is getting bashed just before you time walk out, or a puck getting bashed just before you face shift. This anti-mage is really becoming a problem. Clearly the leader in net worth, and I don't know, Warriors Gaming Unity, they just haven't found the connections.
Well, they found a Chrono. The epicenter was kind of screwed up. Raging Potato again will go down. Nevertheless, again, like you've said, I don't know if it's too big of a deal. Like, whether he really cares or not.
So now they can push into this bottom tower, which is great, but if they do that, they are almost 100% losing structures elsewhere. And if they can't finish a single tower, then Dream Protection is just going to heal them up. We see that in mid lane.
Well, they are pushing that tier 1 top. The bot tower as well, being pushed by Chuan. So that being said, there is a gank rotating to top, and looks like Kangaroo, he realizes it, backs off, but this will mean the tier 1 will drop, and it might even mean a tier 2, because Nando, he's got the Manta. So he pushes very, very fast, and never mind, he'll actually back off. And where's he going? He's going bot. He wants to fight this and defend. He might be able to deny that tower, but no, never mind. Lumik's there. He can heal the tower. No need to even get rid of it.
And this is just the issue that we talked about for the draft coming out from WG Unity. They don't have the best heroes when it comes to taking towers. Yeah, they've got really strong teamfight, but what does it actually mean? Can they actually turn it into objectives? And if they can't, Dream Protector just does Dream Protector things. They really have not been able to find those mid-game teamfights which their draft is designed to take. The only time really when we've seen that successfully is when Execration are the ones taking the fight to them. But Execration, they seem to have learned their lesson. They're playing the map, they're splitting farm, anti-mage doing anti-mage things, and creating pressure elsewhere with all the other heroes, and creating pressure even by dying on Clockwork.
Well, as we say that, they're going for a smoke attempt. They've got ultis up again. I might call this maybe a mistake if they lose this, because Nova is 100 gold away from the Midas. Even less. So if he dies here, I mean, you don't want to die and just delay the Midas even longer, but maybe if they can get the Chrono followed by the Coil RP, this could spell disaster for the side of Execration. They're going to run into Nando. They blinked the wrong way, though. Nando, can he get out? No, Net's there in time. They've got to commit the Chrono here. The Overgrowth's there from Lumic on the bot. He was downhill and he used it. Perfectly played. And it's going to be a failed gank attempt at the least. And looks like Execration, they don't want to bar of it. They back off immediately.
There is still a bit of an opening, however. That was the Global Silence committed to disengage. That was the Overgrowth.
Oh, Raging Potato. He's gone onto the Void. There is a stun from the SK. The coil is onto 3. Raging Potato is in a bit of trouble, but he almost takes on the Void. Now the mana, it doesn't work. He didn't get to take out Nana. Nana will still back off. Meanwhile, Kangaroo, he's being chased up here by Nando. His skewers straight back to him, and they're going to take out the AA at this point. Now, Magnus will not be able to TP out. It's a 3-0. And even with all those ultis, it just did not matter.
I felt like they could have taken that fight. They've still got the Chronosphere, still got the RP, they've still got pretty much everything, but Execration, they get the jump. I did not expect them to go for that play, but Raging Potato, hats off to him once again. Just finding the engagement where I didn't expect it, and I really don't think Warriors Gaming Unity expected it either.
It's just... it felt like they just did not want to pull the trigger. Now, are we going to see a Roche or an Aegis still here? There is a puck in the vicinity. Although he has, but no, he's given up on it. He doesn't want to try.
This is bad. This is very bad for Warriors Gaming Unity. And honestly, I don't think I need to say that, but this is the point where Anti-Mage really hits his stride. We're 30 minutes into the game. He's got his Manta. He's got his Abyssal Blade on top of that Battle Fury, of course, and how do you stop this man, really? They had a timing with, ever since maybe the 15-minute, 20-odd minute mark for Warriors Gaming Unity, they could have just rolled over Execration in team fights, but they just couldn't force it. All they've got to show for all their efforts is this tier 1 tower top. That's it.
And can I just point out, this puck has gone for a Dagon. Now, do you think this is the right choice? I mean, Dagon? I know they want to destroy heroes fast, but I don't know if it's necessary.
Yeah, I honestly don't like that choice. I feel like if they're able to kill heroes, they're going to be killing them regardless of whether Puck has a Dagon. It's just going to be down to whether they land the abilities, whether they find the engagements. A little extra damage here and there is inconsequential compared to all of that. This is a bit of a wild idea, but I almost want to suggest something like a Necrobook, for example, to just push these towers faster if they're able to successfully take a team fight.
On top of that, and I mean, yeah, the Necrobook might be the idea, but Nana went for at level 20, he went for the 300 health talent over the 120 gold. Now, I know they don't want to take this too long, but if they have to, it feels like the 120 gold per min would have been way better to get some farm.
One of the strongest gold talents in the game as we watch the demise of a Train Protector, but not much to say about that really. They didn't commit any cooldowns, but yeah, I don't know. They do have a chance at taking this late, I guess, but it's always risky against that team.
I suppose if you wanted to, like, you need the farm for it. Nando now gets stunned up by Net mid lane. Trying to make an attempt onto Chuan. Nana is there with the Chrono if need be. And Kangaroo, again, these fast actions. And look at Raging Potato on the back lines. Almost killing off the AA. In fact, he does go down due to the Orchid. They will get him a return. The Global Silence committed, though. Are they going to fight this one out? Rubik did steal the Burrow Strike, but will back off. Does not want to commit his life for this. And Raging Potato, again, probably telling his teammate, just get the hell out of there. I'm fine with dying.
No Protector available in that fight. He was, of course, dead, which means no Overgrowth, no Living Armor, so would have been a bit hard for them to take that fight. I feel like committing the Global Silence was a bit of a mistake, and that's one of the best tools that Execration have of turning these teamfights around, so we'll see what Warriors Gaming Unity try to do here.
Oh, what a stun, but there's the RP onto 2. Are they going to pull this off? The core's dropped as well, and they're going to get 2, it looks like. No, in fact, it'll be 3, and the Nando Aegis is gone. Nana, can he hope for a lucky bash? He's got the chrono there. Can they hold him in place? I don't know if they can. Nana's copying a lot of damage. The epicenter, the stun comes in from it. They do take him out. Now, they're going to take out James as well. This is actually great for Warriors Gaming, and they actually found out RR as well. And RR, as good as he is with the Rubik, he's going to have to back out. And Chuan, he's not going to give up on this. He keeps chasing. The orb is following, but that'll be it. And, I mean, that's when it works. That combination, the Wombo combo, came out, and it worked perfectly.
No combo breaker either for Execration. They didn't have the global silence. They didn't have the Train Protector ultimate. If they had just not used the global silence to try and save Raging Potato, they would have had a shot at taking that team fight.
Oh, Raging Potato, the hook. Oh my goodness, and he gets caught out net. No, wait a minute, Rubik's here. He's got the Burrow Strike. Can he take somebody out? The Fade Bolt as well. This man's got to play like a god right now. The lift is coming out. He's trying his best. He's got the Shrine there. He's going to delay this. He's got the stun as well. He's going to get the Void. No, he doesn't. The Fade Bolt wasn't available. It was a very good attempt, though.
Yeah, playing like a god, but even gods must fall. And all of a sudden, that's a huge lead, at least in momentum, for Warriors Community.
Well,
the whole game was... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, very ironically, Mazakar just said in chat, Execration's got this. And obviously they haven't caught up with the delay, but this is, I mean, I think the chat's going to be slightly surprised in a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, who would imagine? That was an Aegis anti-mage. He was, you know, this is pretty much anti-mage's peak. When you've got your Battle Free, your Manta Style, your Abyssal Blade, that's as strong as anti-mage gets, but just the cooldowns, the engagements, really working in favor of Warriors Gaming Unity, and they take that win by storm.
Well, like you said, Nanda is pretty much at his peak, but apparently, if the combo hits, it doesn't matter how much of a peak he's at. Net, he finds himself Raging Potato, but there's nobody around to help out. So Raging Potato will be able to back off. Actually, never mind, he goes for the fight. Orchid is there. Hook as well. He might actually be able to take out Ned, and I think maybe, no, not quite enough to earn. He's going to keep going here. The call committed for it. He'll get the SK now. Can he back off? The A ultimate comes in. Raging Potato, we know he's a god on the clockwork, and he's just going to walk it so far. And I think he's actually survived it. He's literally just walked out casually.
Defiance did him a lot of favors. Popped it 300, completely negating the Ice Blast, negating a lot of the damage coming out from the Sand and Puck, and walks that one off. I mean, back out? This guy's Raging Potato. Who are we kidding?
Well, as we say that, top lane could be ganked up. Nana, he's got the chrono there, but there's a smoked Rubik and AM. If they drain the mana, they've got to wait for the lift. There it is. The mana's gone. There's no time walk available. There's no chrono available. And Nana, he's got the BKB. Actually, he tread switches and wands, and he gets it. Oh, the bash from Nando. He'll get it off. Now the global silence. No time walk available. Can they get this kill? It's going to be massive if they can. Who is that trying to help out? Kangaroo. No RP committed quite yet. Now he does. Onto 2, and Void still dies at the end of the day. The Arcane Curse of all things takes him out. Now RR still chasing the BKB though on Kangaroo. Now the root from James. The A ultimate comes in, but there's no backup here. RR will cop it. Half HP, but 2 down. 2 big cores down.
Beautiful play coming out there from Execration. Faceless Void nearly got away thanks to his Manta, BKB, and Stick. So very hard to do, but he did get out initially. But at the end of the day, how do you deal with an anti-mage when he's got an Abyssal Blade and a BKB?
Oh, they're going to go fight net, stun the cold feed as well, and they're going to give up on that push. The buybacks is really all they wanted. So they got the Void to buy back, and this will pretty much probably be the time where they'll just wait out the Roshan, which apparently may respawn in about 30 seconds or so. And then, you know, that's when they make the push. No buyback on Void available.
Very wise there from Execration to back off. They had a DD on Anti-Mage, which is great, but no BKB, and he really needs that BKB to be useful in team fights reliably. Like you say, Roshan can be up soon, but this is where we have to see, you know, who is able to take the upper hand, because fighting around Roshan can be very dangerous if you're Execration.
Well, it is going to be dangerous indeed. If they can pull off one of those wombo combos again, it could spell disaster. I also just had a tweet I'd like to say. Lumic's actual name is Kumil. how to pronounce that, which is a bit embarrassing. But yeah, we're probably just going to call him Lumik just because we're already in the game. And obviously I can't pronounce the other name. But maybe we'll sort it out after this game. But thank you for the tweet. Yeah. Sticking around here, Sneaky. Execration, obviously very confident to keep farming. They've almost got a Hex available on Silencer as well. So maybe they'll just wait that out. They'll go for the Roshan, which is up. It's an early Roshan. And that could spell the end of this side of Warriors Gaming. In fact, they go for a smoke. They're kind of pinging out the Roche pit. They're pinging out around the area. But I suppose when they spot it out, this could be time for them to go.
So, they know that Roshan's up. And they will start it up. The question is, what do Warriors Gaming Unity know? Because if they want to take this fight, they could. They definitely could. They got all their ultimates up. They've got the BKBs. They've got pretty much all they need. And now they've got the scan, but it's just a bit too late. Roshan is already dead.
Well, they didn't even make the attempt. They, I mean, by the time they probably thought maybe they could be there, it was just too far gone. And, you know, like you said, the Shrine was there to TP on, but not going to be the case for the side of Warriors Gaming at this point. They're going to have to try and defend the high ground. That's going to be the go-to, I feel. Silencer isn't...
Do have to remember, Faceless Fleet does not have buyback. And perhaps that
well,
played
absolutely.
into their decision.
That's a good point, actually, because if he died there, then GG, practically. That being said, he still won't have buyback. In fact, we'll bring up the buyback statuses. The only people that have buyback is Anti-Mage and AA at this point. Everyone else doesn't have enough gold. So, assuming they push right now, nobody has the gold to buy back, apart from Anti-Mage, AA, and Rubik now. Nando, is he going to give up? It looks like he'll back off for the time being.
Always a risk trying to fight into the enemy base, especially when they've got this scary wombo combo. And, you know, they've got decent heroes on the side of Warriors Gaming Unity to just drag this one out. The Puck can clear waves, Magnus can clear waves, they can even drop an AA ultimate if they really have to. So, Execration, they're going to take this one slow, starve out Warriors Gaming Unity, find farm around the map. One thing that they do have to watch out for is a potential smoke play coming out. So we've seen this from them before to moderate success, and they are actually starting to make a move. There's not that much aggressive vision here from Execration, so they're not potentially 100% aware of this movement, and they don't really have that many wards. Do they even have a gem?
Doesn't look that way, actually. I don't think they do. No, they don't.
And no gem on either of these teams. I feel like if they really want to have the success with their map movements, they need to get a gem, and they need to get map control. They need to deward.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, AA could pick one up right now, but he's going for an Aghanim Scepter, so Nova not really seeing the benefit in it, or maybe his team's just saying not yet. Like maybe they think they can just defend the high ground for the time being and then push it back later, but that net worth is going to keep creeping up. It's currently at 8k for the side of Execration.
You still have to think though, going later on, does net worth even mean that much? Anti-Mage, he's pretty much kitted out. He's in fact replaced his power treads with a butterfly sporting that Aegis, so going bootsless for now. He's just about as strong as he can get. He's got obviously some more room for growth. Can do things like buying gems for his team, can get the moon shard, but whenever you go late game, it's always a very scary thing. And against all the team fight, Execration, I feel they can't rest on their laurels quite yet. Still have to watch out and respect the lineup that WG Unity have drafted.
On the absolute bright side on that note though, Nando with that butterfly, even though obviously it's going to offer the evade, which is going to make it that much harder for Nana to try and hit him, they do have that Dagon on Puck, so maybe that Dagon will pay off a bit. Not to mention the AA ultimate, of course, especially if they get the Aghanim Scepter on him. That could make all the difference against this anti-mage, and this is a smoke potential here, it looks like. They're just waiting to make sure that there's no wards around the area on the high ground. In fact, Chuan, he has picked up that gem now. So they are aware of the warding, if there is any. Although, Execration are the ones who are sneaking around the area with smoke. Could be dangerous, Stinky.
They're feeling the pressure. They won't have the Aegis for too much longer. If there's around a minute and a bit left on it, then I feel like if they don't get something done with this Aegis, and the farming game does play out further.
Oh, there's the hook, there's the hook. Raging Potato, he does miss. Cold Feet comes out, and I mean, you could
not have the Aghanim Scepter, mind you, so that is a significant cooldown. They will pretty much not have a hook before this Aegis expires, and that's bad for Execration. They did pretty much nothing with this Aegis. They could not breach high ground. They took a tier 2, I think, and that's just about it.
Dire's bottom tower.
Not good news for the side of Execration.
I mean, obviously, it's not terrible for them. They're still up 10,000. They've got a late game anti-mage, but feeling a bit uncertain at this point. And here we go. This is that smoke gank that we're talking about now, backed up with that gem. They know the Aegis is expiring soon, and they're looking to take the fight to Execration.
If they can get Nando, they might be able to force a buyback. Net is around the area. They've got to combo so well, though, and Nando being very maybe lucky, or maybe he's got some good game senses, but they miss out. They were a bit too late. I don't know if they committed a scan. It didn't look like it, and unfortunately for them, they miss out on the Nando kill.
It would have been a hard kill, regardless. You know, as you're saying, great game sense from Nando too, but he still had the Aegis for around about 10 seconds. It's gone now, but the timing perhaps not quite there for the side of Warriors Gaming Unity. But yeah, talking about game sense, that blink earlier, I'm fairly certain he knew what was up. There was no way you can react to a blink RP from a Magnus, and he was smoked, so there was no way he was seen. So just amazing play coming out from Nando, and he's turned that into a great lead for himself. He's actually sitting at 31,000 net worth. The next highest for anyone is Faceless Void, sitting at less than 20, so more than a 50% lead on this Faceless Void, which is pretty impressive, to say the least.
Absolutely. It really, really is. That being said, Warriors Gaming Unity, they're not out of it yet. They've still got plenty of potential. They've still got all these wombo combos. All these ultimates are useful to the late game. There is literally no ultimate that on the team of Warriors Gaming Unity that are not useful at any stage of the game. So they're still in the game, at the least. But James, he's very farm now. He's got a Hex as well. That's going to be very painful for the side of Execration. We've obviously already seen Nando. He's 6-slotted at this point. Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be very, very hard for the side of Warriors Gaming to hit the perfect ultis.
Well, one thing is certain, if they do manage to hit it, it will be glorious.
Oh, it really will be. And Raging Potato again on the front lines. He's looking for somebody, but they know he's there. They've got that Observer Ward up, and maybe they could bait it out. Raging Potato.
They do have a gem this time round, but RR doesn't quite catch it. And
they found him. They found him, and he goes down. And like I just said, I mean, he kind of baiting it out. He sticks around the area, hoping to find a pick-off. And maybe now again the high ground has been delayed. In fact, they're going to keep going. It looks like. Never mind. There is a blink back and a TP straight away, but my goodness, things are getting a bit scary.
They got that gem in range to get rid of that ward, and Raging Potato, he's like, yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm a clockwork, this has worked out great for me in the past, this is a nice position, but this time, gets spotted out, gets punished, and importantly, no significant cooldowns committed. So this is sort of the point in the game where net worth starts to lose its meaning. Things like cooldowns, buybacks start taking over. So for now, both teams holding on, but with that clockwork kill, that's a slight advantage. At least in the moment, tipping towards the side of Warriors Gaming.
See what they're doing. There's a fight here. Lumic gets caught out. There goes the A ultimate. The stun as well. Net will go down.
Wow.
Good little kill from Warriors Gaming.
Now Clockwork's dead. When he respawns, Train Protector is going to be dead. It's hard for them to fight without all their heroes. And that's a concern. They can't break high ground. They really don't have the best heroes for it, and even if they did, are they actually able to take a team fight on the enemy high ground? Execration, it feels like they've almost missed their timing. So we obviously had this initial timing coming out, you know, with the mid-game team fights for Warriors Gaming Unity, but now scaling into the late game, they're still the ones with the team fight advantage. And team fights, cooldowns, buybacks, things like that, as we're saying, they mean a lot.
They mean a hell of a lot, and you know, Stinky, this is very interesting because as much as I want to say Execration has got this in the bag, it just doesn't feel that way. It feels like they're more scared than the Warriors Gaming boys are.
And they should be. Fighting in Magnus, Faceless Void, King Puck. These are heroes who can really ruin your day. And there's a lot of defensive items on the side of Warriors Gaming Unity as well. There's the Mask of Madness for Faceless Void. That's actually just about the only offensive item he's running. He's got the Mantis-style Black King Bar and Lincoln Sphere to deal with any aggression, so it's just so hard for them to get the jump on him.
Look at this top lane. Nando gets caught in the chrono, but all the misses, the A ultimate, the Epicenter is being charged up to stun. Is it there? Yes, it is! They've caught him out! I think he's dead here. The coil, no, the BKB. He gets out. They're going to keep chasing though. Nana. Oh my god, and Raging Potato stops it. He says, get the hell out of here. He'll give his life away again. In fact, he'll delay it a bit. Just for the fun of it. He silences him up. He's going to actually fight SK. And he might actually take him down. That's the funniest part. No, he won't, but my god, that was close.
So, I want to point out what I feel is perhaps a mistake here from Nando. He TP'd back to base after getting out of that fight. I feel like if he had just TP'd to the bottom shrine, could have popped the shrine, could have healed up, and could have gotten right back to split pushing. He's going to be doing a bit of that now. I say split pushing, split farming, and Ancient Apparition. Goodbye AA.
Oh wait, they're going to keep going here. They're going to keep going. They found more. They lifted up the Void, and he has no chrono available. The Overgrowth as well. The BKB, the Global Silence, the RP Kangaroo. He used it. He missed everyone. Lumik, he's still there as well. He's going to survive through this, it looks like. And Nana, he's trying his best. The stun from Ned onto 2, my god. And oh, there's the coil onto 2 as well. James is still alive through all this. Kangaroo, can he back out? Doesn't look like he can. The root was there. He's trying his best, but there's no mana available. And it looks like Warriors Gaming, they may have potentially lost at least to tier 3 here. AA, he's down for 30 seconds. Kangaroo may have to buy back, but RP's down. There's nothing they can do about this, I don't feel.
This is really the opening that Execration were looking for. Like we were saying, pretty much nothing except for cooldowns and buybacks means anything. And they forced out the cooldowns earlier, and now we'll see if they can force out the buybacks as well.
Oh, look at Rubik, my god, this man. He gets caught out. Can he get out? No, he actually can. And now they've caught out the Void, and this is going to be GG if he gets caught out. He has the chrono available, but no mana for it now. SK, he'll be the one to get caught out, and this is one Rax gone. Net, he'll buy back immediately. Doesn't want to waste any time. Chuan, can they at least get James? The cold feet, the stun comes out from Net. Lumik is still there, though, with the heal, and they can't take out this damn silencer. Nana, he'll be there, though. James will lose his life. That being said, Raging Potato still going. SK, he goes down at his own pace. Nana, though, he takes out another, and he's going to keep going. He's going to try and get Raging Potato now. They will have to back off. It's a 2 for 2 at this point. This is practically a win for his gaming, except the Anti-Mage gets a second Rax. Chrono is there. Can they hold him in place? The cold feet, the stun from Raging Potato, but it won't help. Anti-Mage goes down. That's a big kill, but 2 Rax have been lost here. Can they get Raging Potato? This could mean the difference, because they might be able to push here. Raging, he 4-staffs up. The hook is available in 10 seconds right now. He's juking around. Raging, can he do it? The rocket comes out. He's got 5 seconds. The cold feet will be escaped. He's still going through the trees here. And no, it was almost in time, but just couldn't make it. And 4 for 1. Well, I mean, unless you count the buybacks, but they've lost 2 melee Raxes.
And very significant Raxes, both in the side lanes. Those are going to be pushing in the whole time. Warriors Gaming, they need to get something done now. Great job from Raging Potato, just buying so much time in the end, delaying whatever Warriors Gaming go for. They could use a Roshan, they could use a tower. They're going to be TPing out to Roshan now, and they need to get this. They actually absolutely need to get this. The question is going to be whether or not Execration try to fight this. Silencer's actually up in 10 seconds, and if they want to, they can buy back on the Anti-Mage as well. I feel like they probably could just let this one go, but you know, they're in a pretty comfortable position with these Raxes down. They can just wait out this next stage, just dodge team fights and hold their high ground, and if they're successful in doing that in Execration, they'll set themselves up to take things in the later game. They're struggling earlier, as we were pointing out, but just not having the cooldowns to defend really hurt. And although you get the Aegis on the side of Warrior Games Unity, it's Execration who hold a couple more cards.
Well, look at this though, Stinky. We didn't mention this before, but Nana has actually got an MKB now. And so Anti-Mage is going to get hit, and when you add that Empower, look at his attack, 500. he's hitting for. Over 500, I should say. That is pretty crazy. When you add the Manta style as well, it's going to be in bad news if Anti-Mage gets called out solo on the Chrono even. Because they're just going to be able to take him out with the Void now.
And this is where buybacks are very important too, but...
And they've caught out Raging. They've caught out Raging bot lane. Oh, he gets away. No, the coil's there. They get the stun, and this is going to look bad for Raging, but he does go down. He has the buyback. Lumic will be the next target, but he blinks out. So they could at least force a buyback maybe from the clockwork.
Though, look where Nando is.
Nando. Yeah, he's going to start creep skipping, it looks like. And this is probably the best thing he can do right now. Doesn't want to engage with the whole team of WG Unity. Because if he does and he gets stuck in the Chrono, he already knows he's probably going to die. This is, I mean, this game's getting very intense. Now, he's taking out that tier 1 now. At the very least, gives him a bit of gold. Oh, Rubik misses the lift. Anti-Mage, Mana Void almost coming out. He wants to get somebody. There needs to be some kind of punishment here from the side of Execration. Void shows himself. Oh, can he cancel it? No. Yes, he can. He does cancel it indeed. And Nana. No, there's a stun. It was actually a bait. RR's there, though. The Burrow Strike. This is a man fight. But the Global Silence is there. The Aegis is gone on Void. He has the Chrono available, I believe. So he can go again. And in fact, Willie, he needs a big Chrono. He's been lifted, though. And he's going to get taken down. He's got the buyback available. But this is not good news. And there's the hook from Raging Potato. AA's down. And now Sand King's down as well. Raging Potato is still there. And it's 5 versus 2 right now. The buyback is available on Void, but
he might this could be it. Now there is no way they're going to hold if he does not buy back. And,
yeah, but what can he actually do even if he does?
Prey on a huge Chronos Hero RP, and we're talking about the anti-mage game when you have to watch out for that team fight.
Uh-oh. SK almost gets taken down as well. Oh, wait a minute. There's the RP on Anti-Mage now. The skewer back, the Chrono not connecting yet. There's the overgrowth from Lumic, and are they going to keep going here? Void. Oh, the RP was stolen from... Oh, no! And there's a second RP from Kangaroo, but it doesn't matter. This is going to be GG. I think he's going down here, Kangaroo. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't. They're going to get big creeps. Chuan trying his best. He's praying here. He's going to get something going, but the root's there, and he's been stuck with the Abyssal. He goes down, the buyback, but Raging Potato, he holds them back. Kangaroo can't do anything here. Chuan has to help him out, and Raging Potato, he's just going to delay them as much as he can, but Nando's taken out the mid racks completely, and they'll just go take out the surrounding racks. In fact, never mind, they're already gone. Another hook shot. Where the hell is Raging Potato going? It doesn't matter. The tier 3s, or tier 4s, I should say, are going down, and I think this is GG. Even the Mana Boy has a celebration. The skewer back. Now Net with the double stun. Nova as well with the ulti, but it just doesn't matter. The clockwork drops. James, cheese used on the park. Chuan, can he get something happening? Nando about to drop from the AA ultimate if he's not careful. He does blink out. Net gets a stun on James as well. Can they get at least James? Yes, they can. AA. Oh, wait a minute. Did they get the AM? No, they didn't. Mega creeps.
That's a hold. Barely. Perhaps Execration. Some premature celebration there, but they've got the Mega creeps, and that's pretty much all they wanted. Faceless Void die back for him. Both RPs committed. I mean, a third RP even stolen, securing that team fight as it came out onto Nana there. But Execration, they're in a good position. I mean, a very good position, in fact. And, you know, I was talking about this earlier, Silencer, he started to come online. He's one of those heroes who, sort of, in the early mid-game, really doesn't offer too much other than his spells, like Global Silence obviously being a big one, but now he's got an Aghanim Scepter. He's on top of the Hex, and the Hex we talked about earlier, it's very clearly one of the strongest late game items. But that Aghanim Scepter on Silencer does so much. You can kill people even through BKB, and it does double damage while they're silenced. It's kind of ridiculous.
It really does. Can they defend these mega creeps and make a push? Stingy, is it possible? I mean, they've got the Empower, I guess.
Yeah, they can hold on, but holding on isn't what they need to win games. They've got good heroes for it, like you say, the Empower being one of the big factors in holding mega creeps, but they still need to win a team fight. And even if they win a team fight, there's still buybacks to think about. If they're the ones being forced to buy back, they don't even have that many of them to go. Thankfully, they will have some big ultimates. Refresher Orb for Magnus up in 30 seconds or so. They do have the Chronos here at the ready. It's just a matter of landing them. Because even if they are able to successfully take a team fight, they have to do the same on the other side of the map. That's where the real challenge lies.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see what happens here. Nando, he's got an Eye of Skadi now. I mean, you said it before as well, but maybe they celebrated a bit too fast. Because Warriors Gaming, they're not interested in giving up here, which is absolutely fair enough. Because this is obviously a spot for the regionals. Get to the semis after this game. Execration, though, maybe getting a bit too confident because the wombo combos are still there. They can still do it.
And we've all seen this situation before. We've all been in this situation before. You're very clearly up in some sense. You've got mega creeps, but can you really take that final team fight to finish the deal, put that final nail in the coffin, and move on to the semifinals? Actually, neither team, they do not want to go out. That is for sure. They've made it this far. They are 2 games away from getting a spot in the regional qualifiers after this one, if they can just take it, close it out.
Yeah, well, there's absolutely, yeah, nobody wants to lose, but only one can win. Semi-finals will be very soon, but we're about to hit the 1 hour mark, and they want to smoke up. They've had enough of this game. They know they've practically got it in the bag. It's going to be very hard for WG to win, even if they get everything they need to push past Megas. Not going to be easy, but they can still do it. Nana, he's the man to watch here, as well as Kangaroo. Obviously, with the RPs, he's got the double RP with the refresher. They do jump in the RP from Rubik, and they get 2. And now Void, he's going to go down. It looks like no, not quite yet. The BKB is there. Overgrowth as well. Where the hell is this Magnus? He actually ended up dropping the RP. There's none still. He hasn't thrown it out, and I think this is GG well played. They've lost everything.
Execration, doing what they need to do. They get the jump, they take out the Void, they take out the team fight. Now the RP in return, refresher are available too. He's
double
RP
RP
them inside the fountain, but
and skewer them back, but it's not really going to matter. Raging Potato comes in and says, "I'll join in." There's no worries there, and Nana's had enough.
If you're inviting us to a party in your fountain, we'll party with you.
Well, they do indeed a full team wipe. We are going into the semi-finals. It is Michael Phoenix and Stinky Pie, guys. We're going to try and get into the lobby as fast as we can, assuming it's up. Give us a couple minutes. I'll give you guys an update as to what's going on with the next game. In fact, it's already up. Let's go.
against Execration, one thing which has stood out to me from their previous games is they really like their team fighting. And Execration, they've just come off the back of a game against Warriors Gaming Unity, where Warriors Gaming Unity went for a very team fight heavy draft, and Execration handled that beautifully. So maybe we'll see something like that in game, well, in the semifinals.
10 seconds remaining.
But both teams seem to have done their research here to be or not to be banning out the Clockwork and the Nyx Assassin. We've seen a lot of people ban out the Nyx Assassin against Execration, but not so much the Clockwork, which has had an amazing performance here for Execration in these open qualifiers.
Dire team pick. Execration's turn to pick. Execration's turn to pick.
Well, Night Stalker being picked up here right off the bat for to be or not to be. Almost want to say I'm surprised that the Night Stalker even made it through, because we've seen that hero get banned out quite a lot. Obviously, has been nerfed since his dominance a couple of patches ago, but still that scary vision controlling hero, that scary early mid-game roamer. But to match that early aggression, Execration have gone for the Tusk. And Lumic, as we all know, a great Tusk player.
Dire team pick.
Nevertheless, you were saying there's an Ursa Tusker and a Night Stalker coming out.
Looks to be a very early game action-packed draft from both these teams. Night Stalkers are saying great early game hero, Tusk, similar story there, and for the Ursa too. So both these teams going to be fighting Tooth, Nail, Claw, and Punch early on. Okay.
Execration's turn to ban.
Huh. So they've picked the Bat Rider into the Ursa, and Bat Rider, one of those heroes who can be very mobile, who can fly around, kite an Ursa, but at the same time, they need to be able to take the Ursa down if they ever want to lasso him. And, you know, once Ursa gets an Aghanim Scepter, he's a very hard target to lock down. So there's a bit of an interesting matchup there. What this does mean for to be or not to be, however, is that they have very good vision control. The Night Stalker, we already don't need to talk about, one of the best heroes when it comes to controlling vision. But the Bat Rider there, too, can be providing a lot of that. So to be or not to be, they've already set themselves up for a very interesting draft. And you know, we'll see if they can actually turn that vision control into sort of mid-late game team fights and pickoffs.
Reserve time.
So sometimes you can get a gem, get some D words out, and that helps you with it. And we saw Execration, they had a gem actually, but they couldn't quite find all the words, which did end up in a pickoff onto Raging Potato at some point. The problem is, how do you stop a Night Stalker from having his vision superiority? Especially once he gets his Aghanim Scepter, he's just going to be seeing everything, and doesn't even need the Aghanim Scepter to be that effective. With that recent change to Hunter in the night, you can just jump in the air, fly around, and scout things out that way too.
Dire team ban.
I thought it was, oh hold on, Lumic, what's his name again?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
It's a strong setup for them. Obviously, they're very confident in their Tusk. They first picked it, for crying out loud, and surely that means something for them here. Last we saw their Tusk, it was picked up with a Rubik. Maybe we'll see that Rubik come out. It's another nice early game hero, but would mean that they're very single target as far as both their damage and control goes. That's true of both teams, actually. To be or not to be actually going against my expectations, they've gone for a lot of pickoff and single target control here, so was expecting to see some team fight out of them. Not necessarily the case just yet.
Do you think it's a problem that there's a Chinese team playing in the Sea Open qualifiers? Is this an issue? I mean, they're here, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're here, I guess, and to be fair, it's not easy to make it to this stage. I feel like if you've got what it takes, you're going to get there regardless. And yeah, there's a bit of a debate potentially as to whether they should be playing in C qualifiers, but they've proven themselves so far. They're here in the semifinals and looking to move on to the grand finals if they can actually take down Execration.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to bring it up as in, you know, there's any racial thing. Everyone should just play in whatever qualifiers they want, considering, of course, you're going to suffer from ping. So who cares? But yeah, just thought I'd ask. I think someone in chat asked that. And there's the Oracle again after the Disruptor pickup. We know the Oracle is a very, very strong pickup for Execration. How are you feeling so far about this Execration draft?
They've got the answers to some of what to be or not to be have. Oracle, obviously a great hero against the Batrider, and we're talking about Ursa once he picks up an axe. Great hero to have against the Batrider there too. But at the same time, to be or not to be, they're starting to pick up some team fight here. They've got the Disruptor, they've now got the Queen of Pain, and really it's only Puck as the answer for Execration in that regard.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked about how dangerous this Vision game is going to be. Now a Quab comes out. I don't know how I feel about these, because I'm worried about that Oracle. I'm very worried about that Oracle, for to be or not to be. But then again, to be or not to be, I'm worried about how much vision they have. Disruptor's obviously very good against the Puck with the ulti, as we've spoken about. This is concerning, and if it's a Quap versus Puck line mid matchup, I feel like the Quap would have a much easier time. Like, it should be a sure win for the Puck. But we're not 100% sure what's going on yet.
I'm actually wondering if it will be a mid Puck. I'm thinking that Execration could put the Puck in the off lane. Maybe go for something like an OD, perhaps.
10 seconds remaining.
But no, I'm just spitballing here. We'll have to see. There's plenty of options so far.
Hello. Very fast kind of lineup I'm seeing.
No hesitation there. They really come online on the side of to be or not to be round about that mid game, and the Batrider, once he gets a couple of items, that Blink Dagger especially, Disruptor once he gets his levels, Queen of Pain, maybe an Orchid to try and take out this Oracle or Puck early on. If they're able to just win team fights and storm on forward, they've got the Troll Warlord to take structures, and that was an issue that we saw from the last WG Unity draft actually, which Execration took down with some trouble, but they didn't have a good tower hitter in that game. This time, to be or not to be, do have one. So Execration cannot afford to lose team fights.
No, absolutely not. If they do, like you said, Troll, gonna use Battle Trance. Tower's going to go bye-bye about as fast as a snowball in a microwave, and things are going to turn out bad for the side of Execration. And to go further on your point here, last game, they had a late-game hero in the anti-mage. This game, they currently don't.
Right, which is why I'm wondering if they want to pick up something like an OD in the mid lane, if they actually want to put this Puck in the mid lane, because if they put the Puck in the mid lane, yeah, that hero does somewhat scale, but that would mean they have to put someone in the off lane, and off laners, just as a general rule of thumb, don't necessarily offer that hard scaling, hard hitting, right clicking potential. So Execration, they're going to have to think long and hard about this. They do have a fair chunk of reserve time left, but they're going to have to make their decision at some point.
Would it be a bit obnoxious to say I would like to see a Windrunner? I think it would work. Do you think it would work here? A Windrunner offlane?
Potentially, but at the same time, I feel like to be or not to be, they've got some decent heroes to try and counter Windrunner offlane. There's the Disruptor, the Night Stalker. These are heroes who have got some, not necessarily hard stuns, but some strong ways to catch out a Windrunner. So, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
10 seconds.
Well, I mean, look, this is why you're the analyst and I'm the play-by-play, because I have absolutely no idea. There's a lifestealer. Of course we should have expected the lifestealer. Of course we should have. Nando's is absolute pro at it.
Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. So it is potentially going to be an offlane puck. They've got the Ursa, the puck, and the lifestealer. One of these heroes is going to have to go offlane. But from what I've seen from Execration in the past, they're not afraid to actually run an aggro tri-lane. So Ursa or Lifestealer, I think, could do decently. I think Ursa is the hero I'd rather see in an aggro tri-lane. Maybe Execration are going for that sort of setup.
Ten seconds remaining.
Well.
5 seconds remaining.
So, us Australians, Stinky, we show up everywhere. You can't get rid of us. We'll be there somehow. And
if to be or not to be, take this game actually could see a China versus Australia Grand Finals here in the Southeast Asia bracket. Who knows?
Could be an absolute war. And when I say Australian, I mean there's one player that's Australian in the team. But obviously, being that our scene is tiny, I've got to take that as an Australian team. So we'll see how this goes. We're into the game. Straight away we pause.
Oh, that's a hard question. I mean, any team could really take this, I think. Both sides have got very good early mid-game fighting heroes, and they're just going to be battling out left, right, and center. Something which is worth pointing out, actually, is that both these teams do have heroes which do tend to snowball. Obviously, Tusk doing plenty of snowballing himself, but with heroes like the Ursa and the Troll Warlord, if you can take a team fight convincingly, and if you're in position, could just take Roshan fairly quickly and could lead to bigger and better things further on.
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point. So both teams, they do have the potential to take the game. A lot of pressure. It is less than it was before.
Yeah. In some sense, definitely. You've got more time to feel out your opponents, adapt to their play styles, and generally, as a rule of thumb, best of threes and longer series tend to favor the more solid team. But it's going to be hard to say, really, who's the more solid team in this case.
We honestly can't pick it. Obviously, we've been watching Execration a lot. We know what their style is, and we know they're an extremely good team. Quite frankly, I'm surprised they weren't just invited to the regionals, because they're showing why they should have been. But then again, to be or not to be, they have made it this far. We don't know much about them, but the Chinese can surprise you, and this is C versus China right now. Very intrigued, and anyone in the chat, give us your predictions right now. While we're waiting, literally just type your prediction. Who's going to win the game? We may as well just all, join in and have a bit of fun. I personally think I'm a bit scared for Execration here. I think that to be or not to be might have a chance.
You never know, really. Anything can happen. And we've seen a lot of mad things in the past few days. What is mad, though? There is one player in this game who does not have that Golden Champions trophy as an effigy. So, yeah. Not good. Very disappointing.
That's very embarrassing. We'll point it out for the world to see. Very embarrassing indeed. He should probably be ashamed of himself at this point, and I'm not sure if that deserves a regional qualifier spot.
Hopefully he'll redeem himself, whoever it is, through his play.
We'll find out. Obviously, we don't mean to pick on him. I'm sure he's an extremely good player. Maybe didn't have time to play Champions Cup or Battle Cup. Like, kind of like me. I didn't have time either, but regardless. Ursa's back. Raging Potato is actually playing the Ursa, which is rather surprising, but let us go through the draft, Stinky. I'll go through the rating this time. You go through the dice. So, Raging Potato will be on that Ursa, which is rather strange, but he is. We have Nando, of course, on the lifestealer. No surprises there. We have James on the puck. We have Kimwell will be playing the Tusker. And finally, we have RR. He's playing the Oracle. And the Dire, if you could, please.
On the side of the Dire, we've got the Queen of Pain being played by YRG. TOT, taking the virtual world. Let's just call him Newbie. Or Noob. Longbi playing the Disruptor. Sai on the Batrider. And LWY playing the Night Stalker. Interestingly enough, it's actually an offlane Night Stalker.
That is, it allows him to get very fast XP, I suppose, but then again, if he wants to go for the gank at night, I mean, it's going to be obvious, like, that he's gone. So, I don't know, I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused like you are. Nevertheless, look at this. Smoke rotation coming in straight away. Stinky. Raging Potato. This man loves to roam and he's going to get started straight away. He's going long B. There is the Ice Shards. Can they get enough damage though? The Purge is coming in from Oracle to hold him in place and he's been rooted. Long B, he's going down. Yep, RR will pick it up. That'll be first blood going to the way of Execration.
And this is what we expected from them. Very early aggression. They do seem to be running this aggro tri-lane with Raging Potato there in the off lane. And once they picked up that lifestealer, that was sort of what we expected. So yeah, they're off to a good start in this tri-lane, and maybe they can turn this into a further lead.
We'll have to find out very, very soon, but Execration, not really, they haven't been the ones in the past couple games to get these kind of leads going. Usually they've been the ones giving away a couple kills before they get started, but this time around, they get a first blood. Sai, he'll be sticking around as the Batrider on the safe lane, which we discussed. It's kind of strange that the Night Stalker is on the off lane, and we see the Batrider as a position 4, I suppose, on the safe lane. Bit of a strange thing going on here, but I'm not sure about this.
I feel like it's a decent adaptation, or you know, whether it's an adaptation or whether they planned this from the start, we don't know. But I feel like this should work out decently for them. Batrider as a support is definitely a bit strange, but it's not unheard of, and it is fairly strong in the lane, as we see now spamming out that sticky napalm. Whereas, for example, Night Stalker, especially after the nerfs to Void and the slow duration on it, really does not do that well in this kind of lane. So I do like it. It is strange, but I feel like it's working out for them.
Well, as you say that, Sai, he's going to get caught out, the Ice Shards. Oh, God, this castle, it's happened every time. Actually, never mind, he gets away. The slow from the troll axes, and look, mid lane, YRG almost takes down James. In fact, the poison will still tick out. That Shadow Strike, going to be very annoying for James, and he's forced back. No, never mind, he's got a salve, but things are getting very shaky for the side of Execration.
I don't know how a puck got shadow struck by a Queen of Pain. It's a fairly straightforward thing to dodge with a phase shift, but wasn't really keeping an eye on that. That does mean that YRG takes the upper hand in this lane for now, and doubling up in terms of both last hits and denies. Although James, we know he's a solid mid player, and he's got a lot of creeps pushing under his tower now. Should be able to find more farm.
Absolutely, we've seen him so many times now, and unlike last game, he's finally back in his own lane. Back in his element, not this off-lane silencer, which I'm pretty sure he really didn't enjoy. But nevertheless, speaking of off-lane, LWY, he's really enjoying himself right now, except Nando's come in, and here comes the root from the Oracle. This might be enough damage, Nando. He's got the slow as well, but the TP immediately. And that will get the Night Stalker out of the building straight away.
And that's something to think about, but top lane, some more aggressive action.
Snowball comes in, troll, the shards do miss. Raging Potato though, he might still go for it. Disruptor trying to help out Sai's there as well with the sticky napalm, and they're actually doing a lot of damage here to Kimwell. Sai, will he go down? He might, but the troll wall is going to get Kimwell at the back line. Sai, they might be able to keep going here. Raging Potato, they may have dove too far, but Sai about to lose his life. No, he doesn't. Never mind. Raging Potato probably will be able to walk this one off. Actually, never mind. He walks back in. No glimpse available on Long B. In fact, he hasn't even leveled it yet. Now turns around. The Troll Warlord, big trouble. The Whirling Axes come out, though. And maybe Potato stayed a bit too long. Ice Shards come out. Tusker, he's back in the building. And that'll be it. Very confusing. No, the Snowball Sai. He's going to get hit by it. Gets a kill onto Sai at the least.
This is what we were looking for. And actually, we're not even done yet. Back in bottom lane. The root comes out onto LWY.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a slow from Nando, and this might be too much. He's got no TP available, and they do take him out. The Purifying Flames, of course, a very, very powerful early game skill.
Just constant aggression from both these teams, and this is what we expected coming from the draft from both these guys. And yeah, this is pretty much gonna set up for the rest of this game, I feel. Who's able to get the upper hand, who's able to get those core items and snowball the game. Roshan gonna be an objective. One thing we're thinking about, though, is that it is nighttime, and this, of course, favors our Night Stalker.
Uh-oh, Snowball coming in, Quap mid lane, YRG, Ice Shards as well. He used the blink. This was a bait from James, and they're gonna get this kill, I think. Yes, they will. The Purifying Flames again. What a bait from James. He looked like he was about to get taken down by YRG, but the Tusker, of course, Kimwell comes in, takes care of business, and walks back out.
And you really don't want that to happen to you as a Queen of Pain, not when you're the one getting aggressive here. So that's going to give Puck a bit of a breather, allow him to get back into the lane. He was falling slightly behind, but that's a pretty big kill.
Oh, Troll Warlord top lane. The Whirling Axes, the Snowball comes in. They've got him stunned up, but oh, the shards! They get on the wrong side of the shards! That's a bit unfortunate. Well,
Kimbo, he's done plenty this game already, even with those shards being a bit unfortunately placed. Really putting the pressure on the side of to be or not to be, and all they want is just get a few levels, get their items, get this Night Stalker online, and he is starting to make a bit of a move into the mid lane.
Absolutely. James, actually, no, he's going to get ganked up here. Here comes LWI, and can they get him? James, he orbs back. Now the silence comes out. It's a bit late, though, and LWI still trying here. They commit the Quap ulti, but James, he's still alive. He's got the phase shift, now the Fairy Fire, and he's actually going to survive. No, he does. A Kimwell's here. They get a trade-off, but definitely more worth it for the side of TOT.
And yeah, you've got Night Stalker. He dies. He's not farming bottom lane. He's not putting pressure onto Lifestealer, but Batrider was in there, was able to take some of that EXP, not able to finish off that stack, notably. He got most of the last hits, but a lot of the EXP went to Oracle. And, you know, we're talking about how a lot of these heroes, they need their levels, they need their farms, and get those basic items and abilities going. Oracle is definitely one of those, really needs this level 6, and early levels into the Purifying Flames mean a lot too. So, great start here for RR, and we're looking for him to get perhaps even aggressive in the mid game rather. That Purifying Flames does a lot of damage.
Absolutely it does. And speaking of stacks from Sai, I mean, he's going to find some in his own jungle, so he'll be able to get a bit of XP out of that, but definitely doesn't want to give too much away to the other side. Of course, Oracle, you give him early levels and he's just going to dominate this early game. Purifying Flames is just too much of a strong skill, and while I say that, top lane, they're jumping onto Troll again, but the Whirling Axes on Raging Potato. Kimwell gets a Snowball, no Ice Shards this time to screw it up, and there it is. That's perfectly placed, and they'll get the kill onto the Troll Warlord. And actually, LWI gets a kill onto James mid lane.
Yep, another rotation coming in from Night Stalker, more successful this time. It's hard as a Puck when you play against these long silences, and he does end up paying for it. That's sort of what we'd expect once TOT start getting active around the map, but while that was all happening as well, our Batrider Sai, he went down to Lifestealer, who just casually strolled in and took him down as he was already very low.
Well, oh, Long B, he's been caught out now. Troll Warlord with the Whirling Axes. Kimwell, can he get it done? The Snowball, who's it going on? We don't know yet, and actually he goes back. Just wants to save Raging Potato, but then there's the glimpse. He's going to turn around. Troll almost dies. One hit away. Kimwell, my apologies. The Ice Shards, it hits! He gets him in the back! What a prediction from Kimwell!
That just makes that trade worth it all of a sudden. Two heroes, I mean, they did bring in the Oracle on the back end of it, but 2 versus 4 and they end up trading even. That's great here for Ursa, and this is what they need to do. They just need to find the kills. They need to slow down this progression. They've got Lifestealer farming away undisturbed the whole time. He can be the one to carry this as long as Raging Potato makes enough space for him. And we all know that Raging Potato loves making space.
Oh, he loves it. He loves it so much. And, you know, the thing is, we're looking at Raging Potato die, and I feel like he just doesn't care. It's like he just runs straight back in through the dire jungle looking for somebody else. Like, he just didn't mind. He's like, oh yeah, I died, whatever. I did that last game too, but we still won.
And it's not like his deaths have been meaningless or frivolous. They're actually, I almost want to say, calculated. He doesn't die without good reason. That time it even brought the Queen of Pain rotating in to take him down, so that's easily worth it. Well, at the very least as well, he's forced the Troll Warlord back into the jungle. And this T1, I mean, it looks like they're going to be able to do a healthy amount of damage at the least. Can they do more? Yes, they can. It's an open T1. They can't defend, I don't feel. But Sai is there as well as YRG. He's got the ultimate available, Kimwell. He goes, Ice Shards connects. Sai, though, has the Firefly. Now Raging Potato sees the Quap. Goes after Sai, though. And looks like he might be able to take him out. LWI's joined in. The Snowball hits. And Sai's still alive. The Quap ulti. It hits everyone and they take 2 out. And Sai walks away with barely a slither of HP. Not getting that Batrider kill is certainly not good. Losing a couple of heroes is certainly not good. But you have to wonder, was that actually worth it for TOT? That cost him the Queen of Pain ultimate. That cost him 4 heroes in the top lane once again. This whole time, Lifestealer, he's got that Hand of Midas, and Nando, he is a beast on Lifestealer, and he is getting all that he could ever want. 75, 76 last hits before 10 minutes into the game. That's pretty much perfect last hitting here, and to be expected, of course. Well, I was going to ask you about Nando. He's gone for a Midas now. Considering, like you said, he's had practically no missed last hits. I mean, is Midas the right choice? Like, just keep going with that gold? I feel like in this case, Midas is definitely fine. Even if he had something like the Armlet, which is queued up as his next item, he wouldn't be able to do all that much because his team doesn't really have the items that they want either. So maybe if there was a Blink Dagger on Ursa, Blink Dagger on Puck, maybe a Veil, something like that, that have the sort of items to back up this Lifestealer's Armlet. But as it stands, Midas Armlet wouldn't make much of a difference anyway, so why not go for the greedier route? And I feel like he's going to be very hard to punish. Oh, speaking of punish, Sai could be in trouble, but he Fireflies away. Unfortunately for the side of TOT, though, they're going to have to give away this top tower, it looks like. Kimwell, RR, and Raging Potato are around the area, and it looks like they're hungry for a tower. They will go for it. And yeah, this is going to be very easy tier 1. So first tower of the game goes as well to Execration, and things looking pretty good for them so far. The one thing which is going well for TOT is the fact that Queen of Pain is off to a decent start now, level 11, almost level 12. We'll have the ultimate soon, should be able to disjoint this route with that blink easily done there, but Queen of Pain is going to be that one hero who is going to be bringing the hurt to Execration in the mid game. Yeah, and speaking of YRG, he's actually going for a Veil, and he's going to have it fairly fast. He only needs like 50 gold to get it. That's going to be a bit of an issue, because that's a 12-minute Veil, not too bad. It's with the damage that he can output, as well as the rest of his team, which is also sort of magical damage base apart from the Troll. It's going to be a world of hurt for the side of Execration. Bottom lane, Nando goes on to our Night Stalker here. LWI just able to TP out once again. Not too much to say about that. But yeah, they do have a couple of other tools. Disruptor, almost level 6, really wants it actually, but he can't quite find the EXP just yet. So even though the early game hasn't been going great for TOT, now with a Veil, now with Static Storm available, can think about getting a bit aggressive. Absolutely. It's time to go for the side of TOT, and I think they might potentially agree with you here. It looks like they might, you know, kind of get together, have a smoke. Long B, I shouldn't say have a smoke, but nevertheless, maybe they will. Long B, he's got the smoke on him. So Long B wants to smoke. He's ready for it. That being said, though, mid lane, they want to keep going. Night Stalker commits the ulti already. Maybe slightly late, but probably doesn't want to give it away that they're going to go for a smoke at this point. And Quap will join them. Yeah, TOT, they've got a bit of a timing here, but so do Execration. They've got the Blink Dagger on Ursa.
It's a double smoke.
Yep. We'll see.
And they're running the opposite way.
Actually, oh god.
Psy gets caught out, and Kimwell's there with the punch to the face as well. There's really nothing you can really do about that. And yeah.
Exactly. And TOT, they're like, well, you're dead. Goodbye. We're gonna try and get some vengeance for you, but where is vengeance gonna be found? This life stealer? That is a very hard kill to get.
It's gonna be extremely hard. He's got the rage available, and he's got the infest as well. He's also pretty tanky. He's got the Helm of Iron Will, which makes it that much harder.
And now he's got an armlet. And this is what we're talking about. There's the Blink Dagger on Ursa. There's the armlet on Lifestealer. This is where they are at their strongest. So they go for yet another smoke here. We'll see how
it's an infested Ursa.
Respond.
If an Ursa wasn't scary enough by himself, now they're going Quap.
God.
Oh man, that's just, you know, when you're going camping and your tent moves a bit and you find a bear outside and you know you're about to get demolished. That's what just happened to the side. The Quap gets pretty much called up, and then Raging Potato has his way with her. Troll.
That's not all that's gonna happen. Perhaps Roshan gonna get demolished as well, but Troll Warlord, he's got an Invis Rune.
Oh, Newbie, he's gonna be a bit sneaky. He could even maybe steal it and make a run for it. Oh, the root. I think this is, I mean, Newbie's gotta be
Invis Runes.
That's the thing. They don't know he's here though. You definitely can't purge them. That is correct. Can he steal it? This is gonna be an... Oh! Yes, he can. He steals it. Although the Invis wears off. Now they disrupt the ultimate off the tree. This is a disaster. They're going to go onto well, to Kimwell, I should say. And Troll go down. Quap ulti as well. Park very, very low. James loses his life. What an absolute play from TOT. And they're going to keep going here. Nando, he might go down. Silence. Can they get him? The false promise committed. Now, no, that won't connect either. And they'll let it go. My goodness, what an absolute play from TOT. 1k gold swing their way now, and they steal the Aegis.
Wow. That was huge.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a anyone's game, really, when the Aegis fell onto the floor, but TOT gets the last hit and the Aegis itself. That is very significant. I have to say, a bit unfortunate that Execration couldn't handle that Invis Rune. They actually had a sentry placed outside the pit, but it wasn't quite enough to spot him out inside, and it just ends in a disaster for them. You know, like we're saying, Disruptor, he's got the static storm. That's all you ever want in a tight area like the Roshan pit. That is a very big threat, so Execration, maybe next time just carry more sentries. Of course, there's no way of knowing that someone has an Invis Rune, but in hindsight, the 2020 spectator view is perfect.
Well, you know, the thing is, TOT, oh, wait a minute, mid lane, Quap again, that bear, he likes what he sees, and he takes YRG out. And I was about to say to you, Stinky, the boys on TOT, they did put more money into the compendiums. They've got the better towers, but maybe that's why they got a lucky Invis Rune for that Roche pit. Speaking of which, they're going to keep fighting. Long B gets trapped. He's going to be taken out. So as I say that, of course, the curse kicks in, and Execration will take care of business.
This is what we're expecting to see from both these lineups, actually. Both teams very good at fighting early. Not the longest cooldowns, really, for either side other than this Queen of Pain's ultimate. They're ready to go at any time. They've got the Blink Daggers, they've got the armlets, and Execration are just the ones storming on forward.
Nando. Front lines. Will back off now. Not willing to try and go for the tier 2 quite yet, but they know they've got the early game lead. Pro Warlord, not really getting much farm. He's got a Yasha and a Vladimir's, which I suppose is pretty decent considering the lane he had. And he's died twice as well, but still not as much as he would have liked to have. And he's actually going for a Sanjin Yasha, which we've found to be rather popular in this scene, in the C scene.
It's a lot more effective than it was before. The multitude of buffs, main being buffed, the cost of Sanj and Yasha going down slightly. Just a couple little nudges in favor of Sanj and Yasha, put it back into the meta. And he does need items like this, these really cost-efficient stat items, to try and fight against the cores of Execration, but really, that's an Ursa. That's the Lifestealer. How do you fight that?
Exactly
You've
right.
got your blind, which is great, but both Ursa and Lifestealer have very reliable ways of getting rid of that blind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Troll's not going to have a good time. He needs the rest of his team to back him up in a very strong way. while they're pushing that tier 1 bot, their tier 2 top will go. And this just shows you the strength. I mean, Nando, he's going to have that Deso soon. In fact, he's very close. Only about 600 gold away for the full Deso.
It's not too significant, but 6,000 gold lead for Execration is starting to add up. We're starting to see all these new items pile in. Deso, like you say, now the Blink Dagger on Puck, so they've got the mobility to go with, you know, the other Blink Daggers that they've got on their team. Tusk with the Snowball, fairly mobile hero, now the double Blinks, and of course Lifestealer is going to be inside one of those blinking heroes. We've seen a similar lineup from Execration before. We saw that just today, actually, when they took down WG... No, not WG. Was it WG Unity? Anyway, they had an Oracle in a game too as well, and he was the only mobile hero, and he just kept his team alive. Execration blinking all over the place and just taking out the heroes of the enemy, and it certainly looks to be a similar setup this time round. And they've got all that they need, really. You know, once a Lifestealer gets his Desolator, I'd expect them to go for a smoke and put the pressure on the TOT.
Well, Kimwell, he's got a smoke right now. He's probably going to use it. There it is. The Infest into James this time. And looks like they're going to run straight into Night Stalker.
Over in a flash.
Yeah, well... Oh, LWY, whatever that skill's called, he just flies away, and... how the hell did they find that? How do they know?
They scanned in the mid lane. And they actually had a ward which spotted out that smoke deep in the enemy jungle, so... if it did happen, it would have been over in a flash, but never happened, so that's a win for TOT.
It never happened. It was not to be at this point.
Oh,
and
no, you didn't.
I did. I really did. Oh, top lane, Quap gets caught out, but the Disruptor ulti. No, it's not enough, and now they're going to go after Long B. Long B goes down as well. Mega kill streak, Fernando, and, you know, that was to be. They took him out. 2 kills. Disruptor ultimate committed was no use at all. And this lineup from Execration is just too much, it looks like. Oh, again.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Night Stalker is going to disappear. Oh, there's a root as well. So just when you thought you were flying, apparently Ice Frog creates a hero that can root, and that's what happens. Now they're going to go for a tier 2, it looks like, and there's nothing really that can stop them.
Like we're saying, over in a flash, free kills all across the map, and here we go. Lifestealer's not quite here yet, and perhaps he should be. He's the one with the Desolator who would really speed up this push, but that's going to be a tier 2 tower all the same, I feel, once he joins up.
Tier 2 going down. Nando has joined in this time around, so not planning to go for the tier 3 himself top lane. Obviously not the best idea. Now Infests again, James. He's got no downtime, this bloke. He wants to go Raging Potatoes, speaking of. Troll, he gets bashed on the first hit. Battle Trance, but he's not going to turn around here. Not sure why he used it, but nevertheless, is he going to get out the Ice Path? No, he will get out. Meanwhile, James mid lane, he'll take out Long B. So they will end up getting 2, actually. LWY went down mid lane as well.
Puck Lifestealer, it's a thing. And Execration, they are very familiar with this combo. We've seen Nando play that Lifestealer in maybe half of the open qualifier games that we've watched, and it's definitely a hero that he's very comfortable with. I like the item choice coming out from him as well. He's going for, you know, a fairly standard build, the Desolator, the Armlet, but next he's got the Mantis style queued up. And that's not an item that we see all the time on Lifestealer, but against things like the Night Stalker Silence, against things like the Troll Warlord Blind, being able to soft dispel yourself can be very handy. And yeah, you've got the rage. You can't rage while you're silenced, and just having an extra tool never hurts.
Oh, here we go again. They found LWY, but he commits the ulti. Tier 2's gone though. Now James, the coil does connect. LWY, the Veil of Discord as well. Now Kinwell with the punch, and again disappears. And look at that, Nando. He didn't even move. He just kept farming the creeps. He's like, yeah, my team's got it. It's all right. I'll sit here and farm. I'm all good.
It really does feel like TOT are being somewhat outclassed here. Execration playing it perfectly. They realize their early advantage. They make use of their mobility, and they just get kill after kill after kill. And it's not that TOT don't have tools to deal with this. You know, we're talking about this during the draft. Their first 2 picks, the Night Stalker and the Batrider, 2 very good heroes for vision control. But they really haven't been able to secure that. They haven't been able to use it to get pickoffs. They haven't been able to use it to have any answer to what Execration are bringing to the table, when Execration not only in the lead but very clearly the ones in the driver's seat, very clearly the ones controlling the game.
Indeed they are, and I mean it just looks harder and harder for TOT. I don't know what they're going to pull out of the bag here. Troll going for the BKB, so maybe that's one answer, although BKB doesn't really stop physical attacks, which are going to come from Ursa and Nakes. So yeah, not sure what the answer is here, to be honest. And to be completely fair, LWI is basically a useless hero at the moment. Oh, and actually there's a jump in. Long B is going to go down. The ulti committed from Disruptor. I don't know if it'll matter. Can they take him out? No, the false promise is there. But they've got to heal up this Ursa. He's trying his best on the Oracle. Where the hell is he? The Snowball. Are they trying to avoid damage? Yes, they are. He survives through all this. What a play from Kimwell. Now, they're jumping onto RR. And, oh, what a coil. And James with Nando. They're actually going to take heaps out here. LWI. He's going down as well. And speaking of outclassed, they're taking these kids back to school. Troll Warlord, he's going down as well. Raging Potato, he takes him out. It's 4-0. No, wait a minute, 3-0? No, it was a 4-0. Disruptor was down. But my goodness gracious, James. This is what happens when you let him play puck in the mid lane. He shows you how to play puck in the mid lane.
What can you do, really? Yeah, you try and get the return, you damage the Ursa a little bit, just great defensive play, the Oracle with the save, the Snowball coming out from Kimwell too, and when you've got a Shrine, there's really not too much that you've lost. And we talked about this too, they don't have the longest cooldowns. Puck is going to have Dream Coil up in 16 seconds. Oracle will have his ultimate shortly after that too, so Execration, they're right back in it. And what a time to be able to fight too, because Roshan has respawned.
And yeah, I was going to say, speaking of Execration, they literally walked in to the Roche pit a second before it spawned. So it's a bit of a shame they missed out on that, although they will walk in with the illusion now and find it. So now they're aware it's there. That being said, TOT, they seem to be aware as well. They smoke up straight away. They're going into the Roche pit, but I hope they don't use their skills on the snakes. No, they don't. The smoke obviously didn't break. Now they draw the lines. It's a smoke versus smoke situation. This could be massive for either team. TOT? They're going into the Roche pit. No, they're going around it. And the side of Execration, they're trying to find somebody in the jungle. The line's being drawn the correct way, Stinky. But, oh, wait a minute. Troll Warlord going to find Kimwell. Is he going to find the kill? The Ice Path? No, apologies. The Ice Shards. Oh, the coil. And they find two already. Troll Warlord goes down as well. Now, LWI, he just wants to get out. And, oh, he gets bashed. He gets bashed on the first hit. And he's going down as well. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what to say about this, Stinky.
Execration, they sense the blood in the water. They don't even go for the Roshan here. They feel so confident. They're up 15,000 at not even 30 minutes into the game, and they're just headed straight for the background.
Well, you can't blame them. I mean, they've got Desolator on Nax as well as Pentastyle. Nothing that can stop them from this push. Oh, Quap goes down. Does have buyback, but I mean, it just shows you how fast she goes down here. James is just styling all over her at the moment. Oh, and they found Long B in the shards, but they'll let him go. But Rax is down. That's all they wanted. Now they'll go for shrines.
Not even going to bother with that range Rax. They can clean up the shrines, turn back for Roshan. And once again, they've got pretty much all their ultimates back up. So what can TOT really do against this? They've got a decent draft. They've got a lineup which is designed to do very specific things. Just picking off lone heroes. They've got Disruptor, they've got Bat Rider, they've got Night Stalker. These are great heroes for finding pickoffs, but Execration just aren't leaving them any openings.
Very, very hard game for them. TOT, they've got nothing. You just said it, no openings available. Troll, he's not able to find any farm. I mean, he's sort of close to the BKB, but to be honest, I don't know if it's going to make a difference here. Like, there's just too much physical damage coming out from the side of Execration.
We just saw him get demolished in that last fight. I mean, Disruptor dying in a heartbeat, that's fair enough, but Troll Warlord is supposed to be hard to take down. And he just disappeared, so I'm worried here for the side of TOT. I really am. And
oh, and here we go again. Here we go again. Look, James has found an Invis rune. Oh, he finds Sai. Oh, goodness. And he has a Dagon again. In fact, now he'll get the range rune. Oh, top lane. Who are they going for? YRG almost went down. Luckily for him, no bashes came out, but Raging Potato, he'll start out on the tower again. And the glimpse, it's onto Kimwell, but it's not going to matter. Nando, he goes through, and he's going to find the troll. Can they get a stun? No, they can't. Not quite yet, but they'll get the quap. No, it wasn't the quap, actually. It was the Batrider. No, Disruptor, the shards, but they call GG. They've had enough. They've had enough of this game, and there's the quap ulti, but it's all wasted, really. LWY, he's going to go down. The Ancient explodes, and we will be taking this to a game 2, Stinky, but it is a 1-0 for Execration so far.
Not much to say about, really. Just a clinic from Execration walking all over TOT there. Looking good as we head into game 2 of this best of 3.
going to be scary. I mean, Nyx is just one of those heroes. It's a scary hero. The Vendetta, the Spike Carapace, you can get some Ravages with the stun, the mana drain, and of course we expect to see Nando on that Lifestealer again, because now you've got the perfect thing to infest in.
Interesting hero return though. I've not seen this hero at all so far in Open Qualifiers. Bounty Hunter.
Some revenge to be had, and who better than the Bounty Hunter to get it?
Of course, can work against the next assassin if you get that track off. You just spot out his movements, but you do have to get the track off before the Vendetta happens for that really to be effective. Does have, some, something to offer, I guess, against the Lifestealer. You track up the Lifestealer, and while he can rage it off, if you just retrack him, then you're offering your team a lot of movement speed, which is one way of kiting around a Lifestealer, so that's nice too. But once again, does not offer too much in team fights. So if this Bounty Hunter is successful, he's going to have to do a lot in the early mid-game, really set his lane up for a good start, and hopefully that'll be enough for them to take it.
Well, the problem is, though, if Bounty Hunter doesn't get to do what he needs to do, like, it could be just another game won. Like, it could just be another 30-minute game from Execration. Like you've mentioned, the team fight from Bounty Hunter is not really there. It's just track and shuriken pretty much at the mid to late game, and that's it. That's all he's got. Yeah, it's questionable, this Bounty Hunter pick, but we don't see it very often. It's not in the meta at all.
Certainly not. Generally, if teams were to go for an early roamer, there's better options. We saw the Tusk last game. We've seen plenty of Clockworks come out from Execration, so I don't know how I feel about this Bounty pick. I don't want to dismiss it just yet. If Bounty Hunter is able to get the ball rolling, get that track gold into the hands of his team, then yeah, that's great, but I still have my doubts. Execration, they've got a very solid draft so far. These are two of their most played, most comfortable heroes. So, if anything, it feels like to be or not to be are almost drafting outside of their own comfort zone.
This is going to be scary. I mean, like you said, to be or not to be, we don't know what they're usually used to, but they've already gone outside of the meta. Execration, they're doing their thing. They know exactly what they want. Maybe, to be or not to be, think that because it's always the same heroes from Execration, maybe they think they know how to deal with it. At this point, though, I don't see the counter yet. I don't see it.
I feel like one of the potential counters that, to be or not to be, we're thinking of was that Disruptor Bounty Hunter. Nice combo, you get the vision with the track, you glimpse people back. And if you have the vision sentries set up, you can often catch out a Next Assassin there too. But Execration, they deny that. And to be or not to be, they actually played the Disruptor last game to moderate success. Obviously they lost at the end, but pretty solid draft so far from Execration. They've got some team fight, they've got some pickup, they've got some solid frontliner with a Lifestealer, so I really don't know how to be or not to be are going to take this draft further.
There is concerns for to be or not to be, but we'll find out. There's a Clockwork, and Raging Potato, you can feel him smiling right now. You can really feel him smiling and saying, oh, you're going to teach me how to play a Clockwork. Well, that's going to be cute. Clockwork, is it the right pick? Uh-oh, there's a Slaughter, so Raging Potato, I'm pretty sure that's his hero that he's just picked up.
So we're talking about Bounty Hunter and Disruptor having synergy. Slaughter, Disruptor, plenty of synergy there with the Glimpse, and Slaughter with Lifestealer too. This is a classic trio, Lifestealer, Disruptor, and Slaughter.
10 seconds
so Execration, they've got plenty of tools, but this Clockwork pick, they've picked Clockwork into a Disruptor, which, as a general rule of thumb, does not end well for the Clockwork.
Reserve time.
This worst case
that's
scenario
exactly
for Disruptor, you just glimpse him out, and that's it. Best case scenario for Disruptor, you even just drop a Static Storm onto him, and then what's a Clockwork gonna do?
Well, he's gonna, I was about to ask you that. So what? He's gonna hook in, and then he's gonna get glimpsed. What's the point of that? And as well as that, now, even if he does hook in, you've got a Slaughter Nyx there, so you've got the double stun sitting there, and like you said, the Static Storm could just be dropped, and Clockwork's gonna go to sleep.
They do have a lot of pickoff. The lineup, they've got a lot of roaming potential. Scout things out with Bounty Hunter, hook in with the Clockwork, and finish them off with the Lina. But that's also what they had last game too. They had plenty of single target control damage, but they never were able to use it. And just with things as they are in the draft, I'm starting to worry a little for it to be or not to be, given how badly game went for them.
This is very concerning in my opinion as well. They're using a lot of reserve time here. There's the Void pickup. Look, I don't know if I agree with it 100%. Obviously, it's decent against Lifestealer, like, because you can kite a lot, but apart from that, is it really that good of a pick?
I'm really not sure. Execration in their last series actually took down Warriors Gaming Unity when WGU were running that Faceless Void, so there are no strangers to this hero. And this time around, they've got the Disruptor to try and put a handle on this Faceless Void. Yeah, you're a mobile hero. Yeah, you can get out of a lot of sticky situations, but with that glimpse, could find himself right back into the fray.
I'm going to find out very soon whether this draft from To Be or Not To Be can pull them back. Look to see if we've got any update on the other semi-finals, being BBH and NaPo V2, but their first game hasn't finished yet, so we don't know who's leading so far in that. I mean, Stinky will be around to cast the grand finals, assuming we can get a lobby slot, which of course we're watching very carefully. But nevertheless, back to concentrating on this series. Obviously, right now, Stinky, you are you're not very confident in this To Be or Not To Be draft.
No.
No. Neither am I.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they can pick up here. I'm actually thinking about perhaps a Drow Ranger for To Be or Not To Be. So Execration, obviously a very solid team. You need to pull something out of the bag if you're To Be or Not To be able to take this. Just alright, no, they go for the Vengeful Spirit. Okay, this is interesting. That's a similar hero to the Drow Ranger. I'm thinking this is going to be a Vengeful Spirit core. I'm assuming it's going to be a mid-Lina, off-lane Faceless Void, and a core Vengeful Spirit with the Bounty Hunter and Clockwork roaming. But they could run the Bounty Hunter Vengeful Spirit as supports, have the Clockwork in the off-lane, but I really don't think Clockwork's going to have a good time in that lane. So, To Be or Not To Be, they've got this sort of pushing lineup once they get their levels, get the Chronosphere up, get Clockwork his levels, really get going. They have this sort of small window of time where they could potentially go for a push, take team fights, get that track gold going, and really snowball the game from there. But it's going to be hard against the Execration lineup.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I've got to be completely honest. I have absolutely no confidence in this draft from To Be or Not To Be. And now I have even less confidence. The Templar Assassin, an extremely good hero. And quite frankly, Stinky, I could be completely wrong, but this could be a faster finish than last game, in my opinion.
Maybe. We will see. TA, great matchup against Lina. Of course, Bounty Hunter can have something to say about that. Looking at the sort of hero to player combinations, does seem to be an offlane Clockworks and therefore a support Vengeful Spirit. Not sure I agree with this. Does mean they'll have a safe lane Faceless Void, I think, and that can certainly be effective in the later stages of the game. I just fear that Faceless Void will take too long to come online as a core.
I 100% agree with you. I just don't think they have enough. However, we will not count them out because for all we know, these could be their best heroes that they're playing right now. So we're going to find out. We'll be in the game very, very soon. We'll see, but I think we're both of saying that we think that Execration has the better draft. But we're not counting To Be or Not To Be out. Like I said, they can still...
I mean, it's... Going into this series, I think most people would agree that Execration are favored. But it's Dota. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And here we go. Into the game, into the tower showdown that we've already watched once before. That beautiful Void weapon. What's it called? That spinning hammer thing?
Mace of Aeons?
The one everyone wanted. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I'm not either. Well, we'll go through the draft. I'm sure we'll find out soon. So, Radiant side, Lina, will be played by, I believe you said the name was Newbie or Noob, so we'll go with that. Void will be played by YRG. VS will be played by Long B this time around. We've got a Bounty Hunter being played by Psy. And finally, we have LWY being on that Clockwork on the off lane. And the Dara, if you could, please.
Once again, our all-so familiar team Execration, Raging Potato playing the Nyx Assassin, Nando on the Life Stealer, becoming a bit of a signature hero here. Kimmel, Lumic playing the Slaughter, James mid lane on that TA, and RR on the Disruptor, and they're going for a bit of a smoke here, and they're not going to find anyone.
Not going to find anyone, although Long B walking up slowly. No, never mind. They're nowhere near now. And no, they're walking around, actually. They're going to go for something here. Raging Potato, can he find a stun? It's really up to him. Oh, no, they spot him out. They know he's there. YRG thinking about going in here. Got to be careful not to get chain stunned. And they want Long B more, I think. YRG. We'll just walk it off. There's the first stun. Now Slaughter. No, the time walk will be then. To be fair, they wouldn't have got the kill regardless, but they'll get themselves a bounty by the looks of it. Well, stick around, Kingwell. Gonna have to be a bit careful. There's the stun, and yeah, they'll be happy with that. And actually, wait a minute, RR's here. There's a stun onto Long B, and he's got another stun on the Slaughter. There it is, and it's gonna be first blood for the side of Execration, it looks like. Now RR, he's in a bit of danger here. Sai, he continues chasing Time Walk as well. Can they get a return kill? Oh, the stun from the Slaughter. It's onto 2 YRG. He's still trying to chase here, but the Time Walk's a heavy cooldown right now. And he's getting juked, and he's going to get taken down. It's a double kill for Raging Potato. Now Sai continues chasing. I don't think he can really get this kill. He's not fast enough. He's got the Orb of Venom, though. No, maybe he can. The uphill will end up going down. And, I mean, that's a 2-for-1, but it's a massive win for Execration.
I think that Orb of Venom, the last tick just did it there before the Wave of Terror finished him off, but that's a win for Execration, not only getting those kills, but getting that bounty rune too, so poor Faceless Void won't have his poor man shield in lane.
Gonna be big issues here. Big issues. YRG, he's gonna be on that safe lane farming. Long B, I thought this would be a VS carry, but no, it's a Void carry.
So, Faceless Void as a carry does offer a lot in team fights early on compared to other heroes, but really not the best when it comes to dealing out raw damage without some items, so he does need some time to come online. Execration are going to be bringing the herd very early on. Got the Nyx Assassin once he hits level 6, Raging Potato is going to be very aggressive. James mid lane does not need many items, just the Blink Dagger and a Deso, and he's going to be demolishing folks. And similar story with Lifestealer 2, does not need the most items, so I fear for the side of TOG whether they're actually able to survive in the mid game with their draft.
Yeah, and absolutely. And the thing is, with Nando's, he's just got too many carriers. You got the Nyx, you got the Slaughter, even James. If he gets a Blink Dagger after the Deso, you've got him. Like there's no limit to how many people he can jump in and go for a gank on. It just seems so hard, and like you said, he doesn't need much farm to do it either. It's a lot is running on this Void to be really farmed to push his team into the mid to late game.
And Execration, once again, they've got one of these lineups which is fairly mobile. They are a bit more reliant on getting Blink Daggers, but once that happens, they can show up anywhere at any time. It is a bit of a similar story for the draft from TOG. They've got the hookshot, they've got the bounty, maybe scouting things out, but they didn't really do that with a similar draft in Game 1 either.
Absolutely not. YG trying his best, but he's getting annoyed quite a lot by this Slaughter. Well, not really giving him much of a chance here. And well, he's going to continue trying, but he's fairly low in terms of the last hits board. He's only 10-2. Actually, LWY almost in a bit of trouble, but we'll be able to back off. RR has not leveled up that second skill yet, and he's probably waiting in case he needs the glimpse.
It's generally what you want to do on most heroes. Just hold the skill point unless you need to use it. Especially on a hero like Disruptor, where both the glimpse and the kinetic field can be useful depending on the situation. Definitely a good choice.
Oh, look at this mid lane. Kimwell's here. He wants to have a go onto Newbie, and looks like he may be successful, but Kimwell backs off. Doesn't want to really risk getting stunned up and then the Dragon Slave, so letting that one go. Meanwhile, Sai, he's rotated top lane, trying to, you know, kind of scout out Nando, I guess, but the kill potential just isn't there on the lifestealer at all. In fact, I don't even know how they're going to kill him at any part of the game, to be honest.
Certainly not when he has that rage up. A bit surprising is this mid matchup going to in favor of Lina. She's sitting at a healthy CS lead. Of course, not to discredit James at all, a lot of that is due to this Bounty Hunter's interference.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's good for Lina, I suppose, because she's gonna have to do a lot of tempo control in this game. So for her to get that lead is decent for her. And in fact, top lane, Nando's in trouble. He's getting ganked up here. There's the rage, and he's gonna make a run for it. He picks up the phase boots as well. Is it fast enough? He's trying to juke Sai. He's going around. Oh, he's juked him, Nando. He's outrunning them at the moment. The phase boots, no, the Janata hit will get the kill. And that's a big one to get. And of course, Caster's Curse kicks in.
At the same time, if he had a TP, he could just rage TP. They have no way of stopping a rage TP at this point. No hookshot, no chronosphere, no venge swap. But hindsight's 2020. He didn't expect that gank. I didn't expect that gank. Does end up going down, but really not the end of the world. He's back in it. He's still farming fairly decently. Of course, Clockwork is getting a lot out of this lane, which is perhaps not good for Execration. Oh, mid lane.
Oh, look at this. Oh, mid lane is going off and bot lane's going off. Mid lane, James. Is he going to get out? Oh, the refraction will do the job. Sai, will he keep chasing? No. James almost turning around himself to go for a fight. But my goodness, what timing on the refraction just comes online.
Perfectly calculated, I'm sure. Heals up now under that shrine with Slaughter coming in for a little extra efficiency. To be fair, this game is actually going a lot better for TOG than Game 1 did. So...
Oh, absolutely.
Perhaps could be setting up for a bit of an interesting mid-game.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. I don't doubt that at all. They do have a bit of a better start. So, yeah, like you said, we might see something happen from TOT. I mean, last game would have felt terrible for them to play against. And Raging Potato, man, this man is not scared of a thing. Literally will sit there and trade hits with this Void and doesn't care. Even denies the siege creep in front of YRG. That's pretty hilarious, actually.
He is doing pretty well in terms of levels too. About to hit level 6, and that's really what we need to look out for. Although mid lane, Invis Rune.
Yeah, Kimwell, he'll get newbie. Now James jumps in as well. They've got the traps as well. The stun, the Laguna Blade. They take him out. TA is actually the one to drop now the glimpse onto Clockwork, but he gets the cogs off. And Nina is still alive. Kimwell, he'll go down as well. It's a double kill. Well, essentially 2 went down for the side of Lina, but my goodness, Disruptor luckily gets the kill with the Thunder Strikes, but just shows you the skill of newbie here.
You really cannot underestimate Alina. And yeah, TA, you got the refraction. That's great against Laguna Blade. He didn't have the refraction charges available. He just took it all to the face.
He really did. That's not how you play TA, ladies and gentlemen. Do not take hits to the face without having refraction available. Looks like they'll go in him again, the hook, and this is bad for James. Now the cogs as well as the battery assault. The refraction's not going to be enough. There's no static storm either. Kimwell jumps in. Is he going to get a stun? Yes, he'll get it on Clockwork, but it's not really enough. And another big kill here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Really wanted to see come out from to be or not to be, and this is what was lacking. These offlaners, once they hit level 6, they're going to be very active around
Raging Potato! Raging Potato! He went for a kill on side, but the shrine was used! Oh, this is just shut to shame for Raging Potato and the Laguna Blade! Stinky, I don't know if you saw that. He literally walked in with Vendetta. I mean, they pressed the shrine as he hit them.
So that's what we're saying. These offlaners, they've got level 6, they've got their ultimates now. Yeah, they're going to get active. Works out a lot better for Clockwork than it does for Raging Potato.
Holy hell. We've got a game on our hands, boys. And it's looking good so far. YRG probably going to have to back off a bit. Raging Potato TPing in, and things will go a bit quiet now. But like you said, we're just glad to see some fight coming out of this TOT side. They have not, you know, they didn't get their name dragged through the mud last game for no reason. They're going to pull it back this game. Actually, bot lane, as I say that, YRG was in a bit of trouble with size here. They might turn this around. Long B as well. Kimwell gets stunned up. Can they hold him in place? Sai, now they're going to keep chasing. No lucky bashes, but Sai will get the kill with the shuriken, and another good little kill from the side of TOT.
They're just using the resources that they have available. They're making very good use of this bounty hunter, and they need to. We were sort of doubting this bounty hunter pick, but Sai, he's been doing a great job pressuring the lanes, really winning the lanes for his team, and now in the mid game too.
Look at Raging Potato though. Look at him, he's going to get stunned up. No, Long B doesn't have a stun. The Spike Carapace, YRB, no, Vendetta is there. If they had a stun from Vengeful, I think that could have been a kill.
But that's a Vendetta forced out. If he can't get a kill, Raging Potato is going to be running around with no Vendetta for quite some time, so he actually needs to make this Vendetta work.
He's going to try his best. Raging Potato is sticking around the area. YRG is there. He's half HP, so this could be the time to move. Kimwell's there as well. Doesn't want to walk into tower range. And YRG's being very smart about this. Just waiting. There it is. The stun does miss. Kimwell ran in quickly to try and get the follow-up stun, but just did not work out. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like James again might lose his life, and he will indeed. Sai, this bounty hunter pick's paying off.
That's the first track kill gold of the game. 8-3. It's looking pretty good here for TOG. They need this sort of constant fighting. They need to get active, and they need to find kills.
Well, they will find one now. Kimwell will find the bounty, but what a hook onto 2 on the cogs! He traps him in place, now the stun. Newbie, he's dealing a lot of damage. He'll take out the Slider. He's going to take out Raging Potato as well. And I cannot believe he got a double hook and cogs and saved his teammate. In the meanwhile, Sai will walk away with his life. And my goodness, he's got to be thanking his lucky stars at this point.
When we're talking about this Clockwork pick, Raging Potato, definitely a good Clockwork player, but LWI no slack either. This is what they need to do. They get even more track kills. They're making good use of their cooldowns. And although they've been running this Faceless Void as a core, he really hasn't been doing all that much except for surviving. They're buying him the space that they need.
Oh, Sai, he's coming back in again, and like you said, the space is being made. I mean, Nakes is fine. Nakes is still free farming. The problem is his team's just dying left, right, and center. It's 10-3 currently. James, how's he going to make this work? He can't die another time.
He is really struggling. Level 8. What level is Noob? He only needs level 10 and has a hell of a lot more items too.
Well, here comes the play though, Stinky. YRG. He's been caught out. Raging Potato with the stun. Now the Static Storm as well. Guaranteed kill. Definitely worth the use of the ultimate from Disruptor. Oh, mid lane. Actually, they're going on to James again, and looks like James might just die. Oh, good stun, but the Lacuna Blade was there. Oh, Kimwell, can he get out? The urn is there. No, he will be able to walk out this one, and the problem is, though, James dies. He continues to die. This is the 4th death he has.
That's a very good trade there for TOG. Losing your Faceless Void, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, he's your position 1, but a TA who falls behind is not really much of a hero. You offer very little other than damage. Your traps provide some nice vision, some nice slows, but TA does want to be playing up-tempo, does want to be getting off to an early lead. Does have a couple of stacks to fall back on, so there's a bit of an Ancient stack down at this bottom shrine, a bit of an Ancient stack at the top shrine too. If TA can catch up, get up to a fast blink, a fast escalator, yeah, you can still pull your way back in, but I suppose fast is quite impossible at this point.
Very feels that way indeed. Impossible is probably the right word to use. Sai, the man, he's creating plays around the map, and I mean these track kills, they're gonna start stacking up. James again, for the love of God, don't go on top of that. He'll know he's got backup this time. RR and Kimwell are around the area. No, they won't engage, but it might be a bit of a bait here. The track comes out, now the stun, now the swap from VS, and actually James, he goes down again, the Laguna. Static Storm drop, but it won't really do the job. Kimwell, oh, the Chrono, it's onto 2. What can he do here, though? They do get 2. Oh, the Cogs, oh, goodness gracious, LWY. He's making plays, this man, and it looks like they're going to get 3 here. Nando, another big kill, and this Nakes bomb, for once in their lives, does not work for Team Execration.
Huge play there, initiating onto the TA, catching her off guard. She did have the backup in the area as we saw that Nakes bomb was hanging around, but they just couldn't find the angle. They had already lost the TA when the Nakes went in, and immediately the Chronosphere coming out just held them in place. Completely ineffective. completely neutered, and they get the tier 1 tower there too.
This is looking very, very scary for Execration right now. Sai, again, with the scouting, he's just, that vision is just so valuable for TOT, and that's something we didn't really talk about before, but he's got so much vision for his team. And in fact, look, he's found a courier. The question is, can he snipe it? He will on the way back. And courier kill for the Radiant. And a bounty.
You really gotta worry here for Execration. It's not that they don't have the tools to get back in, but Lifestealer hasn't done too much this game. He's not good at Midas this time round, actually. Didn't have that free lane, and that was one of the things which really went wrong for TOG in game 1. They just did not have good lanes. But this time round, they've got a pretty good handle on it. Actually, of the top 5 in net worth, 4 of them on the side of TOG, so much better start for them this time round.
Absolutely, this is something we haven't seen yet from the TOT side. That being said, Kimwell looking for a kill here, but not fast enough. In fact, there's actually drums available on Sai. So for a position 4 bounty, he's getting quite a lot of farm.
This is fine, this is what he needs to do, and this is what he's been doing. So many kills set up by him, so many pickoffs. They've been using the Venge Swap to Lina very well as too, and it's paying off massively. This track is going to start adding up.
Oh, it really will. And are they going to find another one? James, Sai's there. He'll start it off, but straight away a melt. Oh, the hook from LWY. Now the cogs. No refraction necessary because he is going down regardless. Now, looks like Raging Potato going to try and find a punishment kill here. Sai will get stunned up. Can they get the kill though? The Static Storm, oh, he swaps him out. Sai will be okay. That being said, Newbie's here to help out. Sai's actually back in due to the glimpse, but no kills given. 1 for nothing.
And you'll take that. That's more track gold. You don't get punished for anything, and you're leading. Or actually, I say not get punished.
Uh-oh, Newbie. Slow it up. What can he do here, though? The Rage about to wear off. Can he stun? The track is there, and like you said, that's going to help the movement speed. Rage Potato, 1 stun. They'll get a VS at the end of the day, but that's not really too big of a deal. Nando, he tries to get LWY, but he'll have to let him go. And I mean, it's just incredible how the TOT boys are managing to get out with literally minimal deaths. Look at this stack as well. Look what they just found with the rocket.
Would like to contest it. They do have a Chronosphere and Faceless Void, but he does not want any part in this. Templar Assassin is actually, does he want a part of this? Alright, looks like they do.
Well, I don't blame them. There's a lot of creeps there. That's a lot of gold, and they're going to go for a stun. Kimwell, Sai, oh, it's actually the Lina, my apologies, denies herself with the Bloodstone. Nando comes in, and they're probably going to finish this Ancient now. Unless LWI wants to just hook in, which would be pretty hilarious to watch. But no, of course he won't, because that's a bit stupid.
Yeah, but, they TP'd in YRG looking to fight there, but Lina getting caught out, relying a little too much on that Invis rune, but they're right back in it. They've smoked up, they've got the Chronosphere, and they are ready for some action.
They're taking these creeps. They're 100% going to go for these creeps, and the Chrono's up anyway, so there's nothing to really stop them. This is just, they're doing the same thing as Execration have done to every other team. They're making them choke and sit there in their base and think about what they've done with no farm. They've just I mean, YRG, he's gonna be pretty farmed. He's got a defusal, my apologies, coming, and they're gonna go for Roshan now. What are we seeing here? 17 minutes in.
It's scary. They are playing against a disruptor, but no Templar Assassin trap in the Roshan, so actually doesn't seem like Execration have any clue.
Well, they smoke up, so maybe they actually do have a clue, but it's too late by this point, and YRG has the Chrono. I don't think they mind taking a fight. As long as the Disruptor doesn't catch the Void, it's fine, and Clock, lucky they didn't break that smoke there, because I don't think LWI would mind hooking in. That being said, though, Raging Potato finds him. Now the Infest Bomb comes out. The Static Storm, but the 4-Staff was there. Now the Cogs as well. They glimpsed him back. YRG's been silenced for the time being. Can he get a good Chrono off? Newbie, he's chasing Nando, and they might just commit it on him. In fact, they will. It's definitely worth the Lifestealer kill if they can get it, and they will indeed. Now they'll keep chasing Sai. He's looking for more. These track kills aren't going to make themselves happen, and I think that might be it. No, the glimpse onto YRG, and yeah, that'll be it. They'll get at least a Lifestealer for the Chrono, but that's pretty decent with the track.
This is the TOT that we needed to see in Game 1. We needed to see them find these pickoffs, find kills, get something done. And they're doing it. They're making use of the Chronosphere, they're making use of the hookshot, the clockwork, and making very good use of this bounty hunter too. Execration find themselves in the back foot, and all of this really just stems from the fact that they didn't have a good time in the laning phase. If TA was further ahead, if TA actually had a Desolator, would have been able to fight back. If Lifestealer was able to have that free lane, could have gone for the Midas. He'd have that on top of the Desolator now perhaps. But that just never happened, so their success in Game 1 is being thwarted here, and TOT looking pretty good. 7,000 gold in favor of them, and they've got some pretty good late game too.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly enough, speaking of the TA, she went for the Blink Dagger first rather than the Deso, and I think that is mostly due to the fact that she needs some sort of escape with the meld, so at least she's got that if she gets caught out again. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if they take it late, they might have a good chance against TOT, but YRG, like you said, if he gets too farmed, I mean, a void's a void. It's going to hit you pretty hard within that chrono.
They're really lacking some key items. So the Deso that you're talking about on the TA, I'm thinking originally they wanted to have a Desolator on the Templar Assassin, and then Lifestealer could maybe go for some other items, but now they've got Nando. Now he actually has that Desolator completed, so I don't think Templar Assassin is going to build one too. But yeah, they're just lacking these core items. They don't have a Blink Dagger on Slaughter yet. That would be a huge item to have and allow them to really set up in these team fights. But just this laning phase has gone so terribly for them. The mid-game fight's not in their favor either, and really there's not too much that they can do against TOT at the moment.
No, absolutely not. Well, it looks like they might try to get something done. These Nake's bombs have not been successful so far, but it's only barely, like they've barely been getting out every single time. In fact, the tier 2 is being pushed now, bot lane. This might be their chance to go for something, but it looks like they'll just rotate for the tier 1 mid, and I don't know how they come back in this game from this point.
You don't fight head on. You can't fight head on. I think the key is just going to be something like Blink Dagger and Slaughter, just getting a couple more items to really set things up.
Oh, the TPing in. They want to defend this tier 1, and YG, he has the chrono. Actually, what's going on here? Sai, he's chasing and he's scouting as well. This could be bad news for the side of Execration. The rocket as well. Is there a hook? Nando, I mean, might get cancelled if there's a crook, and no, there's a chrono in time though, and this looks really bad for Nando. Oh, there's a stun from Raging Potato and the 4-staff back, but he infests into the neutral creep, and there's a cogs. They know he's in there. He's going down, and that's going to be another track kill, will it? Yes, it will. No, wait a minute. LWY, he's in trouble now. The armor toggling from Nando, but he does go down. Meanwhile, Lena was actually chasing the rest of the team because she has an Aegis, but that'll be it. Another LS kill.
Which is nice and all, but it hasn't been for free. Slaughter actually scouted up by a bit of a rocket there. He's working towards this Blink Dagger. He really wants it. That is their one ticket to getting back into this game. But not going to be finding it just yet. Still really desperately trying to farm up.
Finds a courier though on Raging Potato. At least that brings a bit of gold back, but now he's probably going to give away another kill. Can they block it? The cogs, the hook. No hook committed. Yeah. That's a bit strange.
Yeah, he barely got out there. I thought the cogs would be enough, but I guess not.
Clearly he did as well, because he didn't want to commit the hook, but maybe it was just worth committing the hook.
And yeah, they get the Lifestealer kill. That's nice. It cost them a Chronosphere, importantly. The hookshot actually did come out, but it got blocked by the Chronosphere. They just desperately wanted that Lifestealer kill. I'm not sure if committing the Chrono is worth it, because that means they will not have the Chronosphere for any upcoming fights. And this is the time when they do want to fight. This is the time when they have the Aegis. They don't have the Aegis anymore, of course, because Aegis is expire. And I feel like they've missed a bit of an opening. Not that they should be too upset about that. They're still very clearly in the lead, but they've allowed some time for Execration to come back into it, and there we see that Blink Dagger from Slaughter doing its work already.
That's a big kill to get. That was a wicked sick streak given to the way of Nando of all people. A lot of gold now going to the Lifestealer, and that's the last guy you want to give it to. I mean, speaking of the bounty hunter, he's probably more farmed at this point than the TA is. No, not in terms of net worth, but he's pretty far. Much more than he should be for a bounty hunter. Lena.
Obviously good for him, but as you see, if he's doing that well, it gives a lot of gold back in return, and a lot of map control in return too, which Execration are going to use with the smoke.
This could be massive for them. This is the fight they need to bring themselves back into the game. Can they find somebody? Yes, they find YG. This is the biggest kill they can get. The Static Storm as well, and he couldn't time walk out of it. He's going to go down. That's a massive one. The rest of his team coming in. LWY, does he want to make the hook? It looks like he doesn't.
He used it. He actually missed it. Got blocked by one of his teammates, so it's a disaster. Execration with this blink dagger, they're really coming back into this game.
That is a bit of a shame. Especially because if he was going for Nyx dropped one of his items to use the arcanes. I believe it was the 4-staff he dropped. So if he connected that hook with Raging Potato, there would have been a 4-staff gone. But yeah, T1 Execration gets something going for themselves. Very good indeed.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're still behind. Obviously, still down 8,000 gold, but it's a start.
There is still doubt from my mind that TOT will be able to carry this late. Raging Potato again with Psy. And James doesn't actually want to initiate. In fact, there are some teammates coming in for Psy, and they will back off. And looks like that'll be it. But my point was, I mean, I'm still slightly doubtful that a Void can carry them late against the TA and a Nakes, especially because you've got the Disruptor there with the Static Storm.
Yeah, Faceless Void as a core, fundamentally Faceless Void in any role still is very reliant on the Chronosphere. And while he can definitely hold his own as a right-clicking core, you still need to hit those Chronos, you still need to not get controlled, you still need to survive against what Execration have, and they've got plenty of burst damage now that the Slaughter has his Blink Dagger. They've got plenty of minus armor. TA did go for that Desolator in the end, so they've got ways of taking out heroes really fast on the side of Execration, and if that hero is a Faceless Void or a Lina, could be trouble.
Speaking of Lina, he's gonna find Raging Potato still does a DD, so Lina knows he's around the area. And with this DD, looks like Raging Potato is gonna try and go for a solo kill. Meanwhile, the Dire are pushing. This looks like it's gonna be a big team fight. Again though, Invis is coming out. Yeah. A smoke from the Dire. The Radiant gonna run into it. Who's gonna be on the high ground though? Both teams want it. Depends on who's going to rush more, but in these kind of tight spaces, the chrono really matters quite a lot, it feels. Both teams still waiting very patiently. Do they know each other are there? I don't think so. This is pretty funny how they're just sticking around, and there's a smoke now. TOT. Can they find it? Oh, Raging Potato, he stuns the Clockwork, and now the silence comes out from Disruptor to hold him in place. LWY, he's in big trouble here. Nando's chasing, but still hasn't got the kill. Now, Nando, he's still going for LWY, but it looks like he's going to get disabled, and he does indeed, and he's going down. 3 down for the side of the Dire, and Clockwork ends up losing his life to Raging Potato, but doesn't really matter. It's not a big kill in comparison to the 3 cores that just went down for Execration.
And importantly, they still have the Chronosphere up on Faceless Void, did not have to commit that, which means there is no way in hell that Execration can try and contest this Roshan. It's going to be another Aegis going the way of TOG as well as the Cheese too, and I think they can get right back to pushing.
I agree with you, and it looks like they agree with you too, because they're going straight to the top with this Aegis. Nothing to be afraid about. They've also got the Bloodstone on Lina, so assuming they burn through the Aegis and then kill her a second time, she's going to respawn within 10 seconds anyway. So she can really TP in depending on where they are on the map, because she's got the boots of travel. There goes the tier 2, and question is, will they keep going for the tier 3? The chrono is up. I don't know what there is to be afraid of.
I really feel like they can. This is a pretty good timing for them with the Cheese, with the Aegis, with the chrono. Might want to wait a little bit for Clockwork, maybe wait for the next creep wave, but once he comes along, it's high ground time.
Well, look at Lina's attack range and that attack speed. Raging Potato, he is around the area. Is there any gems? No, but they do have sentries on the Bounty Hunter. Long B, maybe he'll make the swap first, or YRG could go in and chrono. That being said, Raging Potato has to be careful here. He throws out the stun. Oh, the 4-staff as well. The hook misses from Clock, and Long B will swap Lina out. And James goes in. Track is there. YRG, he commits the chrono onto 1. It could be a big kill though. It's a TH. He's gone. No buyback. Oh, this is bad. And now Kingwell misses the stun. No, he gets it actually, but LWY, he can cogs Nando in place. They do take out the Void, but he has buyback, and this Lina dealing a hell of a lot of damage right now. And this should be at least a tier 3.
Actually had the cheese in face this Void, but couldn't get it off in time.
Oh, wait a minute. Glimpse. They're going to get the Aegis. That's 1. They need a second, maybe even a third Nando. He's going to go for it. Oh, big damage coming out. That's a big hit, but the chrono from Clockwork. LWY, and now they're going to kill Nakes. He's got buyback. Raging Potato, though. He might be able to get a kill with Vendetta. Yes, he does. This might stop the push for the racks. Can they get the Nyx at the least? Yes, they can with the earn and the swap. And they're going to keep going for the racks, but the buybacks are committed. Now, Raging Potato, big stun out from Kingwell. Can they get the kills? Sai, oh, what a stun from Raging Potato onto 3! And now Sai is still going, but I think this looks bad for the Nyx now. LWY, he's around the area. The hook is available. They've hooked. No, he does hook indeed, but it's on Kingwell. Sai, he might go down. He does indeed. Raging Potato, he's juking them out at the moment. VS, Long B, he's going to make the TP, but he gets killed straight away from James. Now the glimpse onto LWY, and somehow in hell, they pull it back their way. The Execration are back in the game.
It was a very costly hold. They lost their tier 3, of course. Cost them a buyback onto Raging Potato too, but given that they didn't lose all that much, they didn't lose any racks, given that it was such a scary push coming out from TOG, I'd chalk that one up as a win for Execration. Nice play all around. The buyback from Raging Potato really paying off there, hitting multiple huge stuns, and Disruptor too, with the glimpses, really getting a couple of kills which other heroes would not have been able to get, so they do find themselves in a decent position here. They still are down that tier 3, they still are down a lot of gold, but they haven't lost yet, they haven't lost racks yet, so that's good news, I suppose.
It definitely is good news for Execration, not the best news for TOT. They are going to make some kind of play here with the Nakes bomb in the Nyx, but Raging Potato, he's not really going to be able to find anyone quite yet. No one's around the area, although if he can make it to mid in time, he might be able to find a straggler. This could be big though. They got a big gold exchange here. They're going to find LWY. But he doesn't want the clock. He wants somebody else. YG is there as well, but another target that's not very good for him. Sai could be an easy one. Arcane's picked up the Arcane rune, so now they know that Nyx is around the area, and yeah, they're going to back out. There's no kill they can go for here, it looks like.
I'm really wondering when we're going to see a gem come out. Obviously good for map control, but in this game in particular, there's a Bounty Hunter in a Nyx and a Templar Assassin, as well as a Shadowblade Lina running around, mind you, so gem would be great for either of these teams.
Look at this, Raging Potato though, backlines. Speaking of gem, of course, they probably would love one right now. Sai, oh, he's out. There is a dust available on Raging Potato if necessary though, but doesn't look like he wants to really risk the chance of losing him and the Lifestealer in case his team's behind him, and they'll take out the shrine first. There's one shrine gone, and a second one to boot if they want to, but Raging Potato, oh, doesn't want to go for the Lina either. We'll find Long B, but he's taking a lot of time. There's a hook attempt, and it does connect, but it was on the Ancients, unfortunately. Now they silence up the Nyx with the Bloodthorn, and what the hell is going on here? Lina goes down, actually. What else is going to happen? Raging Potato is going down as well somehow, and it's a 1-for-1. Oh, there's a chrono at the 2. Is there a Static Storm? Yes, there is. It's on the back lines as well. And Kinwell, he's there. Are they going to be able to get any more kills? There's 2 down so far, but Kinwell's about to lose his life. Sai goes down. LWY, he could be the next target. It looks like he'll lose his life, and it's suddenly a 2-for-4. And it's in the way of Execration. They're going to keep going. YRG, he's got Time Walk in just a second. He will manage to get it off, but the trap is there, and actually a glimpse. Can they make it? Oh, the TP attempt. That wasn't the right deal, and cheese is used from YRG. They're going to keep going. Diffusal Blade is available for YRG, but obviously no targets to really use it on at this point. Kinetic Field holds him in place. Nando, this is the longest chase in the world. YRG keeps going with the Time Walk, and they've had enough. They don't want to go for it. It's so frustrating to watch, and I imagine it's more frustrating for Execration. Actually, now they're going to lose a life here into the Disruptor, and it looks like they're not done. YRG looking for James, but we'll have to let him go. Actually, never mind. They're not going to let him go. They're going to keep going. No, they'll let him go.
Does end up as a fairly even trade there, but Execration perhaps taking a better fight than we would have expected going into that. So chaotic there. The pickoff onto Lina at the start, setting things up, really won them that team fight. We were mentioning earlier too, Face's Void as a carry needs a lot of items to function. And other than that, he's pretty much just a Chronosphere machine. He's gonna hit that, scary late game carry status at some point, but right now a bit lacking in that regard. So the Chronosphere did catch out a couple of heroes, but a nice Static Storm in return, just stopping too much else from happening. Of course, Lina already being dead couldn't contribute to that either, so Execration, in the scrappy team fight, in that chaotic team fight, they come out ahead.
Oh, in bot lane. Raging Potato. Looking for more. They want to extend that lead you were just talking about and try and make it a bit higher. Sigh. They need a gem, it feels like, on Raging Potato, just so he always knows where this bounty hunter is, but looks like they're gonna find Long B, and he does force out, but Nyx will come back around now. James and a life stealer will pop out. Mega kill streak for James, and I've got to say, James has really come back into the game. He's got a Hurricane Pike, Deso, and a Blink Dagger now.
He's now second in net worth, actually, and doesn't really do all that well in sort of straight-on, head-on team fights, but if he's able to blink around, he's very heavily invested into mobility. If he can survive for long enough and really kite around team fights, destroy squishy targets.
Raging Potato, my god. I don't know how he guessed that one. Did they have vision? How the hell did he just dust out of nowhere and get that off?
When you're that good, I guess. But, this is the sort of team fights that Execration do like. They don't have anything like the Chronosphere, really, to take head-on team fights, but they're making it happen. They've finally come online with the Slaughter Lifestealer, the next Lifestealer, and they're picking up heroes one by one, and this is not good at all. Because especially given that they're ahead, especially since they've got the Chronosphere, I really would have thought that TOG would have been able to take it with that last push, but Execration, they're holding on.
They're doing well. In fact, I think they're about to be in the lead. Newbie, still no gems, so they're not going to be able to find him, but she's going to be careful. This could be a bit of a bait here from James, and it looks like it will, although Newbie's the one making a run for it, and she will TP in the trees, so she's safe, but look, Stingy, I really feel like there needs to be a gem pronto coming out, because they're missing out on too many big kills here from the side of Execration now. Yeah, oh, actually, there is one.
Oh.
Raging Potato has one.
Okay, well, that's a recent purchase. Would have been very handy to have it then. And he's going to be scoping around. He's always going to be the one in front. So, spotting out the Lina, spotting out this bounty hunter should be nice.
Oh, they kill off the illusion. Luckily not committing anything too big. Yep,
this is where it's very hard for Execration to fight in around something like the Roshan pit, especially when they're all grouped up together. It's so hard to fight into the side of...
Oh, beautiful stun. Raging Potato gets it started. Void. Oh, there's the hook. It's onto the Disruptor. That's a big kill if they can get it. He's trying to back off the Chrono. No, he's stunned up by Kinwell now. There's the Storm. And actually, Void's stuck in it at this point. Can they take him out, though? No, he mantas up the Chrono. It does hit one, but it's his own teammate as well. And they're pinging out the lifesteal saying, kill the bastard already. And he does go down. That's 2 down for the side of Execration so far. They're going to keep going. And Disruptor will manage to be able to back off, but this does not look good for the side of Execration. Not good at all.
They lost a gem there too. So, yeah, a gem on the bounty hunter, a gem on the clockwork. So, Execration really did not want to take that fight, and that's the exact sort of team fight which really favors TOG. Just a straight up head-on team fight where they can make use of the Chronosphere. There's no one annoying the Lina in the backlines, and they're going to be able to translate this into some racks.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not good. No buybacks available. It looks like Execration were pulling this back their way, but TOT, they decide, no, not the case. We're going to at least pull our racks out. And wait a minute, there's a glimpse. Who's it on? Is it the... Wait, it's the Faceless Void. No, it's not. Never mind. It's LWY. My goodness, I almost had a heart attack.
Still significant. Actually, did they? No, he wasn't carrying the gem. He handed it off to someone, so no gem exchange there.
Calculated.
He actually gave the gem to, but all for naught. Aegis and Cheese still goes the way of TOG.
This game
didn't really point this out earlier. There's a Hex onto Templar Assassin, which is not the standard item, but I do like this item choice. They're really not lacking in terms of damage. Something like the Daedalus, I think, wouldn't really do them any good. It's just a matter of trying to lock down this Faceless Void, and that fight nearly turned out well for Execration. They had Faceless Void locked down, but he just was too hard to deal with.
The funny thing is, though, Stinky, Execration, they're not scared to push. They seem to think they're in the lead here.
They know that the Chronosphere's down for a while. It is just back up. And Clockwork, he was dead, but now that they're all back up, now that they've got all their cooldowns, Execration are going to once again be on the defensive.
This is very interesting. And speaking of the Hex you just mentioned, I was going to say, where the hell did James find the time to get a Hex? Like, when did that happen?
I have no clue. Somehow he's second in net worth. Only 5,000 gold behind his Lina, actually ahead of the Faceless Void.
And we didn't really talk about it much, but we did see in the last fight, Lina has a Bloodthorn as well. That's a pretty big item to have.
Yep. Maybe we'll see something like what we saw last game on Nando. He went for the Mantis style. Doesn't really have the gold or the freedom to go for that, but could be a solution. Lotus Orb would be nice as well. Well, he is going for that, so we'll have it, but still quite a ways away.
Well, they're going to try and make something happen here. Nando, got to be careful not to be picked off. Nevertheless, Sai will back out. Both teams are being very cautious here, and you can really see why, because one team fight could mean the game for both teams. Like, that's how it really feels this game. One team fight.
Pretty good opportunity for TOG, though. They've cleaned up the Shrine. They've got the Aegis. They've got their lanes in decent positions, and the last time, though, it did not end well for them. So, still can't feel too, safe about this. But they're going to have to take a risk at some point, I feel. And when you've got the Aegis, when you've got the Cheese, it's as good a time as any.
Oh, absolutely. It really is the best time for them to go. Aegis probably still got a bit of time to remain. Yeah, it does. It has heaps. They only just got it. Cautious again. They're just waiting for the right moment. Void gonna have to stay in the back lines, wait for that chrono attempt, and he also has the Cheese and a BKB, in fact. So a lot of ways to stay alive during this team fight. There goes the tier 3, and it seems like they could just slow siege this Rax if they really just want to. But no, they'll back off. I'm not sure why they back off.
I feel like they could have had Faceless Void up in front as well. They have Eventual Spirit. It is a support, and it is level 18 on the bench, so very long range on the swap. Could just bail out Faceless Void if he was ever in any trouble, which would mean that he's perfectly fine, as he has a Cheese and a BKB. He doesn't go down initially to that Hex. So I feel like they're being a bit too shy about it, but you can't really blame them.
Oh, there they go. Speaking of shy, Kinwell, good stun, but James can't really dish out enough damage. Now the stun, the Bloodthorn used as well, but there's a stun from Raging Potato. They're going to take out this Lina at the least, but that's just an Aegis. That's a start, though. It's going to scare off the side of TOT at the least. And I'm not sure if they'll keep going after this. They still have the chrono.
They can fight. There's no BKB on Templar Assassin anymore, and that's a very big deal. That's a 10-second BKB, actually.
Disruptor has the... No, doesn't have the ulti. There goes the range racks. Do they want to go for the melee? No, apparently not. They'll just back off again.
Yeah, they're just going to back off. I feel like that is a bit of a mistake. Eventual Spirit still has that nether swap, actually.
They smoked up straight away, so this is a bit of a bait move. They're hoping somebody walks down the hill and makes something happen after that. They're just waiting calmly. The rocket for the vision. They might even hook him with the clockwork. I'm not quite sure yet what they're doing, but Sai's baiting now. Sai's the one baiting. In fact, they all just come out. They don't care anymore. They're just going to go straight through mid and try to get this second Rax at the least. Oh, wait a minute. Kinwell gets a stun, 4-star straight out of there. And look at this. Lina will go straight into the mid, and she attacks so freaking fast, but the Hurricane Pike's there. Raging Potato gets a double stun, actually. That's massive, but Lina not down yet. Now, Void has the chrono just hitting on this Nyx at the moment. Raging Potato gonna lose his life, it looks like. The Force Staff, the Spike Carapace, now the Vendetta still survives through all of it somehow. And there's a Hex from the TA, but they can't really push anything. They're gonna wait this out a bit longer. Lina still willing to go for the racks. It's only a couple hits away at this point. Nando, front lines, there's a chrono onto Nando. Mantra as well, and he's going down so fast because of that Bloodthorn. He just melted, and the buyback is there, but I don't know if they're going to be able to defend any longer. Nando starts going. LWI will be the sacrificial lamb. Now the silence onto the Lina, who's been hexed up as well. She gets a double kill though, but Wicked Six streak now on James. They're going to keep going. They want more, and they need more, quite frankly. LWI will lose his life. Double kill for James. Can they find any more? Yes, they can. Apparently, they'll find Kinwell. Actually, no, Kinwell's the side of the die. No, James finds. Who the hell was that? It was Long B.
Yeah, that's fine though. You lose 3 heroes, but you've got buyback on your Lina, you've got buyback on your Vengeful Spirit. Clockwork not being able to buy back might be a bit of an issue, but Execration, they need to get something done. They're down to full lanes of racks. They need structural damage here. They need to at least take a racks and force a buyback, otherwise they're in pretty bad shape.
I completely agree with you. This is their probably one shot, unless they think they can, you know, go up against these 2 lanes. James going to be on the front lines, dealing a lot of damage from both these teams. In fact, we should mention there's a double Deso for some reason. But yeah, there's one buyback, Vengeful Spirit, and they choose to just back off for the time being. They're happy with that, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know if this is the right thing to do.
I mean, right thing or not, they're in a hard spot. That's undeniable. They don't have buyback anymore on Nando, which is very significant. If he goes down, and they do have good tools for taking him down, that could just be GG. And I feel like at this point, it is completely worth dropping that solo Chronos here onto him. They did that last fight, and you know they lost a couple of heroes on the retreat, but now that he's got no buyback, just do it again. And if you die for it, that's fine. You've got your own buyback. You've got BOTs on your Lina. Could potentially just end the game from there. So we'll see. They've been playing very cautious so far, so I doubt they'd go for something. Actually, I say that they're all smoked up here.
Yeah, they're having a go here, and they're going to find Disruptor, was it? No, they miss out. No, there's a swap. They do get him. The Bloodthorn makes it very quick of a kill. Now actually VS, Long B in the middle of everything right now. There's the Chrono again onto the Lifestealer, and they should be able to take him out quite easily. That being said, actually Lina just destroys Raging Potato. Nando still trying to run off at the point. What a stun from Slaughter, but it doesn't really matter. Looks like Kinwell will end up losing his life. Maybe, no, they'll even ignore him. They don't care. They'll go for the Megas instead. And I think this might be GG now. No buybacks available. They should be calling it at this point. Unless James can pull out a miracle. And there's the first voice chat we've heard.
It would be very hard.
Yeah, they call the GG. So that's a 1-1. They forced the game 3 for the semi-finals. Very surprising.
TOG, they played that perfectly, especially during the mid game. They did what they had to. They found the pickoffs using the Bounty Hunter, using the Clockwork, a couple of nice very significant. But once again, we've got the clockwork coming up for Execration.
Absolutely. The Raging Potato Clock is back. Lina is picked up immediately, followed by a Rubik. And you know, Stinky, how much I love seeing Rubik.
Decent hero to have against the clockwork. There's no cast time of any of his spells, so battery assault isn't too much of an issue. You can just lift the clockwork, place him outside of his own cogs, that's perfectly fine. And also it provides a very nice setup for this Lina, which, you know, we saw Lina played mid last game. Most likely going to be the case, doesn't have to be, but a Rubik lift into a Lina Light Strike array can do a lot of damage.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm very excited, Stinky. This is game 3. How long have we been going for?
Which also means that Execration have been going for quite some time too, and a lot of these other teams as well. So...
Well, that is a very good point. They have been going for about the same time. Darn tired. To be or not to be, the same thing. They'll be pretty darn tired themselves. No break times, and because this has gone to a game of 3...
Execration's turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Yep, whoever wins this game and the series is going to be moving on to play them. And they're going to be scouting this one out. They're going to be watching what's happening in this game. And you know, whoever wins is going to be thrown right into things. So fatigue, definitely something to watch out for.
5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely.
Reserve time.
It's so hard for that long, and then to get so close to pulling the game back your way, and then again get it thrown in your face. Like it's just got to be hard. The adrenaline kicks in, and then you get your tired self after this kind of game.
And definitely not at such a high level. One lapse in judgment, one mistake, and all of a sudden you could find yourself down a buyback, which could be disastrous potentially. So I don't know. It's going to be close. As we can see, both these games going into this would say Execration are slightly favored, but to be or not to be, definitely not a team to be underestimated. We are 1-1, which really just means that any team could take this.
But either team has the potential to win this, and they will be against a substantially, you know, equally good team in the winners of the next series. Which again, we don't know what's going on there. I do know.
10 seconds remaining.
As I said last, is 1-0 so far. If they win the next game, well, this game that they're already through, then it's 2-0. They get to have a break time. Although, if they lose, then the winner of this game gets to have a break time. And I should probably stop talking because we have a Venomancer and a Faceless Void.
Very fast picks coming out here. Did not expect to see the Faceless Void from Execration. I don't believe I've seen that from them before. But Venomancer, I believe, has been banned in both games prior in this series. So to be or not to be, snap that one up quickly. Gives them a lot of magical damage between them and Lina. You know, plenty of damage to go around in team fights, which is something that does appear to be very important in between both these teams.
Uh-oh. There's the probably one of the angriest men in the game, Mr. Earthshaker. And this is very exciting. Echo Slam, got the Chronos, got the Veno ulti, got the Rubik Steals. A lot of things going on the hook from the Clockwork. All we need is like a black hole now from an Enigma.
As we were saying, teamfight does seem to be, you know, what really secures it for either of these teams. So changing things up slightly in this game for you, both teams are going to be working for more in that direct engagement sort of style. And there we go. That's the Magnus. Even more teamfight here for Execration.
There's an RP as well. This is going to be interesting, Stinky. There's a lot going on here. But we've seen this before. To combine all of it together is not as easy as it seems. That's the real problem.
5 seconds remaining.
Oracle as well going to be thrown into the mix. We've seen Oracle silencers, various ways to counter teamfights. Maybe even an Omni Knight too at some point. So Oracle, obviously one of the best defensive heroes in the game. You get jumped on, your face is void, he's fine, you just put the false premise on him, whatever. No issue there. So to be or not to me, they've got to be thinking about this Oracle the whole time. However, there is a Magnus and a Clockwork, which perhaps suggests that we've got a support Clockwork here.
Execrations.
I'm very intrigued to see what's going to happen here. Stinky, is it wrong for me to wish for an Enigma? Is it really that wrong? Like, I mean, you've got all this.
It kind of would be, unfortunately, given that there's a Rubik and an Earthshaker who are both very good against Enigma, and on the other side you've got the Clockwork as well. So I don't think Enigma's going to happen this game, unfortunately.
Could I just say as well? I know this is a bit off topic, but do you realize? Obviously, us casting, people probably don't really, understand this too well, but you get very hungry as you cast because you lose a lot of energy, right? Nando is really making me hungry because all I can think about is chicken when I see his name. I don't know if they have it in Southeast Asia, Stinky, but Nando's is a chicken place in Australia. Oh
yeah, it's a chicken place in places. I'm sure Execration, they've got people looking after them. Here's your food, get back into it. Nice play in game 1, but just eat your food, get right back to it, and yeah, it's definitely very straining sometimes. So, I don't know, they're playing some pretty mechanically demanding heroes too, on the side of Execration, especially the Faceless Void. You really need to place those Chronos well, similar for the Magnus, the Clockwork, being those initiators. Any missed initiation could be a huge opening for it to be or not to be to exploit, and the Oracle too, but here we go. I've been talking about this throughout the whole Open Qualifiers. Finally, we get to see it, Clockwork Shadow Fiend.
Absolutely. I mean, you have been saying it every time Clockwork comes up. And we're sitting here waiting for Raging Potato to draft the SF. Never came out. He leaves it to the last second. He's had enough. He wants to take games seriously now. And to add to the equation, now there's a Requiem to combine with the RP. So this is going to be great. What a to be or not to be going to pick up here, I have no clue. No clue.
They need some sort of... Okay, I did not expect that. I was going to say they needed some sort of hard-hitting right-click here. They've got basically no physical damage at the moment, but they go for the Doom.
Well,
okay.
Ironically, so here's the thing, right? And someone pointed this out in chat. Void last game wasn't really the carry at all. It was simply Newbie on the Lina.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't.
So the carry's in Lina. That's it. They're going for the Lina carry, I believe. LWY, I mean, he might be able to get some farm. Maybe Long B will. I don't know, but all I know is we got to watch out for this Lina.
Had a pretty good start in lane, thanks to Sai on that Bounty Hunter, and whenever Lina gets off to a good start, it's always trouble. And
absolutely.
Conversely, Lina, who doesn't get a good start, sometimes does fall a bit flat. Once you start falling behind, you don't get your levels, you don't get your items, and you start to taper off as your spells don't really increase that much in damage. But we'll see if that happens this game. There's no Bounty Hunter involved, but there are some other potentially pesky roaming heroes. So heroes like the Earthshaker, the Doom, even the Rubik. So gotta watch out.
Absolutely. No doubt in my mind, I have to watch out. Stinky, we're going to get into the game now. Before we start, I'd like to say thank you very much for anyone that's stuck around and that's viewing. We have quite a few viewers on the stream. And also, if you enjoy, follow the Twitch. Follow me at MLP Dota on Twitter. I will be linking Stinky Pie's Twitch in the chat. Probably at the end of the stream. Well, at the end of this series. So follow him as well, because he casts very often. But other than that, Stinky, let's get through the... let's get through this draft. Magnus will be played by the man himself, Raging Potato. He's not on the Clockwork. Clockwork will be played by Kimwell. Void will be played by Nando. James, who's currently denying some cogs and has 9 souls already, will be playing the SF. And finally, RR, the man himself, is playing the Oracle. And the Dire, if you could, please.
We've got Lina here being played by Chosha, and we'll just call him Newbie because that's a lot easier. YRG actually, you're going to be finding RR, and well,
they get the Fisher.
That's a perfect Fisher
He's
block,
dead.
I think.
Yeah, it is. And RR, he sits in the corner, he thinks about what he's done, and I mean, that's just... It's an ugly start for the side of Execration. And... Oh, wait a minute. No. Kinwell, don't do it. The cogs. He puts it down. It's okay. He'll be fine. He's playing with fire, though. YRG. He's got no mana for the Gale, but he has a Mango if need be. Kinwell pretty much extending as far as he thinks he can go. And now Long B could be skewed back if he's not careful, and he will back off in time. There is a Gale Light here and a Cogs. They've actually got two in the Cogs at this point. But Clockwork, he's been lifted up behind the Cogs. Now James, oh, there's the root from Oracle. Revenge is so sweet, and it's best served cold. And Oracle will get it. And that'll be it. 1 for 1 before the game even starts. And oh, wait a minute, Raging Potato. He's getting blocked by Long B. Oh, this is not good. Raging Potato, he will be okay. The Fisher is not available. But that being said, Sai's coming in as well. Never mind. Oh, wait a minute. Raging Potato. Don't be cheeky, my friend.
No, that's
no,
great
he will back
for
off.
Raging Potato here. He kidnaps the creep wave, and he's going to be pulling it under his own creeps, so going to be denying some creeps away from the side of TOG2. So a great start for Raging Potato, and similarly, a great start for James. It's one of the weaknesses of Clockwork Shadow Fiend drop. You spend a lot of time in your own fountain getting those souls, but if you pick up a kill onto your SF later anyway, and he gets the full souls, well, that's kind of what we call an exercise in futility there. They did get first blood, but I don't think it's paid off in the end, given that SF now has maximum souls, and he's off to a great start in lane.
Oh, absolutely. And look at this. Kimwell playing around with this Rubik, just draining all the mana that Sai has, and he's going to have to back off a bit. In fact, did he pop a clarity? Yes, he did. Mid lane, the Courier, very close to going down, in fact. I mean, it wasn't hit, but it went a bit too far. Newbie. Kimwell doesn't seem afraid at all. He has a very different style of playing Clockwork. Like, he's very aggressive. Interesting positioning from him.
Raging Potato, he's been one to make the hook shots count, but as a Clockwork support, you don't have that available, so you just gotta make do with just your cogs, just your battery assault, and he's doing a great job of it too. Gonna be getting that battery assault very soon as he snags up that bounty rune.
Oh, indeed he is. James, still throwing out razors. Kimwell, oh, not Kimwell, sorry, Newbie, throwing out the Dragon Slave. And I mean, I'm a bit scared about SF, because the thing is, Lina can deal so much damage so quickly, and SF is not the tankiest hero in the world early game, so this could be bad news for him. But wait a minute.
Generally, it's favored lane, but when SF gets this much help from his Clockwork, from both the souls that denies the first blood, and now even a bit of a gank,
yeah,
he's able to hold his own.
Kimwell's being cheeky. And he comes in, the Cogs is there, the battery assault as well. There are TP rotations, though. Sai's in. Can they get the kill to James? Yes, they do, and Lumik. I mean, Kimwell, my apologies, is still trying to chase, and the battery assault won't do the job, it looks like. Can it reach? No, it won't. The stun. Newbie, he dodges it, though. Kimwell. Oh, he gets denied. He makes it.
That's just about the best case scenario for him. Doesn't even have to die, doesn't give any souls to Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend goes down thanks to a well-timed counter gang from Sai here. And of course, Longbeat joining with the Earthshaker, and this is what we're talking about. There's very strong early game heroes to rotate from the side of TOG. And they didn't quite get the setup that time, but Lina can easily land Light Strike Array if there's a stun to allow her to do so.
Interesting point made in chat. I'd just like to point out to you is pick Doom when Oracle's there, which is a fair point actually. Can you purge off the Doom?
No, you can't.
Is that possible?
But it's still a fairly good pick, because you can take one hero out of the fight. That hero is not going to die. In fact, that hero is more than likely going to be at full health. And against that sort of DOT, sometimes Oracle doesn't even have to commit the false promise to keep someone alive. So maybe that's an issue. There are a lot of good Doom targets in this game. The face is Void, you take him out of the fight, that's no Chronosphere. Similar story for the Magnus or even the Clockwork Shadow Fiend. So I can see why they went for this Doom, but I'm just not sure it's going to be doing enough against this Oracle, because there's so many good Doom targets, there's also so many targets that you have to Doom.
Oh, absolutely. There's too many targets, I feel. It's going to be a big problem. They maybe could have gone for something a bit better, like a Silencer maybe. Could have done the same job, but nevertheless, maybe they have a plan that we're not seeing quite yet. We will find out in a few minutes. Actually, James, big trouble in mid lane, but he has a haste rune luckily for him, so he does back off in time. And Kimwell came in to help out if necessary, but not required at this point due to that haste rune.
Yeah, a couple of things really went wrong there. They missed the Fisher stun and didn't really block anything in. They missed the Rubik lift into the Lina Light Strike array as well, and that was supposed to be that guaranteed setup that we were talking about earlier. It just didn't happen. Of course, the haste rune has something to say about that, but big kill that they missed there.
Oh, absolutely. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? At least they attempted it. Oh, top lane, actually, there might be some action. There's the Gale. Sai, he's there as well. He lifts up while the skewer's going, and Raging Potato looks like he's going to lose his life here. And, yeah, well, that's an easy kill, and we haven't talked about this yet, but YRG is a safe lane Venomancer.
Yep. We've seen Venomancer in pretty much every single position, but safe lane Venomancer is something that is not unheard of. So you get nice early levels, you get plenty of points in the Plague Wards, you get off to a decent early start, and then round about that sort of 10-12 minute mark, you just come online and you go for pushes.
Absolutely. And look at this. Kimwell, he wants to make something happen mid lane again. Newbie. He's in that right positioning. He knows what's going on. He stays a bit to the right. Now maybe he's screwed up. No, Kimwell doesn't react at all. Now he just walks off. And actually, he's going to go for a Cogs battery assault used. He's going to walk into Sai. Sai gets lifted up and picks up the refresher room. But maybe he's going to give his life away for that. Sai is going to lose his life. There's a stun. And can Newbie get a return kill? No, he has no mana for the Laguna. Has the clarity going though. And no, that's it.
A bit greedy there from Sai to try and go for that rune. I feel like he could have just turned around, walked away. Maybe SF gets a regen rune. Yeah, that's bad, but I feel like giving him a kill would be even worse.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, well, they're going to keep going here.
Top lane.
Sai's back mid lane. Oh, top lane. Magnus commits the RP. And now Nando's actually here with the Chrono if need be. YRG, I don't think he's getting out of it. In fact, Kimwell's there as well. Cogs plays, he connects. Now, Newbie, what's he going to do? The Chrono's committed. This is actually massive. Long B can't do anything here. He commits the Fisher, but it's not enough. Nando will survive through this and time walk some damage off. This is looking a bit hard for TOT because it feels like they need to get this lineup going early.
Very calculated move there from Nando, just TP'd very early on, knew that Raging Potato had the RP, knew that they wanted to go for that play, and they not only get the kill onto Veno, which is what they originally intended, to get the Lina kill too, and that's the real prize. So not only did they kill Lina, that actually means even more space here for James mid lane on the Shadow Fiend. He is pulled miles ahead in terms of last hits. He's actually a full level ahead on top of 20 CS, and that is a concern. Because we all know what a Shadow Fiend can do.
Oh, it's quite insane what a Shadow Fiend can do, and depending on what item build he goes, it can just get that much worse. With the RP as well, if they get a big RP, you follow the Requiem to that. I mean, it's just gonna be an instant, you know, death ball pretty much. There's no chance. And you add the Empower to his already, and the Empower onto the SF, even more damage.
Yeah, he is going to be very scary, and he's already off to a great start and doing what Shadow Fiends love doing. Just heading into the jungle, finding some more farm there too, so I don't know. As you're saying, like TOT, they're actually the team who does want to get aggressive at some point, especially once the Venomancer really comes online, but he is struggling somewhat.
Oh, absolutely. YRG misses the Gale actually on Raging Potato just then as well, but maybe could have committed with the Poison over, but can't really get there. Now, LWY might be in trouble. Yeah, he will be in as well. Kimwell does get the Cogs, but he actually chooses to back off, even though there's 3 there to help him out. They're not really committing, and maybe the Doom's just too tanky at this point to go on.
Yeah, they don't have the Chronosphere available, so no reason to take any risky fights. If they can just walk away, just fine. Doom is always hard to take down, especially now that he's got that Scorched Earth maxed out. Still gotta respect that Doom too, could definitely turn things around, so I like the choice from them.
Absolutely. Well, RR now, just trying to pull a few creep waves. Looks like Long B's come into the mid lane, trying to gain a bit of XP. He's only level 3, but about to go level 4.
Ooh, smoke gank coming out from TOT. Sai and LWY, but they get spotted out by a well-placed scan from the Radiance, so they want this Shadow Fiend. They're not going to find him. James knows what's up, and instead they might get... well... Okay, they will...
Kimwell. Oh, there's the Fisher! And then the lift, and yeah, look, Kimwell, I think you're leaving the building for now. Actually, no, he will. But still, like you said, they don't get what they really wanted, being the SF.
Radiant's middle tower.
And of course, you know, Clockwork dying, it's not great. He really wants his levels. He is struggling a bit, but that's just part of playing support Clockwork. He's right back into it, TPing in here. Let's see if he can get some more support. There is the Doom available on Doom, so they do have to be a bit cautious.
Oh, absolutely. Kinwell, he doesn't have the hook though. He's only level 4, so it's not like he can really make the jump anyway. Looks like Raging Potato was in the back line, seeing if he can get an RP, but not quite. And maybe he should probably wait, because he only needs about 400 gold for the Blink Dagger anyway. It would be a big shame if he gave that gold away for no reason at this point.
So that rotation, of course, taking out the Clockwork, applying pressure mid lane, doesn't result in all that much, but as a sort of domino effect, it forces Raging Potato out of his lane, gives Venomancer a little more space, so he takes out that tower, and I feel like once he completes the Veil, which is going to be after a couple of creep camps, he'll probably just rotate to another lane and start applying more pressure there. So we'll see how Execration respond. They do have some good tools to respond with. The Chronosphere's back up, the Blink Dagger, as you're saying, is almost completed too. So in a couple minutes, we're going to be seeing all-out team fights happening, and that's what we're looking for with these drafts.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Magnus, once he gets it, like you said, probably start rotating, make some big team fights. Actually, they doom the Void. Bot lane, he's in big trouble. Oracle is there, though, but no ulti available, so the False Promise not going to come out. Can he deny? There's a hook shot from Kimwell. Actually, the heals are coming out. Void's going to survive through all this. Now, Kimwell, he's actually making the plays here. Cogs as well into Psy. Oh, Doom, he's screwed up here. He thought he had it, but he actually didn't. And LWY goes down. Psy, he's still in the trees. Can they get him? Kimwell actually gives up, thinking he's gone. And the Time Walk will get him deep enough, and yeah, well, that'll be it. Good rocket, though.
Barely not finding him. Of course, the trade is going to be that mid-tier 1 tower. Newbie was able to clean that one up, but here we go. This is the real test. Now, Venomancer, he's got the Veil. He's rotated into your safe lane. This is the last tier 1 tower. Thankfully for Execration, they weren't forced to use the Chronosphere in that last fight. Very good discipline from Nando holding on to that, and that will certainly be very handy for this upcoming push.
Look at this bot lane though. Psy, oh, Time Walk just in time, but Raging Potato not going to give up on it. Will continue going, has the RP as well if need be. Laguna Blade though, James is still alive. The False Promise from Oracle, and can he heal him up in time? There's the Poison Nova. It might be enough here. The Razor's coming out, and I think SF's gone. Yeah, he is. That being said, the RP's still there. They could make a sneaky attempt back, but actually, oh, Chrono and Lina in the back lines. Nando will do it himself. The fish is there, though. Now the stun from Lina. No, the Dragon Slave came out. Raging Potato still looking for his opportunity. Nando still alive through all this. YRG, he's stuck with Kimwell at the moment. There's a skewer, and they're going to get the RP there onto the solo Venom. Now the double hook, and they'll get at least an Venom as well. Fisher, Kimwell, is he going to die? He's going to try his best. Cogs in a second, but they commit the Echo Slam. Nando will come back in, copying a lot of damage, but has the Time Walk. Going to keep going, hoping for the bash here. LWY, the route comes in, and it's a long route, and SF's there. James will take care of that one, and well, I think that worked out slightly better for Execration that time around.
Gonna have to agree with you there. That was sort of their big push. That was their timing. They didn't have the Doom, notably, and all the cooldowns were available from Execration. We didn't see that big Blink RP, but it was a good one nonetheless, securing that Venomancer kill, and still the tier 1 tower stands. Probably not going to be standing much longer, but Execration, they've done what they need to. They've dealt their damage. They're happy to let this tier 1 tower go now.
Absolutely. They have to, really. But, well, we'll see how it goes. The thing is, Lena's always making plays no matter what, so she gets a tier 1. And, oh, Kimwell smoked up with James, actually. Can't find anyone, though. He has the hookshot available. Now the rocket comes out. Will he scout the noob? No. Doesn't scout out the Lina.
A compromising position here for Psy. He places down a very deep observer ward, which was sputtered out by some creeps, I think. He time walks out just fine.
Well, Kimwell, Still smoked up, but it's about to wear off. Actually, is there a counter smoke? Yes, there is. So, will they be able to find someone? There is 5 grouped up together, so it's not the easiest pickoffs to go for here. They've also put the Empower on James, so the man is hitting for 200 a hit. Actually, more than that, which is kind of ridiculous for an SF at 14 minutes in. Nevertheless, Tier 1 top going down. Looks like they'll rotate to the Tier 2 mid. Try to get a return on the towers, but they will defend surely.
And they've got good tools for it. Chronosphere's backup just came up actually, and similar story for the Magnus RP. If TOG want to try and push this, they're going to have to be very careful. They're going to have to position very well. They do have good vision on their side, which is definitely worth quite a lot. We'll see if it's going to be enough.
Oh, there's an RP, there's a chrono. You said it before, but we'll say it again, and I've got to be worried. The hook, oh, barely misses. YRG, got to be counting his stars right there. That's very lucky indeed, and Kimwell gonna be a bit upset with himself, but it's okay. It's a, you know, if you're gonna miss any hooks, that's probably the one to miss.
That's fine though. They take the Tier 1 top, lose a little damage on their Tier 2 mid, but all things considered, you're perfectly happy with that.
YRG is being a bit dangerous, really. Does back off though. There's no one to punish him because the hookshot was unavailable. Bot lane now. Long B might get caught out. The Fisher will show. Raging Potato, skewer back. He will get it. And the Echo Slam committed though. Long B. They do root him in place though. No RP necessary. No chrono necessary. Easy kill onto the Earthshaker, and the Oracle will take it. In fact, they'll keep going here. LWY, they know he's there. The TP, they need to stop it now. The RP is committed. They'll get the Doom. It's definitely worth it if they get this kill. Now the Cogs as well, and LWY guaranteed to go down at this point. And 11-6 now. Some good kills coming out, and RR picks it up again on the Oracle.
That's classic Oracle play. But right now, Execration rather, with the Execution, they're able to take these team fights, and part of that is because they simply have more tools. They've got the Blink Dagger on Magnus, and in contrast, no Blink Dagger on the Surfshaker.
My goodness, misses the hook on YRG, but YRG's going forward, not backwards. He wants to go, and there's the Fisher onto Kimwell. He might be screwed here. The lift back as well. Sai, he'll grab him, and that'll be an easy kill for them. And my goodness, they just had to leave Kimwell alone there. He was a goner.
Didn't quite have the RP backup. They used it earlier, obviously, and they just didn't want to take a risky fight there. Not too much vision in the area, so they just let Kimwell go down. But yeah, I mean, still gotta be a bit concerned for both these teams, because this is one of those games where anything can happen, given the amount of big ultimates that we have. We haven't really seen the biggest Echo Slams, and he is a very long way from that Blink Dagger. Actually, okay, that's interesting. Long B committed for the Urn of Shadows instead of going for the Blink Dagger, but that Blink Dagger is probably one of the most important items this game. If he can get up to that, then Execration will have to really watch out for their positioning. As it stands, Execration very clearly in control of team fights.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they're doing very well for themselves right now. RP will be back up in 10 seconds, actually. Their jungle is being farmed by the side of TOT. And is this going to be a smoke? No, they'll just come in for some ancient experience. Maybe they will smoke, actually. But there's none available, it looks. No, there is. Never mind. Kimwell had it. And they seem to know someone's in their jungle, so they're going to go basically get rid of that bug that's bothering them. RR. Oh, LWY. Yeah, the hook just in time. Oh, goodness gracious. And they'll get the kill. That was, I mean, what was that? 0.1 second before he got away?
That's an important kill for them. I suspect they could turn this into another objective. They smoked up because they had all their ultimates back up. Magnus just had the RP, and now they can still leverage that.
Oh, Sai, he's get the lift. And Raging Potato still wants to go, but we'll let it go for the time being. Now, Chrono, it's on the Earthshaker, and that's a big kill as well. That being said, Lena's in the background. Laguna committed, and he'll get the kill. This is not very good, and there's the RP onto 2. And the Rubik's going to go down as well. Double kill from Raging Potato. They'll get the tier 1 after that. YRG, he's going to come in here. Lena wants to keep going, and maybe James is the one in trouble now, but he fought. Stuff's down. Now Kimwell with the cogs. The Venomous Gale, though. YRG goes down. No Requiem is channeled long enough. And that'll be it. I think it's a 2-for-2 trade. They do get a tier 1, but they lose the big cores. And I'm not sure if that was 100% worth, but I guess maybe it's pretty even.
Definitely not worth it there. They expend their major cooldowns too, and this is very significant. They don't have RP, they don't have Chronosphere. They have very little when it comes to contesting this Roshan, so if they were able to leverage those ultimates to get a free objective, then yeah, that would be fine, but they actually end up committing them all for a couple of kills onto some supports, and that is not good.
Look, it's the Raging Potato. He knows and he's thinking about it. The rocket will give them vision. LWI trying to cancel it. Oh, Clockwork TV's in. Now they're going for it. The Echo Slam committed as well. They get the Aegis. Raging Potato's actually got it. They lost the Clockwork. Can he TP out? No, he can't. He doesn't have RP either, but he's got the Aegis. What can he do with it? He's got no Skewer available. I think he's dead here regardless, but is the deny worth it for 2 heroes?
That's a pretty hard one. I feel like if not for the fact that they didn't have their cooldowns, they could have definitely gone for it. They could have just tried to straight up fight it. But given the fact that they didn't have their cooldowns, Magnus isn't going to be too useful anyway, if that makes sense. So him dying without having the RP is fine, I feel. So they're going to have the RP, they're going to have the Chronosphere, or whatever push that TOG could go for.
Dingy, speaking of Magnus, he's got a Hand of Midas. Do you reckon this is this a good item to get? Like, he seems to be doing okay in terms of farm, but is this the item?
It's hard to say.
Doesn't really matter, I guess. He's already got the blink anyway, so who cares? He just chooses what he wants after that, right? I mean, you only care about the RP.
In some sense, yeah, exactly. He's not going to be the one dealing with damage. It's all about the Shadow Fiend really laying into a Chronosphere or an RP. So all that you want on Magnus at this point is sort of those utility items. And his next item queued up is going to be the Force Staff. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Shadow Blade, just to get that ideal initiation off.
Oh, let's
but yeah, like now we're sort of back to square one. We've got Execration with all their cooldowns back up. They're very scary in team fights. But on the flip side, there's no Aegis rather on the side of TOG. So they'd love to have an Aegis. They'd love to be able to set up a push. They'd love to be able to tank through all these big cooldowns. But as it stands, it's really not paid off.
I've got to say, on the side of TOT though, Lina has been playing very well. He's got 17 Bloodstone charges. He now has a Shadow Blade as well. And YRG gets a kill onto James.
Yeah, that's actually massive. Yeah, that is massive, but I don't feel like it's enough. So they don't know that he doesn't have buyback. He could definitely have it at this stage in the game. So gonna be a bit scary for them if they really want to try and breach high ground.
Might be a bit early for the high ground, but maybe they'll find another one, because Kimwell's in the background. Long B, they know he's there. The rocket, the hook comes out. Sai lifts up the Clockwork. Meanwhile, Chrono on the Lina. Can they get some kills here, though? I'm not 100% sure. Sai, he's stolen something. It's a time dilation. There's the RP as well. They'll get one kill onto the Earthshaker now. Can they stop Nando? No, they really can't. Oh, the Kuda Blade committed, though. So close. YRG commits the ulti as well. Kimwell uses the cogs just to protect his team. Raging Potato gets out of there, and Kimwell happily gives his life away. And they really try and get something out of the fact that James was dead at that point. But I mean, it felt like they almost lost that fight. They lost the ES, and a Clockwork was given.
I'm not even convinced they can try and push for this tier 2 tower. They are still holding onto the Earthshaker Echo Slam, but what does that even mean when he doesn't have the Blink Dagger?
Well, that's it. You know, he can't really get in range to do anything with it. So like you said, what the hell does it mean? It means nothing really, but YRG, he is pushing himself with the wards, and I suppose this is one thing you can do, because they know the Chrono and the RP's down. So as long as those are down, it's like, well, we can do whatever we want. There's nothing to be scared about, I guess.
I just don't know if it's enough, because what now? They're going to be forced to back off. Shadow Fiend's going to get his souls back. And then once again, Execration are going to have the cooldowns. And provided that James isn't getting picked off to start things off, they have got a lot to offer inside Chronosphere and Magnus RP, so I don't know, I feel like TOG, they need to get some more done here. Venomancer as a core is interesting, he does offer a lot of damage, but at some point he does start to fall off, so especially given that they don't have the Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, they could really use that. These towers going down would really help them along.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and they're going to take that tier 2 down. I'd like to point out, while we have a slight bit of downtime, NaPo did take it 2-0, so they're already set for the grand final, and that was the team with the Australian in it, so going to be interesting. The team is already set up, so as soon as we get out of this game, and actually Clockwork, Kimwell gets caught out, but the false promise is there just in time. They couldn't actually finish him off, and he will heal up, especially with that shrine. My goodness. Things getting a bit, things getting pretty crazy over here in this game.
Yeah, in some sense, we do see TOG feeling the pressure, actually,
The stun made it in time, he predicted it! And I mean, that's a big deal, but they're not going to get anything out of it unless they kill Nando here. Sai, he's around the area. They can't find him, though. He goes straight back up to the right place, but the Fisher hits him. Now the stun as well. LWY is there. How the hell did they predict that?
That's a big kill. Now, actually, Roshan's not up yet, so I don't think they'll be able to reach the high ground before Faceless Void respawns. Doesn't hurt, of course, but still, they're facing a lot of pressure. We saw a bit of that bottom lane, actually. They were trying to push that tier 3 bottom so desperately, but they couldn't get anything done.
It's hard. It's not easy to breach this high ground of Execration, and I feel like it's just due to those big ultis that they have. It's like they've just got to wait until they're down. Raging Potato now top lane. Goes along B, but the Echo Slam committed. Now they're going to keep going. Lena's here as well. Oracle there with the false promise is going to give him enough time to get out. And I think Magnus will be fine. In fact, the TP is out, but they're going to lose RR for this. The Fisher committed. The stun as well. And yeah, there's the last hit. Lena will pick up that kill. And that's a mega kill streak given the way of Lena. So even more farm going to the way of Newbie.
Definitely significant, but that fight all occurred on the wrong side of the map for TOG, so they really can't find anything else off the back of that. As you were saying earlier, Roshan's still not up, so really they don't get any further objectives other than that kill itself.
It's one of those things, right? Like they've got to... Like, how late can they take this is the real question. We're at 27 minutes in. We know Lena did it last game. We know this, but you've got an SF and a Void on the opposing team, not to mention the RP and the Chrono. How long can this really go, Sneaky?
This is probably the point in time where we say if they can't get this next Aegis and they can't get a lane of Rax with this next Aegis, then I feel like TOG are really going to be feeling the heat.
We did say that last game as well, and apparently it didn't matter. TOT proving us wrong. Actually, hold on a minute. Oracle's been caught out. RR, he's going to lose his life here. Can his team back him up? The false promise is there. He's delaying it as long as he can, and maybe they can make a jump here. I think he's actually going to survive due to the heals. Yeah, he's going to make it. Do they jump now that they know the false promise is down, though? That's the question at hand.
It's not the longest cooldown. It is still at level 2, but it's already at 65 seconds, so gonna be pretty hard to exploit that, and even if you did want to exploit it, you'd be fighting into a Chronosphere and an RP.
It's not gonna be easy. Like, this high ground push is gonna be very hard for the side of TOT. They've got to maybe wait for the Aegis, which appears to be what they're doing. They've got the ward in there just to see if they can, scout it out in time. Even the rocket coming in from Clockwork, though, so both teams realizing how important it is for this Aegis to be on their team rather than the opponents. And I don't know, this high ground push just seems very hard for TOT. They might be able to pick some off here, though.
Earthshaker Blink, though, and that's significant. And like you say, getting a pick off is one way of breaking high ground. So if they find a hero who they can lift up a Rubik, he's got a Blink Dagger and a Force Staff too, they could potentially find a pick off. But importantly, ideally, they want to get a pick off without committing too many cooldowns. They still want to hold on to the Earthshaker Echo Slam, they still want to hold on to the Doom. Otherwise, even if they kill a hero, it doesn't mean all that much if they commit too many cooldowns for it. It's a similar story for Execration, however. a lot of their high ground hold is really banking on the fact that they've got these big cooldowns. So if those cooldowns are down, they gotta watch out too. They cannot use them if it does not result in a significant kill.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's time to really be careful how these skills are used. I mean, a lot of pressure from the Radiant end. I mean, so much pressure on this Magnus, so much pressure on the Void, even the Clockwork. Like, just there's so many opportunities to change the game from my goodness, I can't even pronounce the name anymore. But from the Dire end, it's just like it's a clear-cut kind of just don't give any kills away and we'll be fine. They're going for a smoke here. Nando, he'll be on the front lines. Can they get some kills going? It looks like they might not find them quite yet. Now they do. The Rocket will scout them out. Meanwhile, the bot lane, it's pushing in. There's a big creep wave coming in as well, and it looks like the Dire are happy to just sit here and let them do what they want, because that bot lane's going to lose a lot of health from that tier 3 tower. In fact, look at Lina. She's just pushing the mid lane now as well.
They kind of have their hands tied in a sense. They really want to try and defend their own tier 2 tower top, but they have no clue where the enemy heroes are. They can't just casually walk into a chronosphere. So tier 2 tower goes down top, which is an alright, I guess, but in the grand scheme of things, really doesn't mean all that much. What could perhaps be meaningful would be this Roshan.
Oh, absolutely. It's gonna be absolutely massive. Raging Potato. Lina gonna find him. There's the Fisher. There's the stun as well. They've taken out the RP. Now he can buy back, or he can sit there and watch the Aegis go to hell. And when I say hell, I mean the team that Doom's on at the moment. The rest of his team could actually try and, you know, defend this. They do have a Clockwork. They do have a Chrono. It's still possible, but the Empower's gone, the RP's gone, and it looks like they're not feeling confident.
So no Aegis Steel shenanigans this time round. Maybe this is what TOT need to really close this one out, and they do have to. And we were saying earlier, they're under some pressure, and taking a late game against SF, Void, whatever, it's a risk. So ideally for them, they could actually clean up a lane of Rax and, you know, try and take the game from there. And even with just a lane of Rax, we're 30 odd minutes in, it's still not that secure.
No, absolutely not. Now, speaking of Rax, I mean, one man that can take the Rax very fast is James on the SF, and you know, we haven't seen him for a while. This man's been hiding. He's picked up a Hurricane Pike and BKB. He's thinking he's got some farm going for him. It is still a very slow for 30 minutes on an SF, but he's got 2.6k, and we'll find out soon what he wants.
BKB pretty necessary this game. Of course, he does have the Oracle to bail him out, but just being as survivable as you can, he's going to be a big threat in these teamfights level 20, and those talents, they hurt. They really do. Oh, absolutely. They are going to hurt. Now, we've said it before. I mean, RP, Requiem. Oh, there's a hook. Wait a minute. Newbie gets caught out. He does 4-staff though, Sai. He lifts up this Clockwork, and actually there's a Doom in the background. He gets Void, so there's no Chrono available. And TOT, they're going to go in. They know Void cannot use any spells at this point. Doom might go down to the SF, but James almost gets on up. No, the Echo Slam's committed. Now the Fisher. James is gone. Nando, he's still there, but I mean, Oracle's going down. Void's gone. He's just left the building, and this might be Rax, actually. There's no buybacks. That Blink Dagger, that's actually the first Blink Echo we've seen this whole game, but as laid out as it is, it destroys SF before he gets his BKB out. And I really don't like that choice from Execration to leave their base, go for a pickoff onto a Lina who has an Aegis and a Bloodstone. What's the best case scenario there for them?
Oh, Potato. He skewers back. I'm not sure why, though. He wasn't going for anything here. Lina still taking down the tier 3. YRG's there as well. They need a big RP here. They know the Echo's not available. They know the Doom's not available. They've got to do something, though. The Aegis is available on Newbie. YRG also has the cheese. The hook misses. Oh, this is not good. This means bad news, and Void jumps in, but no Chrono connected. YRG with the Gale as well. And I think Newbie's just going to go get this. The skewer back, though, onto Lina. RP committed onto 1, and they'll take out the kill. Oh, the chrono onto 3. That's actually massive. Can they get any damage? No, there's no backup coming in. And they're still trying to take care of Lina, who is going to go down, but the chrono's been stolen from Sai. And this is looking really bad now for the Radiant. The Gale as well from YRG. It looks like Oracle will end up dropping, maybe. No, James still fighting through this. Nando, he's there as well. YRG stuck by himself now. The buybacks have come out. And there's going to be 3 going down for the side of the Dire. It looks like actually Doom comes back in as well. Could be 4. And LWY does go down. YRD somehow survives, but that's because of the sacrifice of the Doom. And somehow in hell, they still have their top racks.
Just couldn't get that finish. Those last couple of right clicks sprayed out from the Lina did not go onto that Rex. And like you say, it's still standing. That was the Aegis down from Lina. That was the buyback down from Lina as well, actually. She had the BOTs, did start it up, but the creep that she was TPing on got killed. So Newbie, he's down a buyback, and that is huge.
It's actually quite massive. TOT, they're trying their hardest, Stinky. They were practically like 2 hits away from getting the melee racks, and they just did not really... Like, they weren't able to connect because the chrono came in and the RP came in, and... I mean, when I saw the chrono, I thought, where the hell's the team? They're not coming in, but in reality, they were waiting for Lina to respawn with the Aegis. Requiem charged up, used it, and pretty much Lina was practically dead from that point, and I've got to say that was probably the right decision.
And that's just the team fight coming out from the side of Execration. Yeah, you commit the RP onto Justice Lina, but you've always got this Chronosphere to fall back on too. So... overwhelming team fight really, and it's starting to prove a problem for TOT. They didn't have the Echo Slam in that fight either, and Execration of course were more than aware of that. So much easier for them to position around these fights. And I'm worried now for TOT. You know, that Aegis, we were saying it earlier, if they are not able to get any significant structural damage, they're in some trouble. And they didn't get any significant structural damage other than a tier 3 and later cleaning up a shrine, so I am worried. I am really worried.
Chrono bot lane as well. Sai, you've got more reason to be worried now, Stinky, because Sai's going down. No buyback available on him, and mind you, it's only a Rubik, but still, they seem to be cracking under pressure. It's 20-20 now, and net worth starting to even out. Nando, he's getting that farm as well on the Void, so he's going to start hitting pretty hard himself, and Execration's starting to look a lot better.
We're reaching the point on Execration where they've really got all the items that they need. We're talking about safe lane Void in an earlier series. Sometimes does struggle to reach that level of farm, but once you hit it, he turns into a pretty hard-hitting core. You don't need to say anything about SF, but Magnus, he's got that Midas ticking down the whole time. He did indeed go for that Shadow Blade after the Force Staff, as we were talking about earlier, but now he's even got a Lincoln Sphere on top of that, so gonna be a hard hero, and Doom, Rubik Lift, Lina's ulti, that Lincoln's is going to be doing a lot of work this game.
Oh, it really, really, really is, and this is going to maybe make the difference here. Oh, this could be big. The RP is available. They're coming in to defend, but Raging Potato is there in the tree. Is he going to go? No, he'll actually blink out, it looks like. And yeah, he's gone. They're just happy with the T1 at this point.
No reason to back out there. They didn't have the Chronos here because they blew that onto Sai earlier. And that's a wise decision for them to not try and force that fight. They could have potentially tried even without the Chronos here. They've still got the Magnus RP, but it's an undue risk. They back off just fine.
Could it be possible, Stinky, that... Oh my goodness, Oh, that's right. I was going to say Void. Is this an Ags game for Void? Like, having that low cooldown Chronos seems like a decent idea right now.
Yeah, especially because he's not the one really under all that much pressure to deal damage, not when he's got a very farmed Shadow Fiend on his team. But there are other items which could also be very important, things like the Lincoln Sphere, which he does now have. So, we discussed the Lincoln Sphere earlier in the context of Magnus. It's doubly more important for Faceless Void, because more often than not, you see Magnuses, you get the RP, you get the Skewer, and then you die, and that's perfectly fine. Faceless Void, he's still fundamentally their position 1 hero. He does not want to die after the fact, so all these defensive items onto him, I feel, are very justified. And this is on top of an Oracle, mind you, who we really haven't talked much about RR. He's actually pretty damn farmed.
Yeah, he has the Guardian Greaves, he has the Force Staff. I mean, things aren't going too badly anymore for Execration. Look, like you said, the Aghanim's probably not useful for Void. He can get other items. Can I just point out, I don't know if we've said it yet, but Lina has an MKB and Shiver's Guard now.
I mean, she needs to be the one doing the heavy lifting, because it's not going to be this Venomancer. This is just one of the problems with core Venomancer. At some point, you do start to fall off. You've got a Blade Mail, you've got a Heaven's Halberd. These are generally items that you see on sort of position-free type heroes, and this is a safe lane Venomancer. And what really does he offer at this point? He's got a nice ultimate, but there's plenty of BKBs to go around. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Pipe come out at some point. And Oracle, a great hero, gains damage over time. So it's pretty much all resting on newbie's shoulders here.
James, what is... I'm having a look here. James looks like he's also getting an Eye of Skadi, so that might add to... Well, might add to the arsenal to help out. I mean, it doesn't add much damage, but in terms of tankiness and the slow, it's quite useful.
Yeah, it's a huge item. So in that teamfight top, where we thought Execration might be under some pressure, it turned out they weren't. We actually saw Shadow Fiend go down before he got his BKB off, thanks to a nice initiation coming out from long beyond the Earthshaker. This time round, he's going to have to be bursting through a lot more health. And every little helps. If he's able to survive long enough, James could just pop the BKB, turn things around.
Let's see what James can do with it. Obviously, he probably could commit to it. He's very close, but he's got to hold on to that buyback. So it may be maybe another 5 minutes before he can really fully commit. It's not like it's going to change the game in a sense where he's going to be unkillable. So it's probably not worth picking up the full thing quite yet, but we'll see what he wants to do. Everyone's being very quiet. TOT, they don't want to pull the trigger at the moment. I think they've been scared off a bit. The Roshan is up and we've got to pause. Bit of lag apparently.
What a moment for a pause. Like you say, Roshan is up. This is... Oh, at least for the side of Execration, if they can win a team fight around Roshan, that's pretty much the game secure for them. On the side of TOT, if they take the Aegis, they take Roshan, they take the cheese, still a bit questionable.
Well, this is the part where we bring up the buyback status and see who the hell has it and who the hell doesn't. And quite frankly, right now, the only people that have buybacks are Void, Venomancer, and Magnus. So at this point in time, if they went for a Roshan and they wiped TOT right now, I mean, that's pretty much game, I think.
And in fact, they know that Lina does not have buyback. Because that was committed earlier in that last fight. And
luckily for her, though, she has a Bloodstone.
True. Although, actually, at this point, Bloodstone, 15 charges, that's 45 seconds. Lina has a 100+ death timer, and it's going to be extended by her previous buyback, so still going to be 60-odd seconds. If Lina dies, your Bloodstone or not, it's going to be very significant.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's going to be a game changer, but both teams seem... Well, I mean, I can understand why Execration want to keep farming. Personally, TOT, I think they should probably be trying to make something happen, but the fear is there knowing that all the ultis are up. And can I just say, maybe I called it, maybe I didn't, but Nando's going for an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, you did call it, and...
Got him.
Why not? Yeah, you can get more damage, but he's got as much survivability as he can ever need. Shadow Fiend, now with the Skadi completed, he did go for that, so he did buy out. No buyback on him, but he is all the damage anyone could ever ask for, especially with that Empower on him too, which is actually not there yet, but hey, I'm sure it'll happen sometime.
Well, they've smoked up here, Stinky. Could be massive. Are they going to go for the Roshan first? The Rocket comes out. It looks like they want to go for some kills, and maybe they have the advantage with the element of surprise. YRG, he could be the first target, but he's placing the wards up on the hill now. Kimwell is revealed. Nando, he's going to get caught out with the Doom. Now the Fisher as well. This is a big kill, but the false promise is there. They're keeping him alive as long as they can. Stun misses from Lina. LWY still going. Requiem coming out as well. The Cogs is pretty good position, but it goes down. Lina gets the kill with the Laguna. Now Raging Potato skewers back the Doom. Can he get an RP? Yes, he can, but it's only on the 2. And Echo Slam in the background as well. The Void's still alive through all this. The Chrono comes out, and the Venomancer will be the target, but it's not really enough. They're still going. Lina so close to dying, but so far at the same time. LWY still chasing James. James now stunned up with the Fisher, and Long Beast still going. James is actually in massive trouble, but the false promise again, it's back up. And now the Hurricane Pike, will LWY die? Yes, he will. That's 1 foot down for the Dire, and he'll back out of there. And in fact, Oracle will back out as well. It's a 3 for, if it's a 2 for 1, my apologies. But still, that might delay the game even longer.
Very nice positioning coming out from TOT. They get the Doom straight onto Faceless Void, and this is what we're talking about. There's a lot of good Doom targets this game. And without Faceless Void in the picture, they're free to try and take whatever team fight, and it does work out well for them. Perhaps a bit fortunately there too. Earthshaker just got the Fisher out right as Nando was time walking in, so Nando had his Chronosphere very delayed. Really couldn't set things up for his Shadow Fiend, and that ultimately ended up costing them a team fight. Fortunately for Execration, however, somehow James was able to TP out of there even without his BKB available, so it wasn't all that bad, but they still give up the Roshan, they still give up the Aegis, they still give up the Cheese, and their Shrines too. So maybe that's enough, I don't know. TOT, they still need to get something done, and they haven't taken a single Rax yet.
Well, you know what might help the Rax? Newbie is going for a Moonshard now. So, Moonsharded Lina, that sounds like fun to watch.
He's reaching that point in the game where he is as farmed as he can get. Already being forced to backpack that BKB actually to fit the Aegis in. There's a couple of other items which he could go for. I feel like if he turns the Shadow Blade into a full Silver Edge, that could be notable. A lot of people only think about the passive removal with the break, but Silver Edge does apply some significant damage reduction too, so would actually like to see that over the Moonshard for a newbie here.
Oh, absolutely. It seems much more worthwhile than just getting a bit more attack speed. I mean, Shorty attacks so darn fast anyway. It's not like it's going to make that much of a difference.
She's
Silver's
actually
Edge...
just about at max attack speed. 559.
Well, there you go.
Max attack speed is 600, so... diminishing returns.
Looks like she's... Yeah. Well, the smoke is up, Dire. They want to go. But... are they going to? They're just standing around in mid, and the rest of the Dire seem to... the Radiant seem to be aware. Execration, they just stand in base themselves. Bit of a standoff, and actually there's a counter smoke coming here. RR's got it. Available in a couple seconds. Who's... oh, this is going to be scary though. It depends who can really execute the skills.
I feel like they don't have to leave their base. Execration, they know that this is the only timing that TOT have. Once the Aegis expires, it is so risky for them to take a fight. The other thing actually is that we're talking about Shadow Fiend buying out earlier. This time it's time for Raging Potato to do the same. He's now got the full Refresher Orb and has the Arcane Boots too, so should be fine on the mana front there as well. It means that he doesn't have buyback, so he has to make his RPs count.
Absolutely. It's just so important. I mean, if he can just land a massive RP, it's just going to make all the difference. But at the same time, you've got people split up. You've got the Rubik standing the backline just waiting for you to use it. Like, there's just too much pressure on this poor Magnus to pull it off. It's just not enough. And the push is coming in now, bot lane. It looks like TOT will be the ones to aggress here. Can they make something happen, though? A lot of wards being placed from the Venomancer. And those wards, by the way, the talent was selected for the 3 times HP and damage. So they're dealing 120 damage per ward, and they're a lot tankier. Nando, gotta be careful. Copping a lot of damage from YRG, actually, but he can time walk it off, nevertheless.
This is just one of those times when TOT are given an impossible task, an unscalable mountain, and they're gonna have to climb this mountain if they want to try and win. So here we go, right back into the bottom lane once again, but they're going to be trying to commit into this
Magnus, there's a skewer. It's on to, they commit the RP as well, just to get this Venoman to kill the Requiem. The BKB, the Chrono is actually pretty damn good though, on to 3. And Lina, if she goes down, this is going to be massive. She does, it's Aegis gone. Now Clockwork, still trying to make something happen. Kimwell, can he actually get out of there? Looks like he can, but they skewer the Lina back as well. And there's another RP, he has a refresher, it's on to 2. Oh, but the Echo Slam, oh goodness gracious. LWY is trying to do something here, but 2 of his teammates have gone down. Oh, the RP from Sai! What a steal! What an absolute steal that makes it. What a bash from Nando. It doesn't get much better than that. Stinky.
Beautiful play coming out from TOT, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. Yeah, they've got 1 RP from the Rubik, but there was 2 coming out there from Execration. Yeah, they've got a big Echo Slam onto 2, but already they had lost the Venomancer to the Chronosphere. And it just seems like Execration have too many tools for TOT to handle. And this time it's going to be TOT on the defensive, but also this time around, no big ultimate, so maybe they'll be more successful defending than they are attacking.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate that Rubik RP still? Although it did not lead to anything, it was beautifully played. And actually, hold on a minute, skewer back! That's the play they need to make. Long B, he's going down! He has a buyback, but this is actually massive. Execration, they pulled this back their way. Lina stuns up, trying to take out Void, but he has Time Walk now, False Promise as well. And Nando, he's got that added distance to the Time Walk, so he's going to be able to get out of there quite fine. And the tier 3 goes down, so now Shrines are opened up for the side of Execration.
Game is dead even in terms of map control now, but still very far behind on the side of TOT when it comes to taking fights.
Oh,
maybe this pickoff could try to even things out though.
Yeah, Venomancer. He could be the one getting picked off though. Lina's behind him. Time dilation. They'll just back off, but they could go actually. It feels like Oracle. Wooly Die's got False Promise, but the stun is there and looks like it's too much. He'll give his life away, but he's got no buyback. Maybe he should have committed the False Promise. It looks like he really should have.
Gives away the gem too. So this is just about the best opening that TOT have or will ever have in the future. Because they're not getting a Roshan anytime soon. No cheese, no Aegis. And even though they don't have the cheese and Aegis, this Oracle is very significant. So we'll see. They're pushing into top lane. That's the lane with the tier 3 already down to an exposed lane of Rax. But this time around, Execration, they've got their ultimates back up. No Refresher, Orb, and Magnus though.
Well, they're going to try their best. One RP could do the job, but oh no.
One RP
that wasn't the one.
That was not the one at all.
That was not the one, but the Chrono, that's a good one. That's 2, and there's nothing to really stop any time dilation, but Lena's dealing so much damage to Nando. The Venom ultimate comes out as well, the hook. They take out one at the very least. The Shrines use as well. Oh, the RP stolen from Rubik. He gets 2, and Clockwork's in trouble now. This could be GG. No, wait a minute. James, he takes out a second. The buybacks are available, but they're gone for the time being. Lena, gonna have to back out. This is gonna be no Rax. Nando, he did buy back indeed. The time work stolen from Sai, and Sai, he's gonna actually blink out of there. He gets out somehow, but they're gonna keep going. Raging Potato gets up the hill, now down the hill, and he takes out Sai, so the Rubik's gone. So Rubik, no buyback, but they could probably try and force out some buybacks now from the side of the die. Actually, Long B, he's still being chased. Raging Potato, he wants to make something happen. He's got another RP. He did use the refresher there. Can they make it happen? I don't know if they can. Long B still trying to make it happen. Oh, the RP going to be committed apparently. The skewer does miss the blink. I think maybe Raging Potato better calm down here. He's oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is a good move because the Echo's not going to be available. There's the RP. His team's behind him. Nando, he'll get the kill. No buyback available on Earthshaker at the moment. This is massive.
So desperately to survive there, and Raging Potato tried so desperately to hunt him down, and he was successful in the end, even dropping his arcane boots for the gem. But they are going to be pushing on to the other side, and like you say, no buyback on Earthshaker. They know it's down. No buyback on Rubik, and they're able to clean up 2 lanes of Rex here.
This is going to be crazy comeback. Doom, he's trying his best. There's no buybacks on Rubik or the ES. Venomancer coming in. James, he's going to man fight this? No, BKB, TP out. They don't want to ruin anything they've worked this hard for. Oracle will give his life away, maybe even delay it. He's got 2 gems though. He doesn't want to give those away, but what can you do if you need it? Oh, wait a minute, Chrono at the 2! What a Chrono! And Lena could be in trouble here! The Veno, Lena's gone. She has buyback, but you'll have to commit it now. The Veno ulti as well. Oh, Kimwell, he's still there. They're trying their hardest to make something happen from the side of the Dire, but oh, stinky, man. We are so lucky to catch a game like this. This is just absolutely amazing.
What can you do? Apparently you can turn around with a Chronos here. Oracle does go down all the same, like you say, gave away 2 gems. Trying to salvage the situation with the Clockwork, goes in, takes the gem, but dies all the same, so not too much net effect. And speaking of gems, they actually buy and get another gem. But there's already one on the Doom. Yeah, that's beyond the point. The point being, they need to get something done. Really badly. They've pulled back on Lina. They have no buyback on Earthshaker. It's gonna be a very desperate situation for them. They're already down 2 lanes of Rex, and that's significant. We've seen this happen before. So it's go time. Oracle down for 22 seconds. They were able to get something last time, but it just was not enough.
Stinky, if they make this defense, they've turned the net worth around. Mr. Raging Potato, he's the hero of this game. That's the RP attempt. Is he going to make it? No, he doesn't. Oh, that was it. Was that not it? Am I blind? That was it.
I think that was potentially it, but no reason for it to be it, as long as Execration hold here, they're in pretty good shape. So this time around, RR, he's respawned, and they're going to have their full 5-man lineup. They didn't have the refresher orb last time round either. They're going to have it in around 10 seconds. So Execration, they're in full fighting shape, while TOT are down a big number of important buybacks.
This is just absolutely insane. I mean, I know I'm not doubting what pro players do, but I really felt like you were going to get at least a 4-man there, skewer into the Chrono, but now they might make up for that mistake. They're 2 racks up. As long as there's some buybacks, they'll be okay, and there's essentially 3 buybacks on the Radiant and 1 buyback on the Dire, so they're not really going to lose out. But hold on a minute, Chrono, it's onto 1 Doom. He's going to have to try and survive this, but he really can't. They can't keep him alive. Now Raging Potato looking for the RP. Doom buys back, actually, and this might mean the back off. No, they'll get a kill into the Rubik. Now Doom, he might die a second time if he's not careful. Lena's in the middle of nowhere, not even there yet. There's the Echo Slam. They do get a hook as well. Lena, the RP's committed, and the second RP, he's actually baiting it out. They do get at the end of the day. Now LWY and Lena's down. YRG is going down as well by the looks of it, but where the hell's James? He's still alive, and he goes down to LWY. So it's 2 versus 1 right now. In fact, there's a buyback from SF. It's 3 versus 1, 4 versus 1, excuse me. LWY is going down, and I think this is GG. Somehow in hell they brought this game back. It's a GG. They can't win anymore. There's no buyback, Stinky.
They just didn't get enough during the mid game, and once it went later on, they had no way of fighting against the Shadow Fiend to farm. No way against fighting against the control. The RPs, they did too much. The Chronospheres did too much, and Execration, they aggressively buy back, finish up that game, and really not too much to say at some point. Yeah, I mean, we said this before when we were in the semifinals, but here we are at the grand finals. This is it. This is, even getting here is an achievement, and both these teams certainly deserve to be here. We'll see who actually comes out on top.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, not upset, but I'm a bit confused because we followed Execration this whole way. And, you know, inside, there has been some bias from myself, in a sense, because obviously I'm following Execration. I kind of want them to win, right? However, there's an Australian who I'm a fan of on the opposing team now in the grand finals. Who the hell do I root for?
It's a hard decision, but we're gonna have to leave that one up to you.
I just mentioned, by the way, Godot, that player right there, he's actually, I don't know if he was in TI1, but he was definitely in TI2 under the team name Absolute Legends or Natural 9, whichever one you want to call it. So there, for once, you know, me being a play-by-play, at least I know something about one of these players. So I'm very intrigued. There's going to be two very different styles of play style here, I think, Stinky, because there's a bit of Australian in the Nasty Potatoes, and there's an Ancient Apparition.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Actually, Nasty Potatoes, in pretty much all of their open qualifier games, from what I can see, they've gone for the Ancient Apparition and they've gone for the Darkseer. And on Godot, they always play some sort of early game aggressive position 4, so be it a Bounty Hunter, be it an Enchantress. So we'll see if Execration have done their research here, and if they have, how they try to deal with whatever draft Nasty Potatoes go for.
Exactly right. Now, Godot is an extremely good position 4. He's very good with micro, so he loves the Enchantress. He used to love the Chen. Unfortunately, Chen not as popular as it used to be. And like you've said, there's the Darkseer. You've done your research quite well, because you've picked up exactly what the first two picks are. To counter that though, there's a Nyx Assassin and there's a Clockwork, so not too much being revealed quite yet.
We saw a series much earlier, actually, even yesterday, I believe, from Execration, where they played against an Ancient Apparition and they had a Clockwork, and he just got on him every single team fight. Just not too much he could do there, really. Nyx Assassin, another great hero for doing that, just getting into the backline, sniping out whoever they want. So, gonna be a hard game for Ancient Apparition here. Similarly, Darkseer, he is a very survivable hero in some sense if he's able to get that surge, able to just run away. But there's plenty of tools on the side of Execration to stop that from happening. We've got the Clockwork in his cogs, and we've got Nyx Assassin, who has that Spike Carapace, which is a very reliable counter to the Darkseer's Iron Shell. So you stun it with a Spike Carapace, you set up with your Impale. Gonna be a hard game for these two heroes, and Nasty Potatoes, maybe their inflexibility will come back to bite them.
Oh, absolutely. It could be hard. That Spike Carapace, you have to play around it. Might not be the easiest game for the Ancient Apparition, nor especially will it be for Darkseer. Couple things I want to point out. Number one, this is a best of 3 for anybody that doesn't know. Number 2, which I've apparently forgotten. No. So, thanks for everybody that kind of came to the stream. We had like about 70 or 80 people watching, but now we're up to about 150, and we're almost at 200 before. So, if you like what you see, follow my stream, follow the stream that I've linked, and potentially follow me at MLP Dota on Twitter. But that's pretty much all I had to say. And obviously, we know the team that wins this will go to the regional qualifiers. But regardless, whoever loses today in this grand final, it's not over for them. There is a second open qualifier. It's just that they have to go through that grueling process all over again. And Stinky,
it's been hard for both these teams to get here. They've been playing games for 2 days, through dozens of matches, and well, there's the Bounty Hunter that we were talking about for Godot. Execration, though, they've got the puck, and in the past we've seen that paired up with the Nando Lifestealer, so I'd be very surprised to see that Lifestealer not come out, although it is going to be played against an AA, which sometimes is an issue.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We'll see. I mean, it seems like sort of the perfect game for it. Another thing to point out, Nasty Potatoes, they did have about 30 to 40 minutes of break time before this grand final. So, mentally, I think they may potentially be in a bit of a better place. They also, as well, 2-0'd their semi-finals. So they won convincingly, apparently. As well as that, they've had break time. So mentally, they're probably a bit more relaxed than Execration, who really only got about 10 minutes worth of break time, and then they had to rush straight in to this next draft and next game. So bit of an advantage in that sense, if you think about it that way, for Nasty Potatoes. Also, well, my last thing I'd like to point out, we have Raging Potato, and we also have Nasty Potatoes in this game, so a rather interesting turn of events for this grand final.
These guys are certainly not friendly potatoes. We'll see if they're friendly to each other in this game. Nyx Assassin, Clockwork Puck, these are all heroes who just jump on your face, so I don't know, I'm a bit worried for this Nasty Potatoes lineup.
Oh, absolutely. There is a bit of concern, and we know Execration very well by this point. Uh-oh, a new hero has appeared. Hello.
I've actually never seen them play the Witch Doctor.
No, neither have they. Haven't played. I mean, I've casted every game for Execration. They have not touched the Witch Doctor yet. And uh-oh, wait, we've seen this before. There's a Dragon Knight. Now, this is very Australian. This is an Australian draft coming out here. Stinky, how do you feel so far? What team is leading in terms of draft right now?
I'm definitely feeling it for Execration. We've seen a lot of flexibility come out from them in all the games that we've seen. And at this point, actually, so Lifestealer is still an option. I'm wondering if they go for something like the Anti-Mage.
Possibly. We'll find out. It could be a hero to go for. I mean, we know Raging Potato, or not Raging Potato, my apologies. Nando plays it very well. We'll see soon. Also, of course, you've got well, we don't even know who the carry player is for Nasty Potatoes, so, or do we? Do you know who the carry player is?
I'm actually not. I think it's Paulo, but I'm really not sure.
Yeah, we haven't casted them yet, so we don't actually know who's playing what. But we'll find out in a minute. There's a couple bands left to go. Couple of good lucks coming out for Darcy, who is Godot. Darcy is his name. I wish I knew a bit more about well, I should know a lot about Execration because we've casted them for the past 2 days. But in terms of personal players, we don't know them 100%. Juggernaut will be the ban, so they're expecting another carry. They're assuming this is a mid-Dragon Knight, which...
Yeah, the Juggernaut ban makes a lot of sense. The one thing that they're lacking on the side of Nasty Potatoes to sustain a bit of a push, which is what they have with this Dragon Knight, is that heal. So if they could get the Juggernaut, get that healing ward running, that would be a great pick for them. And that's the one thing which Nasty Potatoes really have going, is that they have a decent early game setup. They have a very strong pushing lineup, and if they can get ahead in the laning phase, I'm sure Godot will have a large role to play in that on the Bounty Hunter. But if they can really set things up, they can get the push going, they get a fast mech on the Darkseer, they get the AA level 6, and they can just ball down the lane and take towers, and we'll see how Execration respond. That response is not going to be the Anti-Mage, as we discussed. Nasty Potatoes are going to ban that one out, so we'll see who they pick up for Nando on the side of Execration. Of course, Nasty Potatoes going to have to pick first, and they have a lot of time. They have not used their reserve time at all until now, so plenty of time to think about it.
They're breathing confidence. These boys, they have, like you said, no reserve time required for Nasty Potatoes. We'll see what they're going to do, but it's more than likely just a casual chat right now, making sure everyone knows what's happening. By the way, Stinky, can I just point out, it was, some people saying in chat there's a few, you might have a mic issue because it cuts in and out sometimes, which you do. Is it disconnected partly or something like that? Is something wrong with the mic? It's once in a while, it just breaks in and out, but maybe point it out now before the game starts in case you can change anything. Other than that, if you can't, don't worry about it because it still works perfectly fine. Obviously, I understand you very well. And yeah.
I feel like it might just be a bit of a connection issue.
That's what I'm thinking.
Us, but not much we can do about that. Blame Telstra.
Yeah, blame Telstra. All the Australians know what Telstra does to this damn country. So, I was about to say go on Twitter and rage at them, but never mind.
They go for the Lifestealer themselves, and that would have been 100% pickup, I feel, for Execration, if they were allowed to do so.
It's a block pick. Tell me that's not a block
there
pick.
is no reason, really, why they would go for the Life Stealer. Yeah, it's decent against Clockwork, it's decent against Pug, that magic community is nice, but they would much rather have something like the Juggernaut for that, which is, of course, bad. There's no obvious Life Stealer carrier for Nasty Potatoes, nothing like, say, the Clockwork, or the Puck, or even the Nyx Assassin. So this is 100% a block pick here, as you're saying, for Nasty Potatoes, and this is going to force Execration to think very hard, because they would have locked that Lifestealer in 100%. I'm thinking they can still go for the Slark, perhaps, but that would give a very bad matchup. Okay, they go for the Weaver.
Ooh. To me, that's a good pick. I mean, it can kite the Dragon Knight and the Lifestealer around, and I don't think they have anything that can really take the Weaver out.
The one problem that I see for this Weaver is that he will be playing against the Bounty Hunter, which is not the end of the world, really. You've got plenty of survivability outside of your invisibility, but I don't know. We'll have to see. It's a decent hero, like you say, against the Lifestealer, the Dragon Knight. Very hard to lock down, and they will need to lock him down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Unless, of course, they just get so farmed that they can push down towers and just finish it that way. But more than likely, like you've said, if they can't control this Weaver, it could be a bit of an issue. And we know Nando, he kind of finds farm out of nowhere. He's kind of like Burning's protege, has a terrible lane, then somehow farms a Battle Fury on an AM and then goes crazy. Nevertheless, we haven't seen him play Weaver yet, so we don't know how good of a Weaver player he is, but judging by his previous playstyle, probably pretty damn good. I'm guessing, Stinky, that you're going to tell me Execration has the better draft here.
It's going to be hard to say. I feel like they've got a more well-rounded draft. Nasty Potatoes, they have got a very clear game plan. They just get ahead in lanes, and then they go and take flip pushes with the Dragon Knight. They all sit behind him and get Lifestealer in front there, maybe, and then they just end the game just like that. It's very simple, very straightforward. So if they're going to end up winning, they're going to be taking racks maybe 25-30 minutes in, and should be a fairly simple story from there. On the other hand, we've got this Execration draft, and we've seen a similar style come out from them before. Lots of mobility between their heroes. They really like the Clockwork, they really like the Nyx, and they really like the Puck. So they're going to be all over the place in these team fights, and it's going to be whether or not they can find the squishy backliners, take them out, and really punish them for going for this Ancient Apparition as the opening.
They could be doing that. That might be the plan. We'll find out. Let's call out some plays here. Raging Potato, he'll be on that Nyx. We see Nando is going on an off-lane Weaver, which is probably the first time we've seen him outside. Oh no, it would be the second time outside of the safe lane. James, he'll be on that Puck. We have Lumik, who is also known as Kimwell, I believe it was. He's on that Clockwork. And finally, we have RR, who's playing the Witch Doctor and the Dire, if you could please, Sneaky.
Of course, the first time that we saw Nando out of his element, out of the safe lane, was when he was playing mid anti-mage. But hey, we've got a draft here for the Dire, Nasty Potatoes. We've got Def Sama playing the Lifestealer, Crimson on the Ancient Apparition, Godot on the Signature Bounty Hunter, when on the Darkseer, and Ponlo playing the Dragon Knight.
Just excuse the baby cries. You know, we haven't experienced this all stream, but it's finally happened. The chat voice spam is coming out. Oh, wait a minute. Kimwell, maybe a bit of scouting going on, but he has a level 1 battery assault, which is slightly unusual. He will back off, and this is a secured bounty rune, so it will be 3 going the way of Execration. And yeah, Godot not able to secure the second for the side of Angry or Nasty Potatoes. And yeah, that's a good little start for Execration. They've had this before. See what they can do here. Now, in terms of lane Stinky, looks obviously we have Bounty Hunter who's going to be roaming. Offlane Nakes, that's a bit strange to me. And an AA is there as well, so a bit of an aggressive tri-lane here.
Yeah, Devin said opted to put the Darkseer in the safe lane, which isn't terrible. You always want a nice start on your Darkseer, but against the Weaver, Weaver can really handle the Iron Shell. And I don't think they're going to get too much out of this. Certainly not for the Darkseer. We'll see if they can punish Nyx Assassin in return, but Raging Potato, he is a very experienced Nyx Assassin player.
Yeah, and he won't really suffer there. He'll be fine. The problem is there's no real lockdown. So even though Raging Potato might cop a lot of harass, unless they get it quite low, I mean, it doesn't feel like they're going to really be able to kill him. Maybe when Death has the slow, it might be a bit more effective. And Godot's actually in trouble here. Kimwell was chasing. The stun from the uphill from Raging Potato. Pretty good. No cogs available yet, so Kimwell gonna have to let that one go. But things are already aggressive.
They don't need to do anything, really. This lane is, given that it's a tri-lane, it should go the way of Nasty Potatoes. And if they're just able to stabilize, if they're able to get their levels on Next Assassin, Raging Potato, he's gonna be perfectly fine.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he probably will be okay. Actually, there is a bit of action though. Raging Potatoes, speaking of which, may just go down, but beautiful blocks from Kimwell. He really saved the day there, and in fact, I don't know what that says, Stinky. Maybe you can translate, but he did a good job.
Yeah, that's Sunstrike. So, if only there was a Sunstrike to take out Raging Potato there. But as you're saying, he is under some pressure, but he also has to be under pressure, and that was a lot of commitment. They used the Chilling Touch. That's a huge cooldown there, and they still don't get the kill onto Next Assassin. So, pretty decent start here for Raging Potato. He's gonna be pretty happy about that.
It is literally a battle of who has the angrier potatoes in this game, and clearly Raging Potato is pretty angry. Ponlo might be in trouble. The coconut comes out now. With the Maledict as well. He's got a haste rune. The orb will connect. Actually, James, they'll get a kill, and that's first blood to Ponlo. Well, actually, Ponlo is the first blood, I should say.
Didn't stand a chance really with that haste rune. Able to get that early Maledict off, amplifying all the damage effectively from the Illusory Orb, and it's a pretty straightforward kill there. Do get a pause now, so maybe that was due to some issues that Ponlo was having, but let's not make excuses here. He was dead, well, I suppose.
He was definitely dead. Well, we don't know where Godot's playing from, to be absolutely fair as well, because if he's in Australia, he's got basically guaranteed 150 ping at least. If he has gone to sea, to the Philippines or somewhere in Southeast Asia, then naturally he'll have the good ping, but knowing us Australians, we don't mind a bit of ping. We're quite used to it. How much was to say around the map?
Yeah, mid lane matchup. It's decent for Dragon Knight, especially once he gets a couple of points in the Dragon's Blood. He should be able to survive fine against Puck. And at the same time, Puck doesn't mind the matchup too much. Fundamentally, it's a ranged hero versus a melee. He should still be able to find the farm. Although, at some point, that Brief Fire Harass does start to add up. At some point, you become very frustrated with this Dragon Knight's inability to take damage, but all the same, he should find his levels, and we've seen this multiple times before. James, great Puck player, doesn't have a Lifestealer on his team this time round, interestingly enough. That Lifestealer is on the enemy side.
This is,
Yeah, I just don't know about this tri-lane, really. I feel like they should be getting farm on their Lifestealer, and that does seem to be the case, but can they actually slow down Raging Potato's progression?
Well, that's a good point. Can they? The answer's probably going to be no, but if that Crybaby sound is so frustrating. If the Nakes can get the Deso, and the obviously you've got the Dragon Knight as well, it's a lot of push. And these are very tanky heroes as well. So like you said, it's going to be interesting to watch. They've got no lockdown for the Weaver. The Nyx is pretty much getting farm where he shouldn't be getting it. Nyx is getting less farm than he probably should be. I don't know how much a Darkseid is going to do in this game either. It's very interesting. We're going to have to wait and see. And unfortunately, our Dragon Knight player is actually switching PCs right now because he's having some computer issues. So we'll probably be waiting about, I don't know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Patience from Zoe.
Patience.
Well, that's pretty well timed. Patience from Zoe. Then at this moment.
Speaking of timing, though, Nasty Potatoes, at some point they do have a very nasty timing, and like we were talking about. Yeah, they don't have much lockdown for the Weaver, but if they can do decently, get up to their core items, get their levels, could just see that unstoppable bulldozer coming out from Nasty Potatoes. But there's a lot of ifs there. A bit early to be talking about that, really.
Oh, absolutely. It is the pause is a bit unfortunate because it's so early, so we don't have that much insight as to what could happen this game. All we can do is really guess. And like I said, there is a lot of snowball potential, a lot of push. The question is though, you know, will it happen? They've also got Dota on the bounty, so we're gonna see that track coming out, and that might escalate things a bit because if they get the items quickly enough, then I mean, that might be the answer to the problems, like getting too farmed to the point where Execration just can't keep up anymore.
One cause for concern for me for the side of Nasty Potatoes is that they don't have the best heroes when it comes to taking Roshan. So Lifestealer, his feast actually doesn't work at all on Rosh, so he's really not the best hero when it comes to doing that, and they don't really have anyone else who's good at doing that either, and Roshan is often the sort of centerpiece, the crown jewel for teams who want to go for this sort of early push lineup, and they won't have easy access to that.
No, absolutely not. They really won't. It's gotta say as well, there's a lot of steal potential if there is a Roshan. You've got the Clock and the Puck and the Weaver and the Nyx, in fact, who can steal that the Aegis with different abilities if need be. So,
yeah,
a lot of pressure. I'm just wondering as well, how much is this AA really going to offer? Because you mentioned the AA Darkseid was picked up every single time, which is, I mean, they're both kind of like Darkseid. We see it once in a while. AA not so much. But why are they so? Why are these guys picking it up every game?
So one of the things which both these heroes do offer is a very solid laning phase. Darkseid with that Iron Shell generally does fine in lane, generally is able to find some farm, find some levels, and similarly when you've got an aggressive setup like we're seeing now from Nasty Potatoes, that AA does a lot of work. And we saw something similar earlier. They made use of the Cold Feet that time round, using the combo with a Sand King to set up that reliable stun. This time they've gone for the Chilling Touch, and as we almost saw earlier, Chilling Touch is a great ability in sort of tri-lane situations where you can put it on all of your allied heroes. That's a lot of damage that can come out, but Raging Potato was able to walk that one off thanks to some nice play there from Kimwell, so really didn't see that one come into play. Of course, later on you've got this nice combo as well. You've got the Vacuum, Wall into an Ice Blast. There's plenty of potential there too, but again, it's just down to the actual engagements, down to whether they actually find the right angle, and whether or not Execration are actually out of position.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to bank on here. Apparently, because we're running out of things to talk about this early, apparently Godot lives in Perth and gets 50 ping at sea. That's something I didn't know. I thought he lived in Melbourne. Because he used to play Natural 9 with Shaitan, and I know Shaitan lives in Melbourne. So I wasn't really well aware of that he was actually in Perth. But that, I guess that makes sense then. He can actually play in the C qualifiers quite easily. I also didn't realize you got 50 ping in Perth. I thought it would be at least 100.
Time to perhaps move cities then.
Yeah, well the problem with Perth is, Stinky, there's not really anything to do. If somebody, you know, if we had a studio or somebody hired me to cast full time, then yeah, I probably would, honestly. Because I like being in places where there's not many people because, you know, I have a limit to stupidity that I can take. So it's a bit, you know, but unfortunately, at this point in time, we have to stay in Sydney because, you know, got to have a job, got to get that money.
Gotta pay that extremely high rent. Thankfully, though, for both these teams and Nasty Potatoes in particular, there is no fee for waiting. So
no,
we got some time.
I believe, is there not a pause limit?
I'm sure
I thought there was.
If we go over limit, someone from Faceit will pop in and kindly remind us of that.
To be fair, there's not really much they can do anyway. They're switching computers, so I mean, maybe DK's at a LAN cafe or something, and one of the PCs decided to screw up on him. We just don't know. Maybe he is a LAN cafe and he ran out of time, which can happen. Well, a lot of time being spent here. Lines being drawn out. There's actually some strategy going on while this pause is there.
Some insight into the minds of great players.
Would I mean, why is James continually doing that? It's just like James is that one guy in the team that just annoys everybody when things are just like paused. Oh, yep, okay, reconnecting. So we should be a couple, maybe a minute.
Oh, hey.
There we go. Thank God. Whew.
Well, crisis averted. Although crisis still averted, dead, actually, for Ponlo.
This is when he logs on and says, "What the hell? How did I die?" Well, he comes back in mid. And yeah, he'll get back to farming things. Bot lane looks like Nando actually going for a kill into Crimson, and he might just get it, but the Sakuchi's on cooldown for another 3 seconds. Looks like he wants it though, Crimson. He's going to go down here unless he can juke somehow, and actually he might have just done it. No, he does go down, perfectly calculated by Nando, but Nando loses his life for a support kill. I don't think that was the plan.
Yeah, not perfectly calculated enough. He gets the kill, and that was definitely calculated. He actually walked away from the tower and turned back when he had that Geminate attack, which secured the kill for him, but went down all the same to the Slice Stealer. And that is not worth it. Certainly not when you committed a TP to get to that lane to begin with, so he's going to be walking back in shame. Not a great start here, Fernando.
No, absolutely not. Godot copping the orb. James, they know the orb's been used now, so they can make a go on it, but Ponlo doesn't have the stun yet, so they can't really lock the puck down long enough. So James will walk away with his life. And you can really see Ponlo, he's going for that max Dragon Blood because, you know, obviously with the high base damage of puck, he's really just going to have to hope that that regen and armor will be enough to mitigate some of that damage from James.
And, you know, by all counts, it should be. Especially if he's able to get the Breathe Fire out onto puck consistently.
Well, Ponlo now, he's going to go for it, and he's got 1 level in stun now. It looks like he's actually going to commit the phase shift. Oh, the silence in time. And orbing, he keeps juking. Now the coconut from RR. They can't get James, and Ponlo might lose his life. The phase shift again. Can they get him? Maybe not. Maybe the Melodic will tick him out. And Godot, he's going to try and get it anyway. And he will. Can he get the courier? Of course not. He's going to make a run for it. The Shadow Walk is on cooldown for 5 seconds or so, but it looks like he'll get away. And I'm not sure if you'd call that equal, but at least they get, you know, a 1-for-1 trade in the mid.
I think you're fine with that if you're Puck. It took a lot of help from his supports to, you know, get that return kill, but fundamentally, once he gets his bottle, which he does have now, he should be fine. It was just flying out on that courier there. So, I really don't see him going down here anytime soon.
Well, as you say that, they're having a go again, but Melodic stun from RR, and Godot's losing his life here. So, Ponlo's going to have to be a bit more careful, and Godot's probably going to have to be the same. Bit of added damage, but he'll regen that up, no issues. Crimson actually top lane now. Oh, Kim, he finds him. And they do get the cogs with the battery assault. This will be an easy kill against Crimson. And yeah, this is the first F for AA? No, it's a second actually, so AA goes down again.
Yeah, interesting lane swaps coming out from both these teams. Nasty Potatoes, they really want to pressure this Nexus Assassin, it seems, but I'm not sure if that's actually worth all this, you know, running around. Because Nexus Assassin, he's doing it still. He's up to level 5 already at 6 minutes. That's as good as it gets. By comparison, Darkseer, forced into the jungle, is struggling a bit.
Godot's there again after James on the park, but they'll let him go. Like you mentioned, bit of a struggle going on for Wen at the moment. And Nando's literally got free farm at bot lane, so this Weaver might get pretty darn massive if they allow him to do it. And yeah, Ponlo, coil committed, and it looks like he's guaranteed to go down here. In fact, Raging Potato will take that one for himself. Good little kill on the DK again. They really are making him suffer.
For RR on that Witch Doctor, so this Dragon Knight does not stand a chance.
Very hard indeed, and a bit of good RNG for the side of Execration. You can see Wen as well. He's forced to go back to the fountain. Almost went down to neutrals. Bit too much stacking, I think, and couldn't handle it really. Raging Potato now could be in a bit of trouble. Godot's there in the back lines. Crimson and Death are there as well. This could be an easy kill for them, but Kimwell is there to help out. Beautiful stun from Raging Potato onto 2. Now, Crimson will be the target for Kimwell, and it looks like Raging Potato will give his life away, but if AA dies, it could be slightly worth it. No, apparently he won't die. Godot's going to keep chasing with the Orb of Venom and Janata, but they can't connect, and they'll be happy with the fact that they just got Raging there.
And certainly going to be happy with the fact that Raging Potato, he's going to have his level 6 further slowed down.
Oh, look at this Wen. Nope, never mind. He'll be fine. Like I said, the Raging Potato now, his level 6 is going to be delayed slightly, and it's going to hurt, though. Because every minute that it's not there is just another minute that you don't get a kill, and you never really get that time back.
Very deep philosophy coming out from you, Mike.
I'm a married man. I have to have these things. Coil comes out. Ponlo, big trouble here. And Kimwell comes in as well. Looks like DK's going down again. Godot, he doesn't really have anything that can really help in these situations, although Ponlo is so tanky, and he's still going, actually. Kimwell might go down here. Godot, he might give his life away for it, though. And Crimson, he is there as well. They might keep chasing because he's alone. James, can he get him? The silence is there. He needs another orb. That being said, Raging Potato with the Vendetta will get the kill. Now, Nakes is TPing in Death. Oh, Rage is beautifully timed. Raging Potato slowed up as well. No spike. No, he does have the spike carapace. Death, can he get the kill? Yes, he can. So, bit of a trade there, but it looks like it went mostly to the way of Execration at this point.
You'll take that one. And especially because the Life Sealer was forced to abandon his lane and TP in to help out. And you know, even if the kills are somewhat even, the whole time you've just got Nando to think about too. On the Weaver, going towards that Lincoln Sphere. He's not farming as well as this Life Stealer, but gonna be a lot more effective later on too.
Yeah, Nando's always an issue in games. You really have to keep an eye on this bloke. The thing is, we kind of forget about him every game for the first 20 minutes or so. We don't really mention him, and then next thing you know, the man just comes in, destroys everybody, and walks back out again. So you've got to be very careful about Nando. In fact, he's going to find Wen. And does he want to go? Doesn't look like he will. Actually, there's some TP support coming in. The coconut. Oh, the animation was cancelled. I think due to the fog, and he won't get it off. Or actually, will they? They're still chasing here with Raging Potato. Oh, when he's used the Surge as well. This could be a disaster. Raging Potato, does he want to go for it? Maybe, maybe not. Mid lane, meanwhile, Ponlo almost goes down as well. There's a stun onto Wen. The coconut comes out as well. The Melodict, it's on Wen, and I think he's going down. No, wait a minute. The wand is there, and he may survive. He's ticking down slowly, but nah, he'll be right.
Level 2 map. They're not there, even with a veil on him, and we didn't mention that at all, but James has a veil.
Well, that's we know what happens when James gets a veil. Things become a bit troublesome for the opposing team. Obviously, as well, against the Nakes and the Dragon Knight, the magic damage really helps because they have quite a bit of armor. And look at this, Godot top lane actually going after has a double damage as well, and this is going to be a very easy kill. In fact, Godot will take it. He'll claim kill secured there, and Death Summer may be a bit confused about why he didn't get the kill, but we'll back off, and they'll be happy with that.
And this is nice for Nasty Potatoes getting these kills. This is just about the point where they need to get kills to really get that ball rolling.
Oh, look at this. Again, Crimson. He's going to be the target here, but Godot's still got a double damage rune. Now it wears off, but they get a return kill for Execration here, Stinky, and it looks like they're going to play the same kind of game. In fact, Raging Potato now, he'll find Death. Will he make a go, though? He needs some support. Being very patient, or patience from Zoe, I should say. Oh, here comes Kim. Here comes Kim, and this could be bad. There's a no, never mind. The rage was there.
A bit greedy there from Raging Potato to go for the Vendetta strike. No way that he could have gotten off the stun, as there's absolutely no cast time on Rage for this Life Stealer, but wouldn't have gotten the kill either way, I feel, so no love lost there, really.
No, absolutely not. Bot lane, Wen is pushing a bit, but Raging Potato's still there, and he's going to get some of that solo XP now, even solo gold, and it's going to be pretty good because he does need it a bit. Mid lane, James hiding, but he might make a go on Ponlo. In fact, look at this, 5 heroes in the mid lane coming for this poor Park. Are they going to be able to get it though? He's pretty sneaky, and Kimlo is there as well. Kimwell, I should say, is there as well. The coil, no, the A ultimate, they commit everything. They get the kill. Now Kimwell, he's the one in trouble. He goes down as well. Godot trying to scout for a bit more, but maybe with that Maledict on him, he's got to be a bit careful because any more damage and he'll pretty much be dead. But this will mean a tier 1 tower at the least, it looks like.
And this is exactly what this Nasty Potato lineup is designed to do. They've got the Armlet on Lifestealer, they've got the Dragon Knight ultimate.
Good little kill out there from Raging Potato onto Godot. Coconut comes out actually, Maledict as well. Ponlo might be the next target. But it doesn't look like they can really catch up here. The stun was not long enough. In fact, meanwhile, Weaver going pretty far. Nando, gotta be careful here, and looks like he might go down. No, the hook in from Kimlo or Kimwell, and it looks like Ponle might actually lose his life. No, he's getting quite low. He will. The Death Ward was placed. Crimson, he's gonna go down as well. Beautiful stun from Raging Potato. When, oh my goodness, they're actually making it happen. Godot trying his best to do something here, but it's just not enough. And Kimwell, Cogs misses. Nando will, no, James will get the kill, and 3 down. Very strange fight, Sneaky.
I mean, this is sort of the Execration that we know and love. They've got so much mobility between them. The Weaver just diving under towers, Puck jumping around too, and of course Clockwork with that long hook shot getting into things as well. And I just can't help but feel that Nasty Potatoes have missed their timing a little or haven't managed to hit it. They've got the armlet on this Lifestealer, which is nice, but Dragon Knight, he's only just completed the armlet. Now, imagine if he had that armlet in that last fight. Maybe he could have stood his ground and fought back, but going down multiple times in mid lane, thanks to some very aggressive rotations onto him, delays that armlet and delays their timing, and it might just be too late for Nasty Potatoes to hit that great push that they really want.
Nando being very cheeky with the Weaver.
Who's going to stop him? They've got one stun. They actually have a single stun on this Dragon Knight, which is also targeted. So once Nando finishes up that Lincoln Sphere, there is pretty much no chance that he goes down.
Yeah, I mean, when you really think about it, the Weaver pick was actually so genius. Like literally nobody can stop him past the DK, and even then, it's like, you know, stun me. I'm just gonna time walk it off. I'm not time walk, but never mind. There is a hook in on Godot and the dust. How do they even know he was there? He does go down now. TP rotations and death comes in. Kimwell looks like he'll sacrifice himself here, but not the worst in the world.
That's once again forcing a rotation from this Lifestealer. They really do not want to be the reactive team. They want to be the ones pushing in onto the Execration side, but Execration, they're just not leaving any gaps here. They constantly get aggressive, and now even onto Darkseer.
Yeah, Deathward committed. The Maledict will tick him out, I'm pretty sure. Unless he gets to the shrine. Godot trying to help out, and oh, when he dies just before the shrine. Raging Potato still running off. Godot about to die. No mana left. In fact, where the hell did Nando come from? Dragon Breath. There's the coil from James, and stun as well as another stun. The orb. Can they take out this Dragon Knight? Witch Doctor will drop. It's a 2 for 2 so far, but if they get Ponlo, it'll be actually massive. Kimwell, he'll get the kill. Now Death's here, but he can't kill the Weaver like we've talked about, and now he might give away his life. The Shrine's used, but it doesn't really matter. There's too many heroes around him. The Swarm committed as well. A hook in the mid lane somehow, and Crimson, he does not go for the kill, and in fact, they let the Lifestealer go. He had an infest, and they just didn't want to play around with the Lifestealer at this point.
Execration have already won that team fight, and not only in terms of kills, they do of course get the kill advantage there, but that's the Dragon Knight ultimate committed, which does not result in a push. So the only real structural damage that Nasty Potatoes have dealt so far is 2 tier 1 towers, and at 16 minutes into the game, that's not enough. We're seeing this during the draft. They sort of want to be taking racks around about that 20-25 minute mark, and as things stand, it's going to be hard to do that.
It's going to be very hard. Like you said, timing's already being missed. Matter of, you know, taking a late game, they probably could. You can't hold down the Weaver though. You're gonna need a bit more. Like you're gonna need to the point where they need abyssals. You know what I mean? Like, and James, he's got a double damage, so tier 1's not gonna last very long either. 2 hits and oh, deny, but the fortification, not the best fortify in the world. Kimlo or Kim does manage to back out. Oh, wait a minute, Godot comes in and the hook misses. He'll have to give his life away for it, but Probably worth the tier 1 at the least. James picked it up.
Nasty Potatoes, they really need to get something else here. Just try to, you know, maybe take a tower, take Roshan, but as we discussed, they do not have the best Roshan heroes. So they can get all these pickoffs onto Clockwork as they want, but it really does not mean all that much. They do have the mechanism now with the Darkseer that's sitting inside his stash, I believe. So maybe that's what they're waiting for. Actually, no, he doesn't have the mechanism. He had the money for it at some point. I wonder what he bought instead.
Interesting. Well, we'll see soon, I'm sure. Looks like James pushing at that mid lane again. I've got to point out, the Dragon Knight now, or Ponlo, he has a Blink Dagger as well as the Armlet. So, at the very least, he will be able to initiate on the Weaver with that stun. It's just a matter of what they can do after he does that. And from the back lines, there looks like there's 2 smokes going on here. Sorry, my apologies. Witch Doctor, never mind, because they've got the Weaver finally. And they actually take him out. No time lapse committed. Now Witch Doctor might be the target. The vacuum's there, and they're gonna find him as well. Death is right next to him. No, wait a minute. The puck is here. James, he wants to make something happen now. Cogs as well. Who's going down? It's 2 for 1 so far. The nasty Potatoes are still winning this death. Almost about to die from the Melodic, but will Armlet toggle and survive. Raging Potato. Oh, he won't be able to get away. The A ultimate committed as well. They'll take him out. 3 go down. 4-1 at the end of the day.
Very surprised that Nando actually died there. I felt like he had just enough of an opening to use his time-lapse, but that was not to be. And obviously with him dead, the rest of his team follows us. They were desperately trying to save him. And, well, that's exactly what Nasty Potatoes need to get back into this. They just get the Blink Dagger on this Dragon Knight and it really pays off. I thought that that would go much worse for them, given that they did not have the mechanism on Darkseer, but with things turning out the way that they did not even need that.
Maybe they found the solution. Maybe the Dragon Knight stun is enough. To be fair though, it did look like the Weaver, Nando, he did actually delay himself a bit before he used the time lapse. Whereas it felt like he could have just, you know, spammed R button until it worked. So there was a period of time where he could have gotten away with the time lapse, but just chose not to at that point. So maybe it won't work in future. Maybe it will. We'll find out. There is a smoke though, and Godot has not scouted this one out, unfortunately. Kimwell look for the hook attempt. Park, James will jump in. Now the hook, but it's blocked by James, and the clock is there. Now when? Is he going to be okay? The walls drop. No vacuum, though. The AA ultimate does connect on some. It's a 1-for-1 so far. James actually lost his life there. Death still chasing. Kimwell, he'll get out of there. He'll TP straight away. Can they get this Weaver? I don't think so. And in fact, Witch Doctor will be going down as well. This Lifestealer dealing a lot of damage, and now they found another Raging Potato, but the Spike Carapace is enough for the time being, but the Urn came out. I think Godot's got this one, and he does indeed. It's a 3-for-1.
Just not getting that clean initiation. They couldn't burst down this Darkseer in time. He turns around, gets the wall, does end up going down eventually, but the setup was already there. That's the Darkseer Ancient Apparition combo, which Nasty Potatoes really rely on, and we're starting to see why. It's a very big ultimate to land onto 5 heroes if you can't hit it. And when you've got a vacuum coming out from this Darkseer, that's not a bad combination at all.
Ponlo, he gets another one. He'll take out Kimwell straight away, and James tried to help out as best he could, but he really just couldn't. Now Lifestealer chasing up Nando, and the time lapse is forced. James. Ponlo's not really copping any damage. That armor is just too high. They're going to TP and defend. The Coconut goes out. The Melodic, the Death Ward, but the Infest is there. They've got to deny that creep. Godot, he's getting hit by the Death Ward now, but Death, he decides to go. Witch Doctor might die here. I don't think this is looking too good. And the Vacuum as well. And they're going to go after James now. The Orb is there. Can he get out? It looks like he can, but another 3 dead.
Bit of a chain feed scenario here for Execration. Nasty Potatoes really seems to have hit that timing, even if it is a bit delayed. Interestingly enough, Nando, when he was forced to time-lapse that early, actually got sent back to the other side of the map, where he was trying to get some split push going after the fact, but the response is there. Ponlo is able to TP and defend, and they end up taking that trade. They take the tier 1 tower, they take a couple of kills, and now they're out of there.
I do think, Stinky, Speaking of Ponlo, is like basically once he hits that point where he gets the he's got that max level dragon form and the BKB, I feel like that may be like their peak time to go. That Frost Dragon is just so strong, and it's too easy to push with it. As well as that, Death didn't go for a Deso. He went for a Sanjin Yasha instead, and now he's going for an Orchid. So looks like he's transitioning straight into a Bloodthorn.
That's interesting. It's going to help him with taking out this Weaver, and we were noting the lack of control for Nando, so that definitely makes sense in that regard. Something which we also have to talk about is the Bounty Hunter's track, and that was a lot of kills, many of which were tracked. So accelerating Nasty Potatoes towards that sort of mid-game timing where they should be looking to close things out, and they have been hitting a lot of these timings now. So even after that slightly disastrous early game for them, they've caught up massively. Darkseer, he's got the mech, he's working towards the pipe. Ancient Apparition, still being in that position 5, sacrificing himself, allowing his other support, this Bounty Hunter, to get up to some nice items there as well. So he's got the Glimmer Cape, he's got the Urn of Shadows, and going to be very useful to earn for sustaining his team in these pushes.
It looks like they're going to have a go on Nando, but they couldn't quite get there. No track coming out from Godot either. I mean, maybe the Weaver's not really the biggest deal in the world anymore. He's got the Lincolns, but how much does it really matter? It's going to block the stun from DK. Fair enough. It's a good item to pick up. Actually, hold that thought. Raging Potato, trying to make something happen here, and we'll walk out. It's going to really pay off as well for the side of Nasty Potatoes to actually get themselves something like a gem. Because that way, Raging Potato won't be able to just cause absolute havoc every time a fight's about to break out.
So one way to potentially circumvent needing a gem is if you just group up and all sit in one lane and siege down with this Dragon Knight. In a scenario like that, you're all together, you can rely on sentries, you don't need the gem to provide that mobile detection because you're not mobile yourself. The problem with their current sort of playstyle is that they're spreading the map. And they are waiting for a couple of key items, the BKB and Dragon Knight being a very important one, that level 18 too, so having level 3 ultimate going to be very big for them as well. The question is, what do they lose in return? And Nando, like we said, he's been quietly firing away. Really haven't seen too much from him, but now he's got a Desolator. So I wonder if they've given too much to Execration. I wonder if they've missed their timing, because now we're around about that 25-minute mark. This is where Nasty Potatoes are at their strongest.
Absolutely. I can't agree more. We will see whether they can pull something off, though. I do think they should have gone maybe for a Deso on the Nakes, though, because it would really help out with the push. I don't know, Sanjin Yasha's still good. I'm not saying anything, anything wrong with that, but it felt like there was a bit more potential with the Deso. Nevertheless, it looks like there'll be a smoke attempt here. Crimson will have it. And who will they find in the jungle currently? We've got Kimwell. We also have Raging Potato, but he's broken the smoke, in fact, with that Vendetta. And they dropped the sentry trying to find him. Nando's here as well. Everyone's hiding. It looks like they might reinitiate. It's a pincer move going on here. Raging Potato, he's coming in, but he walks into the sentry and they jump on him straight away. What a reaction time, and that's a big kill to pick up.
This is what Nasty Potatoes need to do. I feel like they've got just about enough time on this Dragon Knight's ultimate to even put a bit of damage onto the tier 3 tower and force a reaction from Execration. Of course, no reaction coming out from James just yet. He is top lane trying to get the split push in return, and that just might be enough actually to force back Nasty Potatoes.
It is. It definitely is enough to force them back. Unfortunately though, the tier 2 was already lost for Execration anyway. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, but they might go for a gank, not knowing though that there's a Nakes inside Ponlo, and actually he jumps into them. James, Caller's out, Lifestealer has to help out here, Nando, the Death Water as well, but the BKB's available on Dragon Knight. They can't actually take out Ponlo yet, and now Crimson comes in to help out. Ponlo's still alive through all this. Nando, he's trying his best to run out, but the stun's there! The Linkers didn't break another hook! Oh, Clockwork with the Cox as well, the puck, the back wall. Oh, goodness, this is an absolute disaster for the side of Execration. And now they're going to try and chase James. The Yules is there. Death, can he slow him down? The Orb Weaver, no. Raging Potato trying to help out. They're all grouped up. It could be a massive stun attempt, although he doesn't use it quite late yet. He might go after Ponlo. He could take him out with that Vendetta. This could be bad if Ponlo doesn't arm the toggle well. And stun miss. That's a big miss to make. Glimmer Cape. They might turn this around on Raging Potato. Meanwhile, Witch Doctor's here as well. Ponlo is juking all around them at this point. And the Urn is there, so he can't really toggle anymore. The Yules as well. James, can he make it happen? No, he's still going, Ponlo. He'll get away. But I think that was actually... No, wait a minute. When about to lose his life as well? Death. They're actually turning this back around. The fight's been going so damn long. Godot's still there as well. Crimson, can he help out? He has the ultimate available. Now they're slow into Nando. He's going to be slowed outside of that Sakuchi. The swarm goes out. A lot of damage coming out from Death. Now James as well. They're still going after Bounty Hunter at this point. The Witch Doctor chasing up. Kimwell, can they get something? Is there a hook available? Yes, there is. Now it is. Anyway, and Raging Potato is still going. Godot, he's the one that's going to be the target. The coil is back up after all this time. The track's placed, but it doesn't matter. He will go down, and what a team fight.
What an extended team fight there. Nice move from Dragon Knight blinking in. He's very strong at this point in the game. Like we were saying, that's a 10-second BKB. But once he used that, they chased way too far. Execration, all their heroes respawned, and they just end up cleaning that one up, and it costs them, and it costs them very dearly, as now it looks like they might be giving up the Roshan to the side of Execration.
Oh, but they're going to try and fight this. Lifestealer comes in. Can they get there in time? It's still a bit of time to go. Raging Potato's going to drop, and now Death, he's going to walk straight in here. He can steal it, actually. The Yules, no, Nando takes it. So Nando actually does snatch at the Roche goes to the way of the Dire. They get 2 kills now. They're going to go after Kimwell, and Kimwell will have to give up his life, but 3 dead for the sake of the Aegis, and they lost the Roshan gold.
We've got an interesting situation now. They've still got the Dragon Knight ultimate. It only recently just got popped, so Ponlo should be able to clean up this tier 2 tower, but beyond that, what can he actually do? They need to get something done here. They no longer have the Roshan available to them. They no longer have anything to fall back on, really, so if they can't get something done here, I feel like Weaver will have the time of his life, and we're already seeing they've got Weaver problems. This whole time, they have nothing to lock down Nando. He's just been running circles around them, very fast circles I might add with the Shikuchi, but now he's got an Aegis on top of that. He's going to be a problem, and I don't see how Nasty Potatoes are going to deal with him.
Well, we'll find out very soon. I mean, they took down the tier 2 mid. The thing is, though, Nasty Potatoes, even though, like you said, they have a big disadvantage against the Weaver, they still seem to be doing pretty well to deal with it. And in fact, I think they may have just found Nando again. Darkseid seems to know what's going on when he walks through some sentries. Nando, go right back in. Looks like he'll be okay. And wait a minute. James, Raging Potato, they're coming in. They'll find Crimson, but no coil committed. Not willing to waste the ulti, and Ponlo will jump up, destroy an Observer Warden. Looks like a fight about to break out. Raging Potato, if he walks into the sentry, he's pretty much screwed here. Crimson will lose his life. Can they get a return kill on Raging Potato? I'm not 100% sure here. Godot has the infested Lifestealer into him, and they want to go for Nando. In fact, the tier 2 goes down. You know, that'll be it. They'll let it go.
Nasty Potatoes are just getting pulled apart here. The Nyx versus Ancient Apparition matchup, we mentioned this during the draft. That was pretty much the first thing, as it was a first pick AA.
Here we go. Raging Potato. The Orchid is there as well, so no Vendetta available. And they get a return kill, but like you've been saying, Stinky, they're having a few issues here.
They need to get something done. They would much rather be grouping up as 5, just bowling down lanes, but Nando and his Lincoln Sphere, he sits all across the map, split pushing, and forcing reactions, forcing Nasty Potatoes to spread out, which potentially leaves some openings where they can go for pickoffs.
Bot lane, Ponlo, he's in big trouble, but he BKBs. He's actually healing up quite fast. The coil will break, but he's got a BKB regardless, and failed gank attempt, but they did force out the BKB at the least, and that will be it. Stinky, I'd like to point out, Assault Cuirass will be the next item on Ponlo, and that's another big one.
Yeah, that is a big one, but I just think it's going to be too little too late. So the BKB was used. That's significant. That's a 9-second BKB being committed. Perhaps more importantly, though, that's Elder Dragon Form being used, and they are not going to be able to reach a tower in time to deal any damage to it. So more time here for Execration's cores to farm up, and that's exactly what we were talking about. Just as it happens, they're forcing a reaction here from Nasty Potatoes, and Nasty Potatoes don't get anything in return. Yeah, that pickoff fails, but pickoffs on Ancient Apparition are fairly easy to come by. That happens enough, you find yourself on the back foot. BKBs on Dragon Knight are cheap to come by, but at some point that runs down to 5 seconds, and that's an issue for him.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Without that like large time to BKB, it could be an issue. Actually, look at this. They find Kimwell again. So Got with the lifesteal, and actually Raging Potato coming in with the Vendetta. Is there a sentry around? Yeah, there is uphill, actually. Bit of a mana drain. Now they're slow from death. Can they get something happening? No, backlines. There's James, actually. And Nando has been tracked up. Time lapses it off. And will back off. No, wait a minute. I hear a stun. There it is. The cold feet as well. They'll get the kill. It's an Aegis, though. Just an Aegis at this point, but there's no time lapse available. This could be bad. The A ultimate connects. The vacuum as well. They take him out. That's actually massive, Stinky.
And this could be the setup that Nasty Potatoes really need. They've got the Dragon Knight ultimate in 5 seconds time, and this is what they were waiting for. This is their opportunity. This is their timing to go for that full-on 5-man push. They know that Nyx Assassin has only just respawned, so he won't be getting around to snipe out this AA to begin things off.
And look what James is doing. He's pushing the top lane as well. But the Coconut coming out. They're going to go for a fight here. Nyx will be okay for the time being, but it looks like they need to push because James, he's been pushing that top, now comes back. They're still going to go. Weaver does not want to buy back. Now they stun up. But Nyx is still finding a vacuum wall onto 2 though. And the coil is onto 3. Oh my goodness, James had the stun! Lumic with the hook as well. What a disaster! The AA ultimate, it doesn't really do anything. Raging Potato, he's going to keep going here. But there's 3 down, 2 for the side of the Radiant. James will get Crimson, that'll make it 4. And it might just be a team fight. But when he actually manages to surge himself out. But they hit absolutely everything perfectly.
That's why you just gotta be concerned for Nasty Potatoes. They do what they have to. That was their best opening. Nando was dead for a good minute. He wasn't even forced to buy back though, because Execration, they've just gotten too much in that period of time.
Absolutely. They've gone to the top lane. They're trying to make a push happen. Their bot lane's being pushed in though. So they've got to be slightly careful. But it looks like they're going to commit to this tier 3 at the least. Tier 3 will go down. Now the racks. There's no defense. There's no buybacks available, like you've said, Stinky. And I mean, this could be 2 racks here. If they want to continue fighting after this and they win, I mean, that's pretty much GG. The first racks will go down, and ironically, it should be the opposite way around in terms of teams, but it goes to the way of Execration. Now, Win, he might be able to give a kill away here to the side of the Radiant, and they find another stun as well from Raging Potato. When he wants to go in for the vacuum, gets stunned up. Oh, the Coconut as well. The A ultimate vacuum, actually, that's massive, but it doesn't really connect. But the passive kind of does. The slow Raging Potato, he's been used up. Can they get him down? Almost, maybe. They're still chasing after Nando. That's the real big kill they want. Raging Potato goes into the other base and TP's out. They do find the stun on Nando. They can find the kill at the end of the day with that Bloodthorn, but he still has a buyback available. So they're going to rush through mid. In fact, they find a DD to put on Ponlo, and his Dragon form still has a lot of time, but I don't know how much they can do here.
Like you say, very importantly, Nando has buyback, so worst case scenario here for Execration, they just buy back on the Weaver, and at that point, you're forced into a very difficult decision. Do you try fighting head-on, or do you just back off? And if you back off, that's not where you want to be either. So they're going to be faced with a very big decision here for both teams. Do they buy back on Nando? And once the buyback does happen, if it does happen, do they back off on Nasty Potatoes?
Well, they have the thing is, they have a double damage, so I feel like if they do back off, I mean, when's it going to be a better time? They have the BKB as well, and this is feels like the best time. The DD is activated. It's going to make it very easy for them to push. And no, they'll back. You're right. They're just going to back off. Not even a buyback committed, though. And it looks like the side of Execration might be the ones to push this out. Puck. No, James will back off. And in fact, it was a bit of a bait there from the side of the Nasty Potatoes. But now, could they be in trouble? No, it won't be the case. They'll back off in time.
That's pretty much the best case scenario imaginable for Execration. They hold on to the buyback, and just at the cost of a glyph, they defend their tier 3 tower. And they've already dealt damage on the other side of the map. You know what they're saying? That's a full lane of Rex down, and perhaps for the wrong team, but it is what it is. Puck now, with his newfound income, has an Aghanim Scepter, so even the BKBs and the magical immunity coming out from this Lifestealer and Dragon Knight aren't so reliable. Things are starting to look a bit troublesome here.
Oh, Raging Potato comes in for the stun, but he will let it go. Ponlo has the Nakes again infested inside of him. Look, we're at the stage, Sneaky, where it's like if one team wins, like beats the other team in a team fight, as long as there's no buybacks, it's pretty much GG. There are still some buybacks on the board, but to be honest, with Nasty Potato's side right now, it feels like if they lose a big team fight, I feel like it could just be GG, because there could be mega creeps coming after that. It's just going to be too hard to come back.
Definitely going to have to agree with you there. They're not out of it yet. They've still got the BKBs. Roshan is going to be up shortly. If they can secure this Aegis, they get a second wind. And perhaps that will be enough for them to get some structural damage on the other side. But in fact, they're not even going to wait for it. They just go for a very aggressive smoke here. Darkseer's nowhere in the area either.
They should really be waiting for that. And James, meanwhile, is pushing. He has a TP, but it's currently in his backpack, and he'll get a tier 2 out of this. So a bit of hesitation coming out from the side of Nasty Potatoes, and it might just cost them. They're still looking for someone to get, and Raging Potato, he might just break the smoke. No, they jump in, but what a stun by Carapace. Now the Swarm will hit everyone. Nando coming in. Where's James? Where's the coil? There it is. It's on to 2. Can they get anyone at this point? Nando, he has a BKB himself. Puck is just juking everyone at this point. There's an infest onto the DK again. And I think Nakes is saying, get me the hell out of here. The coconut there. Ponlo, Melodic. Oh, there's a hook. It's on to 2. Oh, Kimwin. He's there. Oh, the vacuum wall as well. Now the A ultimate. The stun comes out to the DK. And this is looking bad for both teams almost. The clockwork went down, so Kim Wall's gone, but the DK is gone. Actually, where the hell did they find the Weaver? Death killed off the Weaver, in fact. This is rather strange.
I believe that was the Bloodthorn coming out which killed him. He had his ultimate but didn't manage to get it off, and all things considered, that's actually a slight win here for Nasty Potatoes. Will definitely be a win if they're able to secure this Roshan, which has just respawned. No Weaver for 50 seconds. Actually, Nando does not have buyback either, so it does not seem like they're going to be able to contest this. And now, with the Lincoln Sphere of Roshan being popped, they get the Bloodthorn out. It should be a fairly quick Roshan, uncontested Roshan. So, well, this is what we're talking about too. Nasty Potatoes, they get the Roshan. Maybe this is enough, but Execration, they're not going to take this one standing.
No, absolutely not. They're going to come in and try to fight. They've got a lot of ways to steal it, and we talked about this in the draft screen. Nyx comes in, mana drain just a bit onto Crimson. He has no mana for the ulti. Now the stun onto Nyx. They're delaying it as much as they can. The vision's there from the rocket. They're actually jumping onto Godot, and Godot's going to go down. No, the vac. It is there. No wall available, though. Now the hook onto the clock. Who takes it? It's Death who gets it. And can they kill him? They probably have to. The Death Ward committed, but he has the Aegis regardless, so he'll come back at the end of the day. But the rest of them trying to get the hell out of here. Death, he's going to have to man fight here. Raging uses by Carapace, but the Rage will protect him now. Godot is going to lose his life. Maybe the Guardian Greaves, the cogs are there. They'll get the kill. Meanwhile, Death still alive through all this. Nando trying to man fight as much as he can. Raging Potato with the stun up the hill. I don't know how this man is getting these stuns. And now the BKB is committed. The back wall, it doesn't really matter. It looks like Death will lose his life. No, he has a cheese as well, apparently. And can he get away from this? Maybe, maybe not. Crimson is there as well, but he's invis. Now he reveals himself, but he's going to die. No, wait a minute. Polo comes in with the stun, and he actually picked up 2. And at the end of the day, Death actually ends up surviving somehow.
That's Nando dead again. Back-to-back deaths for him, and he still does not have buyback.
Oh, when? Where the hell did that happen? Kills off Kimwell.
A lot of things happened. But at the end of the day, very clearly Nasty Potatoes who come out ahead. I thought that fight would go very poorly for them once it started, but they were able to drag it out on the side of Execration, which bought enough time for Nando to come back into the fray. But with the Lifestealer stealing Aegis, stealing the cheese, and using both of them, in fact, they find themselves in a good position here. But that Roshan really lasted for longer than I expected. I suppose part of it goes back to the item choice. No Desolator onto Lifestealer.
They're trying to go on this DK. Speaking of Lifestealer, he is here. A ultimate coming in. They've got to try and get at least a Rax here. DK can't really die. This would be a disaster, and he actually does die. They're holding him up. Now they're going after Death as well. This is going to be bad if they take him out. Crimson trying his best to protect his teammate, and they'll surge him out straight away. Tier 3 is taken, so it does open the shrines up, but they wanted more. You could definitely see that they really, really wanted more. And in fact, James, he wants more as well. He'll go in, chasing up Crimson. Wait a minute, what the hell's going on? Nando, Godot's almost down. In fact, there's a diffusal blade on the map, and Guardian Greaves not quite enough. James still going. The Yules is there as well. Meanwhile, on the back lines, they actually take out Crimson, and I think this might be a second Rax going to the way of Execration here. They've done a great job. They're going to at least force the buybacks here, and Godot will be the first one. You can see DK doesn't really want to commit another buyback, and maybe not even able to defend even if they did buy back, to be honest. Death trying his best Wen with the back wall, but it doesn't matter. They just get out so fast. Maybe Witch Doctor will go down. There's a BKB committed from Ponlo, but the coil is there. Is that an Aghanim Scepter coil? Yes, it was. Hence why it's stunned through the BKB, and Nando gets up the hill. TPs, no Shuriken there to really cancel, and they'll get a second tier 3 at the least, and they only lose the Witch Doctor.
Execration are perfectly happy with this. They forced out 2 buybacks, and this seems like an all too familiar story for NaPo. They've got the Dragon Knight walking around in his ultimate form. He's got the BKB on cooldown. It's finally down to 5 seconds, but what can he do with his ultimate, really? He's on the wrong side of the map. He can't apply any pressure. And this all came off the back of some very nice play from Execration. Very aggressive play, I might add, using the Weaver time-lapse to get right back into the fight exactly the moment when he respawned. And the timing worked out perfectly. They clean up those kills, they force the buybacks, and they are looking pretty damn good here.
Indeed they are. They're just taking this very slow Execration. They're being very patient. There's no rush here. Absolutely none. Have they got any shrines left? Not really. There's actually one at bot, so they could take that if they really wanted to, but it looks like they're more interested in top lane. Raging Potato, again, being the man that always sets up the kills, he's looking for that lifesteal at Death. He'll back off in time, though. They seem to be aware of what's going on here. Kimwell, backing off. Oh, and actually, are they going to have a go here? Ponlo's got the infested Nakes, and they've got a smoke on Crimson.
Yeah, not really waiting for any huge items, I think. They are still waiting on a Hex on this Darkseer, and that's going to be very important, but he's still 2,000 gold away from that. And it's all the more important now that Weaver has a BKB. We saw that revealed in the last fight. Or, well, not exactly revealed, but we saw that used to good effect in that last fight. And, you know, a couple of times, Nando, he's gone down perhaps a bit unexpectedly, just getting caught off guard by a Bloodthorn, which, you know, is pretty nasty, but now he's got the BKB to deal with that.
Oh. The shrine will end up going down Nando.
Incoming. Yeah, this is really not good. Just looking at where they're on the map, we're 45 minutes into the game, nearly 50 minutes. All they've got to show for all their efforts is a tier 3 tower.
Well, they're about to find Raging Potato. The Yules is there as well as the Ethereal Blade that he has. He actually manages to get away even though 3 or 4 heroes were hitting up on him, and that's going to be a problem. That should not have been an easy getaway from Raging Potato, but it was. He just has too much escape at this point.
There's too many items. That E-Blade is going to be very useful, both when it comes to saving himself or saving his team. And a little bit of extra burst damage here and there can't hurt either. It's now a 15,000 net worth lead here for Execration in a game where Nasty Potatoes needed to be up. And you know, as things stand, it's going to be rough. I don't want to count Nasty Potatoes out yet. They've got their comfort heroes. They've got their AAA. They've got their Darkseer. If they can set up this huge wombo combo, they could find Execration in a bad spot. A lot of things have to line up for that, and there's also buybacks to think about, and we're really reaching the point in the game where buybacks are probably the most important factor. No one on the side of the Dire has buyback.
This is a problem. A big problem, and if Execration know about it, this is going to be an easy push for them. Roshan, still not up. It looks like there's still a while to go. May respawn in about 1 minute and 10. Seems like an obvious push attempt, but then again, the cores of the Dire are still relatively farmed. So you really can't underestimate them, because if they do beat you in this team fight, it might pull the game back their way. Oh, death, cops a Dagon.
No reason here for Execration, I feel, to take any unnecessary risks. They can poke and prod here. They can, try and find that opening if it presents itself, but really no reason whatsoever for them to rush things.
No, absolutely not. They destroy that Observer Ward. Oh, Coil comes out and makes the jumping on. And James, he will back off. It was just a warning, and in fact, they forced Ponlo to use the ulti. That's massive.
I'm not sure if they're aware that Ponlo used his ultimate, but that's a pretty significant cooldown. And just the way it works out, Roshan could be up in any moment. So if they don't have the DK ulti there, he will be very ineffective in team fights. So just committing that puck, Dream Coil, it's really not the most significant cooldown. It was reduced fairly recently, and once again, in he goes, just poking, prodding, teasing this Nasty Potatoes lineup, and who's really going to be the one to punish him? He's got a Lincoln Sphere, there's a couple of stuns, sure, but really nothing too reliable for the side of Nasty Potatoes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is not going to be an easy game, and you could see, you could really see Ponlo. He's just hiding in the trees there. Doesn't want to give any indication away that he did use that ultimate dragon form. So at least he gets the time to get it back up. And now it expires. He needs about 50 seconds for that to be back up. But if he doesn't have that in the next fight, they're practically screwed. Like, I can't imagine he can really defend without it. So if they try to push now, it's probably going to be one of the best moments to go for it.
As you're saying, though, very, I suppose making the best out of a bad situation. Ponlo was hiding in trees, so Execration, they're not aware of this. They are still hanging outside the base, and fortunately as well for Nasty Potatoes, it's a very long Roshan timer. So Execration, as much as they wish Roshan was up there, in fact sending the courier to scout it out, they're not going to be finding that. So a little more breathing room for Nasty Potatoes, but to what end? That's going to be the question here.
Still so much patience. And you look, like you've said, they're waiting for the Roshan. It's going to be another minute and 5. So question is whether they're willing to wait. They don't really have to, but why not? Oh, actually, they do find one. DK. No, it's the Darkseer, in fact. They get the kill. Will they? The Coconut jumps in. The Death Ward committed. They'll get the kill. And that's an Aghanim Scepter Death Ward, by the way. I just noticed. But that's a big kill. They can force the buyback here and maybe back off after that. Or maybe just get a second Rax, because Nando's hitting like an absolute truck right now. We'll find out soon. James jumps in. But Ponlo forced to use the BK and Ultimate Dragon form again. And this will force them back. Witch Doctor forced back as well. No BKB available on Ponlo. This could be it. Raging Potato, Ethereal Blade as well. Will they back off the buyback from the Darkseer? And James has to be careful. Almost got a kill though.
That's a perfectly fine conclusion for Execration. They don't need to push the issue. Roshan, they know it has to be up soon. It's approaching the maximum timer. There's no buyback on Darkseer. There's no Elder Dragon form on Ponlo once again, and I don't see any way they can contest the Roshan attempt. Certainly not when there's a DD waiting outside the Roche pit.
Well, I can't disagree with you at all. I mean, without the Elder Dragon form, they've just got no chance of getting it away. So we'll see what they can do, though. You never know.
Illusion.
Raging Potato still standing outside. They're just waiting for someone to step outside and be out of bounds. And then they'll jump straight away, I'm sure. Nando. Got a double damage now, as well as the Moon Shard. So he's hitting way more. Look at this. The Rax just gets destroyed, but oh, they have the Bloodthorn. They jump onto him. He might actually die here. The back wall as well. It's actually massive. The coil though. It's onto 3. They'll take out 1, and the Darkseer, he just died back. Now Kimwell, he'll get the DK, but he gets out of the cogs. The Rax is down though. They could just focus the Rax if they really want, and that's a second Rax there. Maybe they'll even go for the third, knowing that the Darkseer just did a dieback. And actually, they jump in and actually get the Nyx Assassin in the Raging Potato.
That's nice and all. They do reclaim the gem off this Raging Potato kill, but I don't know. Darkseer dead. No way to contest this Roshan, and it's going to be a pretty secure Aegis here for whoever they choose to place it on. And these mass Lincoln Spheres, there's actually 3 Lincoln Spheres on the side of Execration. They're really paying off. All that's happening in all these teamfights is just the sound of Lincoln Spheres getting popped, and that really kept Nando alive just long enough to get his ultimate off after popping that BKB, and that was very close for him. He nearly went down there. If not for these Lincoln Spheres, I'm very certain he would have died. So, surviving by a sliver of health, it does pay off, and they find themselves in a very commanding position, up 2 lanes of Rax now with an Aegis and Cheese in their hands. I thought it couldn't get any worse for Nasty Potatoes, but I guess they haven't lost yet.
On the bright side, although they're so behind in this game, they've still somehow managed to hold on to this game. So maybe you could argue that Execration is just they're holding on themselves, whether they could have finished the game a while back, but Nasty Potatoes, they're still in it. 2 racks down, but it's not Mega Creeps, and it's definitely not an Ancient. So James, coming in bot lane, this man, he's being so cheeky. Again, just playing with the DK and backing off.
I'm wondering if it would be worth getting a Blink Dagger onto Death. He's got the Orchid, he's got the Abyssal Blade, or Bloodthorn rather, I should say, instead of Orchid. So if he's able to get on top of a key target, could just lock them down, could just maul them to death.
Oh, look at Nando. He's in the base. He's being a bit crazy at the moment. The Vac, can they hold him in place? Yes, they can. He gives away an Aegis, but that gives space for James. He's actually split pushing at the moment, and Nando, he's going to keep going here, and now they realize James is at the bot lane. He's taken out the tier 3. He's going to keep going, it looks like. Can they stop him? James, he's got a lot of jukes to make here. Cold Feet, Yules, the Orb was used as well. Now the phase shift as well, and there's the hook. There's a double stun coming out from Raging Potato, the Ethereal Blade as well. The Death Ward comes out, it's bouncing all over the place. The Raxes are being lost meanwhile, and I think the GG call might need to be made here. It's 2 down for the side of the Dire. It should be 3 soon in the sake of death. He will go down. Yeah, they call the GG. They've had enough, and the Mega Creeps are done. There's 2 dead, 1 buyback available. Yeah, GG well played. First game goes to Execration.
At the end of the day, just not enough lockdown for this Weaver. He just runs over them, provides too much damage, and Execration, really, there was no way they could have lost that game past, the 30-minute mark or so.
Execration's turn to ban.
Nasty Potatoes.
Nasty Potatoes. Thank you very much. It is Michael Phoenix, and joining me is Stinky Pie Stinky. After
A bit concerned for Nasty Potatoes, really. It does seem like they're a very inflexible team. They've gone for that Darkseer AA combo literally every single time. But Execration, they seem to have found the answers. We were throwing around the ideas of the Anti-Mage, but that got banned out. We were talking about the Lifestealer, but that got denied from them. This time they just pick up the Weaver and, well, it did its work. Great play all around coming out too from Raging Potato and James especially, really setting things up. Some great stuns. Another very good game there for Kimball on that Clockwork too. And this is really a hero to look out for on the side of Execration. They are very flexible with it. Raging Potato plays a great Clockwork, as does Kimball Lumic. So this time around, Nasty Potatoes, they first banned the Clockwork, and much deserved.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Just being the ones who really find those connections, and Nyx Assassin, a great hero for doing that. So banning out the Clockwork, that's nice and all, but Nasty Potatoes, they let the Nyx Assassin through, and Raging Potato, not gonna be happy about snapping this one up.
the Darkseer was picked up.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's almost midnight here, but that doesn't matter when you've got some great Dota to cast.
Turn to pick. Radiant team ban.
As well, but yeah, well, I see a Venomancer, I see a Crystal Maiden. Things are getting a bit different here.
And they will have to. Nasty Potatoes, they really can't fall back onto their also favored Ancient Apparition when that gets banned out in the first phase, so being pushed a little outside of their comfort zone with this Crystal Maiden pick does go very well with the Darkseer, of course. He's a very mana-dependent hero, especially in the early game, especially with those nerfs to the mana cost on Ion Shell. So Crystal Maiden and her Arcane Aura are going to be helping out in that regard too, but Crystal Maiden herself, another hero who's been nerfed somewhat in recent patches, very high mana cost on that Frostbite now, and still just a very squishy hero. So Nyx Assassin won't mind sinking his Scarabee things into a Crystal Maiden.
Listen, Stinky, I'd hate to move away from the I'd hate to go away from the draft.
10 seconds.
But you
5 seconds remaining.
we made it.
Can't complain about that, I suppose.
Are we internet famous now? Did we make it?
Turn to ban.
All right, guys, we'll see all of you at TI7. Me and Stinky will probably be there. Obviously, Valve is going to send us the late invite. Yeah, we made it, mate. We've done it. The dream. But let's just get back into the draft. I'm just moving off course. Thought I'd mention it for the sake of celebration. Third pickup now, Stinky. An Enchantress. This is more like Godot style hero. How do you feel about this hero here?
A lot of early game potential here between the Crystal Maiden and the Enchantress, but Execration, they've got the bugs, they've got Bristleback, and I don't know, I feel like they will be able to handle this early sort of aggression coming out from Nasty Potatoes.
My goodness. The Bristleback, though, is a decent counter towards the Enchantress, I suppose. Once you get those cool stacks going, especially in the early to mid game, it's not easy for the Enchantress to survive that, but I've seen Godot Enchantress. He's quite good at it. I would not underestimate this this pickup from the side of Nasty Potatoes.
Enchantress, very tanky hero when it comes to dealing with just straight right clicks, but Execration, they've got a lot of damage outside of just hitting her in the face. Bristleback, like you were saying, just uses the Quill Spray. Venomancer does plenty of AoE damage, plenty of magical damage. We've got a quick fire draft coming out here.
My goodness. Not much thinking going on apparently, or maybe they just knew exactly what they were doing. The Sven pickup. To me, Sven, very powerful hero. Obviously the armor. The armor buffs with the Warcry is obviously great for the team. Keeper of the Light though, with the Bristleback, you can literally spam quills twice in a row with the Chakra Magic. That's quite imbalanced in my opinion.
That's a very nasty combo there. The Coddle Bristleback and Coddle, a good answer to Darkseer as well. Darkseer really relies on just running fast to get himself out of dodge using that surge. Mana Leak from Keeper of the Light gonna be denying that. Of course, with the Sven, they do have some potential for a disgusting vacuum into a Stormhammer, but as nice as that would be to see, it's hard to do.
We might see it though, Sneaky. I mean, this is not a team to this is no joke. This team, they're quite a good team. Yeah. They've made it to the grand finals. I mean, if they can pull it off, it could be amazing. Not to mention the Crystal Maiden ultimate afterwards, but maybe we've got a bit of wishful thinking going on here. We'll find out.
We did see some nice AA blasts into vacuums and whatnot, but in the end, it really just was not enough.
No, it really wasn't. But they put up such a good fight, though. They just tried their hardest, and it's just good to see heart from both these teams. After long days like this, like we've been on for 8 hours, which means they've been playing for 8 hours, and just the heart these teams have after that long, it's just really, really good to see.
They can already see the light at the end of the tunnel here, though. Execration especially, they are one game away from joining the greats in the Southeast Asian regional qualifiers. This is it. This is the one game that they need. This is what they've been working towards for the past 2 days.
This is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see what these last pickups are. Execration now. What do they need? I mean, they need a mid, right? We're looking for a mid hero right now?
Yeah, it does depend on how exactly they choose to run their heroes. Lots of flexibility there. Bristleback can go into pretty much any lane. Venomancer, similar story there. If they want to go for mid, something which could offer a little more magical damage, I feel would do them some good, just to be able to deal with this Enchantress. Perhaps if they want to pick up a safe laner, they could go for that route too, just pick up some sort of late game hard hitter. Plenty of options to go with this Keeper of the Light as well, who, not only does he offer, as you're talking about, that Chakra Magic, that Mana Leak, and obviously his axe is nice and all, but a very underrated ability of the Keeper of the Light is that recall, so potentially could see some split pushing plays coming out from Execration here. We'll have to wait and see. Anything goes there for this last draft.
Absolutely. Well, the last pick up now, they're using a lot of their reserve time, but I mean, that's the last pick anyway, so may as well have that conversation. I mean, I am intrigued to see what's next. I can't imagine what could be good here. Enchantress, obviously, you have to think about how hard that hero is to kill, so some magic damage would be welcomed. Lena is out of the area as well. It's banned.
I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of purge coming out from Execration. Okay,
oh my goodness.
They have completely defied my expectations here. I had some expectations, but I did not expect that.
It's going to be interesting. Pugna? I mean, Pugna's a relatively good hero. It's just underestimated.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so he's got, very importantly, the ability to completely ignore physical damage and completely ignore right clicks for that matter. And with this Enchantress with the Sven, there's a lot of that coming out from Nasty Potatoes. So if Pugna gets a few levels, really gets going, then this Decrepify I think is going to be a huge spell for him. And also that's a lot of magical damage. We're talking about how Enchantress is very survivable against physical damage. Pugna does not care.
Uh-oh, there's the Queen of Pain, so Decrepify is only going to help the cause of the side of Nasty Potatoes, but this is going to be very, very interesting. I'm assuming it's going to be a mid Pugna. That's my assumption anyway.
Especially
James is on it.
Playing it. Yeah.
I don't know what to say here. Not to mention, by the way, the Pugner, if he does stand back, he can heal the Bristleback the whole time he's in a fight.
Yeah, and any health on Bristleback means a lot because he's just such a tanky hero. Another thing worth pointing out, actually, is the fact that there are 4 intelligence heroes on the side of Nasty Potatoes. And Pugna, we're talking about his magical damage, we're talking about his Decrepify, also offers that Nether Ward, which can do quite a number on heroes who have a very high reliance on their mana pool. So Queen of Pain, very high mana costs there relative to her health pool, is going to be taking a lot of damage from Nether Ward. Similar story for Crystal Maiden there too. Could spell some trouble for them. And another sort of unnoticed aspect sometimes I want to say of the Pugna is the fact that he's such a strong pusher. And they've got the Venomancer, they've got the Pugna, they've got the Keeper of the Lake, keeping everyone topped up on mana. And once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, possibly on health too, Execration have drafted themselves a very strong pushing lineup. What they are lacking, however, is that sort of super hard-hitting right-click core in the late game. So nothing like the Sven, for example, which Nasty Potatoes have. And potentially that's an issue for them, taking this later on, but we'll have to see.
I'm very intrigued. Unfortunate to see that the side of Nasty Potatoes did not did enough money on their compendiums. A bit unfortunate, but nevertheless, game is paused already. Not sure why Dota crashed apparently. So Nasty Potatoes again having a few issues.
That's just some retribution for not having enough tower levels.
Absolutely, that's Ice Frog's warning. That's Ice Frog saying you better spend some damn money.
Gotta keep TI alive.
Nevertheless, let's go through the draft while we're waiting. So we have Death. He'll be on that Sven this time around. Crimson. He's on the CM. We have Godon on the Enchantress, of course. Wen on the Dark CM. Ponlo. He'll be on the Co-op and the Dara, if you could, please.
On the side of Execration, we've got Raging Potato. This time on the Bristleback. And Lumic. On the next Assassin. So going to be playing that as a support, presumably. That's interesting. We've got Nando as well on the Venomancer. James mid on the Pugna. And RR playing the Keeper of the Light.
Well, before the game really gets underway, do you think anyone has like a superior lineup at this point, or is it the classic kind of, you know, whoever plays it better is going to win?
I feel like, strangely enough, this is the first time where we've really seen Execration go for some sort of early pushing lineup. We've seen them go for various drafts, but very rarely do we see them go for heroes which can take towers early. So I don't know what that means really. I'm sure Execration have plenty of experience playing that sort of style, but it is something different. And in some sense they are under some pressure to actually get stuff done early on. Sven is an interesting hero when it goes into the late game, but if he is able to hit his sort of mid-game stride, get that early Mask of Madness, start farming stacks, really could just hit a strong BKB timing where I feel Execration don't necessarily have the answers. So if Execration aren't able to pull far ahead in this laning phase, aren't able to snowball it into a tower lead, I feel like they could be on the back foot.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we'll see how they pull this out. Obviously, like you've said, if they let the Nasty Potatoes go way too long, it's not going to spell good news for the side of Execration, but would be good news for us because that would mean we're at the game 3. Nevertheless, we'll see what happens. Nando will be on the safe lane Veno. Now, we saw this before, and I believe it worked in a strange way.
Yeah, safe lane Veno is one of those heroes who can have a good laning phase. That Poison Sting, very strong ability early on. Venomous Gale, very strong ability early on. And then once you get a few levels, those Plague Wards just push out the lane, very hard to deal with. But he's going to be up against an interesting dual lane here coming from Nasty Potatoes, and that was not what I expected at all.
No, well, it might work out, it might not. They actually get the Frostbite on Kingwell, but they'll have to let him go too early to really go for any real kills. And well, see how this works, Nando. Yeah.
This aggressive dual lane really, I don't think is that ideal. It's very hard for them to get aggressive on a Venomancer, provided that Lumic is in the area. But this does give them that nice matchup with Darkseer versus Bristleback, and generally Darkseer does do well against melee heroes, Bristleback of course being one of them. I'm really not convinced that that's worth the trade-off. Especially because Bristleback, he's got the Shrine to fall back on in this lane. He's got the Keeper of the Light keeping his topped up. He's got plenty of regen to go with this too, so I don't know when. I'm just not sure he's going to be getting enough to justify this losing top lane, I feel.
Well, yeah, it's going to be hard, and you know what? Even if he can do enough damage to Raging Potato, the fact is, Raging Potato is always going to have enough mana from the Coddle, and there's really going to be no kills going on Bristleback at this point. Not with just a solo Darkseer, so it doesn't feel like it's going to be that big of an issue. And in fact, Raging Potato just trying to cancel this clarity right now on Wen, and he will get it. So making Wen's life a bit harder. Not going to be easy.
I see losing top lane. For now, it's going alright for Nasty Potatoes, but this is really just because they brought Godot in. And yeah, he's got the Enchantress. That's a great hero for him. He really likes this hero, as we've seen. Can they actually
top lane. They've stunned up, and Godot's there with the neutrals. They're going to take down Nando, and it was a good stun attempt from Kimwell, but it didn't matter. First blood goes to the way of death.
Alright, so they do get that kill successfully, and that's a big kill. That's what Godot needs to be doing.
Ponlo mid lane as well. Very low HP. And look, I agree with you. Godot is very good. In fact, he does it again. Crimson gets the kill. And this is the positive, right? You've got the Frostbite, you've got the Sven stun, and Godot just walks in with his neutrals, and he's already got everything set up.
Well, not going as I expected. I thought Nando would have a much better time if Lumic was in position, but you just can't handle this Enchantress and all her creeps.
I'm telling you, this man knows what he's doing when it comes to Enchantress. I've seen it so many times. I'm pretty sure I've played against it quite a few times as well, and it didn't feel good, let me tell you. But nevertheless, moving on. Raging Potato is doing well, unlike the Nyx Assassin at the moment. When still trying to deal a bit of damage to Raging Potato, but look at that double quill. It's kind of it's kind of silly to watch, but he can stack up so fast. He's up to 5 now. He's going to make it 6. No, he's got no mana, but still, Wen can't handle that much damage.
Still, top lane, Godot, he's desperately trying to get something done, and as he has been successful. He needs to keep the pressure up, however. He can't afford to let Nando on the Venomancer have a good time, because once he does, and he's already got the Midas queued up, if he gets up to that, just has a free lane, could be trouble in the mid game, especially if Sven isn't keeping up with farm himself. But for now, Sven actually top of last hits for his team, so no troubles there.
Oh, absolutely not. Ponlo, mid lane as well. He seems to be having a decent time himself. He's second in last hits in comparison to the Pugner, but still keeping up. Surprisingly enough, Pugner's been able to keep up very well, actually, now that I think about it. And, well, Godot's still trying. Death getting in position to make a stun happen, it looks like. If Nando walks in too far, now this is the time. But it's a bit too early. The Centaur, no, the Frostbite's there, and the Centaur, and again they get another kill into Nando. He can't walk away from that.
Not in position on the next Assassin to really do anything about it, and that's actually a really nice combo using the Warcry, that movement speed. Just able to get these creeps from Enchantress in range. That's often a significant concern as an Enchantress player, but with that Warcry they get in range, they set up Change Still, and then not too much that a lone Venomancer can do about it, really.
No, and it looks like it's going to be an early tier 1 as well. I mean, Godot's got the creeps. He's got that Dark Troll Summoner, so he can get those skeletons going. Tier 1's going to be easily taken. The Kimwell is there to try and help out, but I don't think he really should have shown himself just then, because they could just really dive if they wanted to. And it looks like they just might, to be honest. Oh, Raging Potato, where did he die?
He goes down to the neutrals. They were trying to farm an Ancient stack between him and RR, but a little interference from Darkseer and things end very badly here for Raging Potato.
Oh, a bit unfortunate, but Execration not getting the start that they wanted. It's 3-0. Tier 1 going down within 6 minutes now, and Death will pick up the last hit on it as well. So very good start for the side of Nasty Potatoes.
Yeah, I really did not expect the lanes to go so well for them. I actually thought that their laning decisions were a mistake, but what do I know about it?
Well, we're only casters, you know. We're not professional players. And in fact, mid lane actually, they take out the Quap. James almost gets taken down when trying to chase him down to get the return kill. He will get it with the vacuum. And did I just see a chakra magic on Wen? No, that can't be the case, surely. And RR hits with the Illuminate, but it doesn't look like it's going to really matter. Wen will manage to surge out and walk away, but becomes a 4-1, and they get a big kill with the Quap. Oh, wait a minute, Godot. Gonna find Kimwell. Can't really do much, though. He needs some help, and looks like Kimwell will just cop a bit of damage and walk out of there.
So lanes have been swapped here. Nando, he's had enough in this top lane. It's fair to be there, especially when he's playing up against an enchantress player of the likes of Godot. So he's rotated down into the off lane and should be able to pick up farm over there. Of course, this means that Bristleback, now level 6, wasn't able to pick up a lot of those creeps, but he is still fairly strong, so he's going to be the one taking over here. And the push begins. Pugna, with that maxed out Nether Blast, going to be putting some hurt onto this tower.
We haven't talked about it much either, but that Pugna, with that ward, the Nether ward, is going to be a big issue, especially for somebody like Quap, who wants to use a lot of mana very quickly.
Interestingly enough, actually, the ward from Pugna does trigger before an ability actually has its effects. So if a Nether ward proc would be lethal, a hero will go down before that spell even comes into play. Oh,
they're going in, James. He's going to get taken down. He gets the tier 1 though. And actually it was denied.
So
yeah,
not exactly worth it.
No. Still, they get the objective, but the gold is missing, and he was a bit urgent with that. Like, he really could have backed off, but he kept throwing Never Blasts out there, hoping he could get away with it, and good little rotation. They punish him for it at the least.
Definitely nice there. And, you know, this is what Execration wants to do. They want to push, but if these towers get denied, if they're losing kills for it, I'm just not convinced it's actually worth.
Doesn't feel like it will be at the end of the day. It looks like mid lane, they might have a go onto Quap. They do get the stun now, James with the Nether Blast, but that'll be it. Things are going decently. Is there a timing that Nasty Potatoes have to hit? Because it feels like they have the later game advantage anyway.
Yeah, this time around, I really feel like it's Execration who need to hit their timing. And they're slowly getting there. We're starting to see Pugna come online, take towers with that Nether Blast, even if they are denied. And sooner or later, we're going to see Nando do the same too. In fact, we're going to see them join forces here for tier 1 tower number 2. We'll see if they actually are able to take this down or whether or not there will be a defense. Because last time around, they were pretty successful in doing so. Nasty Potatoes, Bull is in their court.
Well, they're going for the smoke here. Nando, gotta be careful. The tier 1 will end up going down regardless. It's just a matter of whether they can be punished for it. Coddle, he's gonna be the first target. The Frostbite is there, and yeah, they're gonna take him down very easily. Can they find some more? It looks like Wen's looking for them, James. He's trying his best to back out of there, but it looks like he will also be a sacrifice. Actually, Wen, he's gonna go down, maybe? No, he makes it with the wand, and yeah, James will lose his life. Double kill for Ponlo. Not sure how worth it was, but 2 tier 1s gone down now. And Execration going to be taking that one.
Yep. So, although they lose the Pugna, and that's a very sore blow, they lose the Keeper of the Light too, that doesn't help. They were able to get out on the Venomancer, and he's got a Hand of Midas now, going to be farming up. And another hero who's just quietly farming away is Raging Potato. Bristleback, going to be more successful this time, hopefully, with dealing with the Ancients who died to neutrals again. But they are starting to hit their timing. They've got the Vanguard onto Bristleback. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get the full treads at some point. And, you know, now that they've got a couple of levels onto Venomancer, he could skill up his ultimate and they could start going for pushes.
Well, it looks like Raging Potato, now that you speak of him, he's actually going for one. Crimson Guard, they can't cancel the TP. Lightning Light does not cancel it, and he will manage to get out of there. Quick reactions from him. The thing is, and you did say this just a second ago, but Raging Potato, he's actually managed to get a lot of farm, and he's actually got the full hood, I believe, coming out. So it's going to be a big issue to kill him at the end of the day. He's just going to be so tanky.
were talking about stacks for Sven, but Bristleback a pretty good hero at taking out stacks too, and we see him now stealing the enemy stacks, so not only getting farm for himself, but also denying it from poor Deft, who really just wants to get his items and hit his timing, but hasn't hit that timing in time to match that of Execration's. And for now, even though they're actually down a significant number of kills, a couple of things really haven't gone their way, they are really hitting the strong point now with the hood onto Bristleback, so very tanky hero. They're walking on forward now, 5 heroes in the mid lane. We'll see what they can do.
Well, Raging Potato going straight in with the goo. The Frostbite is there, but he keeps going. He is very confident at this point. The heal is coming out from Enchantress. They find Wen, though, and Wen will lose his life, and looks like they might be able to hit that timing that you're talking about. The Nether Ward is a bit scary as well. Oh, James barely survives with his life, and he might have to walk this one off. And actually, Bristleback could be in trouble. A lot of damage coming out from Godot. It won't be enough, and they'll keep pushing this tier 2 at the end of the day. Meanwhile, the top lane, it looks like Death, he's used the God Strength, and he will push the tier 2 as well. So the trade is coming out, and they're trying to go defend this. In fact, they'll have to. The War Cry used, and he'll make a run for it, the TP, and there's no cancellation coming out, so he'll be fine. Bot lane as well. Ponlo was actually split pushing the tier 2 there.
Just nice positioning coming out from these two cores. Able to punish this very aggressive move. Yeah, they lose the Darkseer, but they keep their tier 2 tower very healthy. And in terms of tier 2 tower damage, very clearly Nasty Potato is coming out ahead here. So this 5-man sort of push from Execration, that's what their lineup is designed to do. Not too successful with it.
No. Well, the split push is coming out. I mean, Nasty Potatoes seem to know that they're probably in a better position mid to late game. And, well, they're really putting the pressure on for Execration to make something happen. And as we know very well, Execration doesn't usually play this style of game where they're the ones who have to hit that timing. Now that they're in it, it's a question of whether they can make it happen. And honestly, at this point, it doesn't look very good. 7-2 only is not the best start for them.
Sooner or later, Sven, he's going to come online. He's almost got the Sanjay Yasha.
Well, Death backing off. I mean, we know that the Nyx can do a lot. Kimwell is on it this time, so it's not Raging Potato, but I'm not 100% sure about this, to be honest with you. It just does not look very healthy from the side of Execration so far.
Of course.
The Mask of Madness.
What is nice for them is that, unlike the Nasty Potatoes lineup last game, they do have some decent heroes at taking Roshan. So Bristleback, plenty of minus armor with his goo, hits fairly hard as well. Venomancer can offer a little with Plague Wards as well. So they do have some decent roshing potential, which would be nice if they're able to secure that, but they're just not in any position to do so.
Well, look at this. Raging Potato gets frostbitten up, but they'll let him go. And in fact, Crimson has to TP. There's just too much damage from the Bristleback, and they didn't want to bar of it. I mean, he's on the side of the Radiant, and they just let him go. They just say, look, we don't want anything to do with this guy right now.
Fundamentally, he's very strong at this point in the game. Very hard heal to deal with. Doesn't run out of mana. Deals a lot of damage and just really tanky too.
They're so close to the tier 2 going down as well. I mean, Raging Potato, just with that Nether Ward, they take him down so fast. Apologies to the Nether Blast. And yeah, it looks like they're going to go for a team fight here. The God Strength comes out onto Kimwell, but the Spike Carapace now Quap stuns her stealth. The stun misses the Blinding Light though. Can they get a kill onto Nyx? No, they can't apparently. Death gets a stun onto Bristleback, but he's tanky as hell right now. And he's still tanking the Quap ulti as well. Raging, he will end up going down Nando. He already used that ultimate. Death is still going at this point. The wall is dropped as well. And look at this Ponlo. He might go down here. Kimwell, can he get it? Meanwhile, Enchantress drops as well as the Quap. Now it's 3 down for 1. They put all their eggs in one basket to try and take out Bristleback, but they end up losing 3 of their own heroes.
And that's exactly what Execration need to do. Now they can keep on pushing. All they need for this push really is Nether Blast and the Plague Wards, and they've got them right back up. No Bristleback, however. So, no tanky frontliner. I don't think they'll be able to quite take this tower, but they can certainly put a lot of damage on it, in fact, forcing out the glyph. And this is a good point for Execration to back off.
Oh my god, look at this. Double Nether Blast because of the Coddle Chakra magic.
Oh god, that's disgusting.
We didn't even think about that. That's a thing.
That is a thing, and these towers, they don't last for too long if Execration are able to find the time onto them, and Bristleback is such a good hero at buying the time to hit towers. So, I don't know, that's the Execration draft really coming online. We're talking about them potentially missing their timing. Apparently not quite yet, although they're not quite out of the woods. They still need to take, you know, a lane of racks, at least take a tier 3 tower, open up the map for themselves. But yeah, I mean, a good start, showing some promise.
Well, I mean, it's like you win one more team fight, you're going to take a tier 3 at the least. That Nether Blast is kind of a big deal. The double Nether Blast, I mean, before we knew about that, which was only a minute ago, I was doubting them so hard. Now I understand what the hell they're trying to do. I'm kind of doubting Nasty Potatoes lineup, to be honest with you. This is if they win one more team fight, the tier 3 is gone.
And having Roshan will help. As we were talking about, it's a fairly fast Roshan between the Plague Wards and this Bristleback with all his minus armor.
They're coming in.
Potatoes.
Yeah, God Strength. There's the Blinding Light though. Sven can't hit anyone at the moment, and looks like Raging Potato is going to just go for it. The Illuminator as well, and the stun onto Sven. They're just holding them in. The back wall is massive though. And the Quap ultimate. Oh, goodness gracious. Ponlo. He makes it back. It's a 3 for 3 when it looked like it was just going terribly in Crimson. He's trying his best to take out Raging Potato, but there's too many quills. He takes out the Quap. Now, Crimson, don't come back in, so just leave. Just go home. It's not the kind of fight you want to take, and somehow in hell, this Bristleback survived.
That last Quill Spray took down, what, a third of Ponlo's life? Just too much minus armor between the Solar Crest and a couple of Nasal Goose stacks. So just barely, and very notably, just barely, Execration came out ahead. We'll see if it's enough for them to actually secure this Roshan. That was what started this all to begin with, and that would be the big prize.
This is actually massive. I mean, they pulled off the perfect combination with the back wall combo. The only thing they were missing was the Sven stun afterwards. But even with that and the Quap ulti afterwards, they couldn't win the team fight. They still lost. Now there's an Aegis on Raging Potato, and I feel like the tier 3 is about to go down, to be honest with you, Stinky. And look at this, they're going for a team fight now. Kimwell, he gets caught out. Ponlo, he's there. Where's the Spike Carapace? Not out yet. The Blinding Light comes out though, and he protects him long enough. And Pugna can really heal him if he wants, but they've got the urn regardless. This is going to be very interesting to see, because we're 20 minutes in, but it could be a first Rax already.
Very importantly, Execration, they've got the items that they need. But Nasty Potatoes don't have their items. They don't have the BKB on Sven yet. They don't even have the Blink Dagger on him. And this is just what Execration's gonna do. That Nether Blast with the Plague Wards on the high ground, scouting things out. It's nasty, and it's coming for these racks.
They can keep going. They're gonna get both racks at once if they keep doing this. And Chakra Magic apparently is a big deal for a Pugna. They haven't even used the double one yet. When's it coming out is the question. But they don't need to. These wards, Bristleback at the front lines, it's just an early... Like, this is just not what you would expect, but it's so cheesy. It's just so damn cheesy to watch. There's the Frostbite stun as well, but... I mean, Raging, he doesn't mind. And they even have the Decrep to save him from the physical damage. Oh, God.
I mean, we were doubting Execration at some point, and we really shouldn't have been. A bit out of their element, perhaps, going for this early push lineup, but it's just so straightforward. And there's really not too much that Nasty Potatoes can do against it. What they really need is for the Sven to get up to his BKB. He's desperately trying to find it. But, you know, a couple of things not working in his favor really start adding up. Things like the Ancient stacks being stolen by Bristleback. Things like him being forced to defend. And then, all of a sudden, it's Nasty Potatoes on the back foot against this very crafted early game pushing strategy from Execration.
Well, we now know Raging Potato is an absolute mastermind. He's gonna cause all kinds of hell in pubs now. Anyone that's watching, don't do this crap in your pubs, because I don't want to play against this. It's gonna be a big headache. Raging Potato front lines again. They're just not scared. There's no fear and there's no reason to be. This could be a sub 30 minute game, to be honest with you, Stinky. I think Yeah, this looks really, really bad. Quap is at the bot lane trying to push. So Ponlo's doing the right thing because he realizes he can't defend here. But if he doesn't try to defend, there's going to be mega creeps coming at sub 30 minutes. It really looks like.
So it's not a great choice that they have to make here for the side of Nasty Potatoes, but I feel acceptable. So Queen of Pain going for the split push, does not want to get punished by this next assassin, however.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Well, they are. Death backing off mid lane. Is someone been caught out? Raging Potato mid lane. They could actually go on this. Godot's trying his best, but he's still got backup from the Coddle. They've only got one tier 2 and one tier 3 left on the Radiant end. That tier 2, I have a strange feeling, isn't going to last very long either. I dare say, Stinky, they hit their timing.
Yeah, that they definitely have. The question will be whether or not Nasty Potatoes are able to hit theirs. They're almost there. Sven is a couple hundred gold away from a BKB. That's going to be really the item that they're looking for. Similarly, Darkseer, he's got the Blink Dagger now. That's a very important item because he's going to be the one setting things up for his team. We saw a bit of that last team fight. Hoping to see some more here. Certainly if Nasty Potatoes are going to pull their way back into this game, they're down a decent amount of gold. But 9,000, a lot of that really just comes from structures. So if Nasty Potatoes are able to find their footing, take these team fights, they could still put up a fight against Execration, even if they are down 2 lanes of racks.
Definitely is still possible. Raging Potato, though, he doesn't think the same way. He keeps going. This tier 2 not going to last a minute. They even found a double damage on James just to help things out. There's an Aegis available still on the Pugna. It's probably going to expire soon, but I don't think that matters too much, to be honest with you. He hasn't died as of late anyway. Raging Potato, look at him tanking. Doesn't worry at all. He even has a Solar Crest. Now the stun comes out. Death. He uses the God Strength, but nothing really coming out. Oh, the back wall. It's actually massive. Can they make something happen here? The Blinding Light comes out, though. It's going to protect them. And Death... he's trying his best right now, but I don't know if it's enough. Raging, he might go down here. The Quills are stacking up. Now the Force Staff. Sven still trying his best, but he couldn't do it. And although they pulled it off perfectly, it just was not enough. And look, Raging will just TP back, and Coddle's just going to pull him right back in.
That was a pretty beautiful combo, but like you say, it just was not enough. And right back into the fight, Execration go. No big cooldowns available now for the side of Nasty Potatoes. It's going to be a very tough hold.
Oh, this is just disgusting to watch. I mean, this is absolutely disgusting. And oh, another back wall. Doesn't matter. Bristol's back now. Stunned up. Orchid as well. Does literally nothing. Honlo losing half his HP because of a Nether Ward. In fact, almost dies in the fountain because of it. Mega creeps at 24 minutes in. If this is if this isn't a meme, I don't know what is. Godot, I think they're going to call GG. They can't defend against this. The Blinding Light comes out, Raging. He goes in. Crimson. Double stun coming out from Kimwell as well. And I think we have our grand final champions. The back wall, though, the God Strength, they're going to put up a fight here. Raging Potato, he's going to do something. He's just turning his back at this point. Quills stacking up. BKB from Sven, though, doing a fair bit. Kimwell, what can he do here? We're just waiting for the BKB to wear out. It looks like they just want to finish this game. They've had enough. Raging Potato, gonna stick around. They've just healed up so fast.
And this is even without the Keeper of the Light bringing them in. And here come the Mega Creeps. It's gonna be a hard hold.
Well, Kimwell gets the Spike Carapace onto 2. Now Godot trying his best. They don't want to give up. Crimson, oh, the back wall again. It's just beautiful, but they can't keep up. James is not dying. Ponlo might go down to this life drain, and he will do so. Raging Potato still chasing Godot. They call GG. They've had enough. They've had enough of this, and quite frankly, it's just disgusting to watch. Stinky, we have our grand finalists though. Congratulations to Execration. Apparently, we picked the right team to follow because they pull through and they win the full thing.
Showing a great deal of versatility too. This is the first time we saw this early push lineup, and we doubted them at some point, but Execration, they proved that they can play this style. And what a way to take the win. What a way to get into the S.